Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. What's up, YouTube? It is me, the Artisan MC, a little tired, but I'm here on time. Told you, Malika. Told you I'd be here on time. Everybody else isn't. My coffee is not here on time, so I need to get that because still waking up. And it was an unfortunate night last night because I was doing a lot of work, and for some reason my body was shutting down. I fell asleep in this chair trying to do my Obsession review. I don't know what the universe has against me doing a review for Obsession now that I've seen the movie twice, but every time I sit down to do it, man, I start getting sleepy. Like something is like, don't you do it. Don't you do it. I was falling asleep. I couldn't even stay awake. I couldn't even get the intro done for this and get that up the way I wanted to because I couldn't stay awake. I could not stay awake for shit. I hadn't even eaten a bunch of food. I ate some crap, but not a bunch of good hearty stuff. Like, jeez, I don't know what the hell happened. I don't know. But that stream I did yesterday was the last time I was actually functionally awake. So up until from that time until probably 8 or 9, I was having a coma. Thought we need to call 911 or something like that. So I'm still here. I got a lot of sleep yesterday. My body probably needed it, which is why it shut down on me and did it. So I'm here. But because I'm here this morning, I do need some coffee because I had to go to the restroom first. Shout out to the Malika Me Bane. What's good with you, Malika? Shout out to the Sportaholic. What's good with you? And shout out to my 2 Ninja Watchers. Peace to you. Okay. I cannot do this show without a little bit of something to drink because I will get my throat all fucked up and I need to wake up a little bit. I need to wake my brain up so I'm not muddling and stumbling over my damn words. So give me about 2 minutes so I can throw this coffee in the pot, the Keurig, and get this coffee situation happening for me. I need that. I need that. So give me 2 minutes. Play my bumper music. Here we go. 2 minutes. Wrong bumper, dummy. Almost done. 2 more minutes. Sorry about that. 2 more minutes. All right, I'm back at this bitch. You know what the problem with Keurigs is? They're not good for multiple uses. And they're shitty for the environment. That's the only problem with Keurigs, really. I like a quick cup of coffee, but if I've used you once, and I can't just roll you back like an hour later and use you again, it's a waste. It's a waste. It is extra weak shit. It goes to crazy X pass stopping you. Yeah, Malika, it might be. Funny part is, I took one of my exes to go see that shit yesterday. I did. I took my big booty Asian ex because she's moving away. So her and her son are moving to new digs. Her son graduated from high school. He's going off to college. So she's moving her and him closer to the college because Poppy has cut him off and she thinks that's so terrible. And I'm like, that's child support. He'll still take care of his son, but that's child support. That's how this shit works. Angry Man's talked about this a long time ago, how motherfuckers get to live high on the hog when somebody's supplementing their lifestyle. And then as soon as that stops, then their lifestyle changes. That means you weren't independent. That means you were dependent. But I'm the type of person to give her that kind of real truth. So she hadn't seen that movie, and I wanted her to see it because she knows, she's heard stories about my crazy ex. So I went with her to see the movie, and then I was pointing out stuff to her, like, yeah, see, that's what happened with crazy ex. She's like, get the fuck out of here. I'm like, oh, hell no. Yes. Oh, fuck it. Yes. So I was watching this movie having trauma responses. So it was fun. It was fun. I told you guys, I said it in here. Take a female, take your spouse or somebody you've been involved with, take them to see this damn movie. So you can sit there and watch them and how they react to this shit. And use it as a teaching tool. Don't be doing none of this crazy shit. Because even she was at points like, yeah, he should have been out of there. Yeah, he should have been out of there. He should have been long gone. Yeah, that was too weird. I got me some Madeline fudge brownies. I would do the YouTube thing that you're not supposed to do, which is eat on the stream. And I'll say, fuck you, I'm American. Celebrating my independence, I'm going to eat and drink my coffee. What's up, Charles? Charles Curry, CDC. It's all good. Beat is jamming. Good morning, people. Good people. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Independence Day to you folks. I should have put that Captain Falcon in the background because unlike most YouTubers, I don't give a shit. about Falcon being Captain America. It's not hurting my feelings at all. Falcon is a patriot because he actually fought for his country. What are you disappointed about? Oh, it's not in here. I have to put it up off of my phone. That's the problem. I had a whole intro that picture that this picture is from, and I couldn't remember where the damn video was. So when I found it, it wasn't edited in half. It's all one video. So I got too many things on my StreamYard, so I have to delete a bunch of stuff to get that video clip or that intro and outro on there because I only used it during 4th of July. That's the only time I used it. And I made it last year, so it looked like it was split onto another phone, but I found it on this phone, which is the problem with a lot of my videos. If you see them, they never come out. When I was editing stuff on my phone, every time I got a new phone, they were actually kind of stuck there. That's why they got lost in the sauce. So anyway, how you guys doing? Hope you had a good 4th of July, that you're not still stuck in a drunken stupor. Although I stopped to get coffee. Don't think you don't have to support the stream. This is what I do, at least on a Sunday. And talking to the ex and how her son is having his first job at 18 and he's doing Uber Eats in a purple BMW. And all he has to do is pick up the food and take it to the door, and she's doing all the driving and covering all the gas. That little motherfucker made about $800, about $100-something on one day on a Sunday. I'm like, well, shit, he made more than me than I did on a Sunday. That's bullshit. And he don't like it. Support your favorite content creator. If you're here, I would at least think I'm in the top 5. Otherwise, we could sit here, you can watch me eat Madeleines and drink coffee and look on my phone. Edit a video or some shit. Pay people for their knowledge or support what they do. For you, because you get to sit on your ass today. I actually have to try to be entertaining a little bit. See if I can get this damn video up. So let's see. Sounds like a crazy kid. Here's the thing, Malaki. He's not really a crazy kid, right? Here's the thing I was trying to point out to his mama because she was losing her shit. Excuse me. And this is how I am with women and exes and stuff like that. Look, if we ain't fucking no more, we not fucking no more. It's not that big of a deal to me. We can talk. Because if I chose to be in a relationship with you, that must mean I actually like you. And I like you as a person, not just an option for sexual appetites. So I like her as a person. She's actually really smart as a person. She's not as smart in relationship stuff, but she's smart. So she's a single mom since she divorced her husband way back when, at least, 18 years ago. And she's been raising her son. Now, for the most part, she's done a really good job on her son. But the problem is, what she is not seeing and had nobody there to put that in perspective, because most motherfuckers, pump and dump, is when you've raised a child in a very good area, a really, wealthy, entitled area, and everything he sees is at this level, he don't know shit about this lower level. He's 18 years old. Ask yourself when you had to start learning how to work. Ask yourself that. I know my first paying job was about when I was 15. But the year or two before that, I had volunteer jobs that I was doing. So I had always been in the habit of understanding I needed to work to earn, especially for the stuff that I wanted. I was from a middle-class family. It was just my mother. She had a very good job, but it was middle class, right? Or lower middle class, put it that way. This boy has been raised outside of a rich area the whole time. His fucking kids at his school that graduated, it was driving to school in Teslas and Mercedes and shit like that. Get it? This has been his whole life. For 18 years. She's been in this area for 20 years. That has been his life. That is what he has seen. He don't know shit about working because she never made him work. He never had to. So now at 18 is his first experience with it, and she's still padding the skids for him that all he got to do is sit in the goddamn car with her, grab the food, take it to the door, and be nice, and all the tips is his. She covering everything else. What 18-year-old is dropping off Uber Eats in a fucking BMW? And it's just free money? He only doing that shit for like 4 or 5 hours. The motherfucker making more on his shit just sitting there than I am on my stream trying to talk to you motherfuckers. Ridiculous. The only difference is she providing a lot of support. But he doesn't want to do that because it's nothing he thought of. And it's nothing he has any passion to do. So it's not really his fault. It's the downside of raising a kid in a very affluent area where that is not his mentality. She has the mentality of struggle and hustle because she was raised in a poor area. And when she came here to America, she came to Atlanta as a college student and she had to fucking hustle. She already knew it and she learned it more. He has never had to do that. It's like we talk about in this space all the time. You can't have a kid, raise him as a baby for all these years, and then at 21, you expect him to jump off the porch as a fully realized man. Huh? Now you want to bitch at him for doing what? Oh, he just sit there and look at his iPad all day. I said, really? Okay, let me ask you this. Did he have a Leap Pad when he was 2? Yeah. Oh, isn't that just like an iPad? No? Okay, then. You trained him in this behavior. 18 years later, you don't get to be mad about it. That's how you trained him. He was doing that since he was young. Just sitting there with his little pad, staring at it. Now you upset at 18? Come on, man. Be rational about this shit. You want something from him that you've never trained him how to do. So it's the downside of actually having a really good and cush life. So you're going to have to give him some time to wrap his head around that shit and get used to it. And trust me, if I wasn't out here, I told her, trust me, if I wasn't out here taking you to see this goddamn movie and having lunch just to say, peace out, I'd be at home on my video games. Shit. Don't fault the man for having his relaxation time. Sometimes you don't want to deal with nobody. Sometimes you just want to sit there and relax and have some goddamn peace. You just do that all fucking day. I can do it for days on end. Because I don't like people bothering me. You mad because you want to go do something, but you don't want to go do it alone. You want him to go along with you. He is an 18-year-old boy now. He'll tell you no. He don't want to be with his mama all the damn time. And that's the problem. You have nothing else to hold on to but him. So that's my role. No, we ain't fucking no more. And because we ain't fucking no more, I don't have to play nice. I can say whatever the truth actually is. And it has no bearing on me in the sense that what's she gonna do? Cut off pussy from me? She's not gonna let me hit. Oh. No, give you the real. You acting fucking stupid. You made this monster. He's so entitled. He's so entitled. You never made him have a job. He's never had to have a job. He always got everything he wanted. You and your sisters giving him $500 at a time for what? You never taught him the value of money. For what? Just for being a kid? He the only one? You didn't have to earn shit. This is what you created. And you can't turn around at 18 and think he's just supposed to be kick-ass rock star. I'm out there hustling and doing. He's not going to do that. That is not what you raised. Yes, he graduated from high school with honors and shit. Yes, he did. But you don't know how to function in the damn world because you never had him out there in it. You were coddling him under you. Well, that's what it's going to be. You're going to have a hard time. But be rational about the shit. So, what am I like to say? So it's culture shock and social and class change. Yes, big social and class change. The area they stay in is right next to a really rich area, one of the richest areas in the Bay Area. Yeah. He's gonna have a culture shift straight up. But she created that Frankenstein monster. She needs to be accountable for 18 years of raising and creating that mentality. Exactly. And what do you think I was telling her? In a way that she would get, that's you. You trained him like that. You can't come to the end of the assembly line and be mad about what the creation is. It's not what you wanted. That's what you created. Because I can tell you this, when my daughter went off to college, and moved away to go off to college, none of us was there with her. Working was not something new to her. She had already been doing it. So at 18, when she went away to school to go to college, she got a job in the student store and was hustling, making her money. Her boyfriend, that was from the same area this ex-girlfriend is from, who actually does stay in the rich area of Black Hawk, that motherfucker knew nothing about working at all. He was just laid up and money was just in an account for him. And that was one of the grading parts that my daughter and him had. Because my daughter would work and save her money and shit like that. He knew nothing about that shit. He didn't understand why she had to work all the time. Because my fucking parents ain't rich, dumbass. The fuck? No. Well, that's what this kid is, lightweight. Lightweight, this is what he is. So he gonna have to learn that shit. You're 4 years, excuse me. To me, you're 4 years behind, is what I told her. You're 4 years behind. So now he's gonna have to figure it out. And usually when kids figure it out, if they didn't have it that 4 years before they ever went off to college, is they figure it out because they're there by themselves and they have to. But that's not the case with them. She's going to be there because she moved to be closer to the college for him. So they still staying together. I'm like, damn, he can't even get no pussy now. She's uprooting her whole life because her whole life is just him. She says she's doing it for him. I know her. She's doing it for her and him. She doesn't want to let him get away. There is nothing else for her. She's not going to be sitting at the house by herself worried about her only child. It's not going to happen. So him going to school, getting into a decent school, because he has good grades and shit like that, is awesome for him, but he doesn't get the college experience because they're staying close to the college and he gets to, still come home to his mama, sharing a smaller place. So now, no privacy. She got a plan. I understand her, what she's doing and trying to help him and whatnot. Yeah, okay. Just understand you're going to take your hands off. So when he flashing at you, talking about he grown and stuff like that now, understand that was going to happen. He is not a baby. That is an 18-year-old boy with testosterone, and you don't have a man in your house to tell him you better shut the fuck up talking to my lady like that. So you let him know what the boundaries are. Let him express his, burgeoning manhood and get his little vent off, his little testosterone vent. But make sure he know, first time you fucking raise your hand to me, it's going to be a problem. That's going to be the end of this shit. Because the only thing that stopped that shit is love for your mama and your daddy kicking your ass. Another grown man kicking your ass. Because that's what's not going to be happening. So be clear. Be clear. Set the boundaries. But don't think you can rule over him no more. Like you're just going to be dominating him. That's not what's going to be happening. You are not in that role anymore. You get to mentor. And that's it. You don't get to threaten, impose anything, really. It's not happening no more. He's grown. Like them zookeepers who could beat the lion cub until the lion grew into a full-grown lion, and they finally realized, hey, this shit don't hurt no more. I can maul this motherfucker. You got a problem when you go back with that stick. You're going to have to, well, I told her, you have to appeal to his intellect and his logic now. And since she's kind of a mathematician, you have to appeal to that. You're going to have to appeal to his logic, not guilt, which is impossible for females, and not emotion. You got to appeal to his logic if you want him to do something. And you're going to have to sit down and talk to him like he's an adult. Because I understand. She wasn't even talking to him the last couple of days because she was mad at him. I said, you can't fucking do that. You cannot fucking do that. This is not your boyfriend. That's not your fucking boyfriend up there. You're not having sex with him because you don't like what he said. That's your son. He's not going to take that the same way. The fuck? You got to talk to that boy. And I can tell you this. I flat out told her that. You wrong. Because no matter how mad, my son has said some shit to me that I really thought like might have hurt my soul. Same thing with my daughter. That's the nature of them being my fucking children, though. No matter how mad I was at them, I did not send them to bed letting them know that I love them. Just ignoring them, you can't walk around the house with two people in a 2-bedroom spot and ignore each other. He's not your fucking roommate. That's your son. That's your child. At least at the end of the night, mad or not, I would still kiss my child. Say, I love you. I do anything for you. I'm disappointed that we did this, but I meant what the fuck I said. I meant that shit. So we can wake it up and try it all over again. But I'm not going to be walking around the house for 2 days or more not talking to you. What is that about? I said, he's learning a lot from you. And right now he's learning how you deal with difficulty. Ignoring people? That's childish, man. You don't do that with your child. You might be able to pull that shit off with your significant other. Maybe. It's still wrong then. It's still wrong. But your child? No. He's going to take that as, mom don't love me. I don't exist to her anymore. Because she's mad. You fucking kidding me? You better go up there and kiss that boy. Kiss him and hug him. He doesn't let me kiss him no more. I don't give a fuck. My oldest child is 33 years old. When I see that nigga, I hug him and kiss him on his forehead. And I told him that shit when he was young. I'm going to forever be doing this. So get ready to be embarrassed, nigga. Same thing with my daughter. I love them to death. Those are from me. My favorite two semen. No, I don't give a fuck. Complain to your friends about, yeah, my dad always hugged me and give me a kiss. Yeah, complain to them about that shit. See, don't they look at you fucking stupid in the face? Well, I only know my daddy is. Exactly. Nigga, let that be something to complain about. My father always showed me love. As opposed to my father never showed me love. See which one you like better. But no, she wasn't even doing that. I'm like, God damn, dude. Fix that tonight, right now, please. That is not okay. That is not okay. You are not sending the message you think you are sending with that shit. But I find this with single mothers, which is why Angry Man is right about not dating single mothers. They do not know how, especially if they don't have a single man, a stable man in their life. They don't know how to not see that child and deal with that child like their love interest. They don't. They don't. To me, the Oedipus complex does not come from the son, it comes from the mother feeding that into the son, thinking that this is the role he needs to play with his mother. That's where it comes from. It comes from that female need of needing a male. The only difference is you need a male you can control a little bit. Well, you can't control grown ass men. They're going to bristle against it. You're going to have a hard time having a relationship. But you can control that child. And you can try to make him into the exact man that you say you want. Until he actually has his own mind, which you don't understand, you don't control. Men are going to have that. That's when it becomes a problem. Malika said, so she has no life and has created a son-husband relationship. This is like Kevin Samuel said. Women needs a man's covering, leadership, and guidance. Yes, that's exactly why. Why do you think I counsel her? Why do you think I counsel her? Me and Kevin wasn't that far apart in age, and we weren't that far apart in mentality of understanding that part. Because I see it and I've dated it. I told you I dated single mothers most of the time because I'm a Gen Xer. Our shit was normal. Finding one that wasn't a single mother was the hard part. But seeing this shit so many goddamn times, knowing what I was raised in, a single mother household, and how dysfunctional that shit can be in some ways, I've seen it too many times, and I'm not the type of person I can see something wrong and not try to fix it. That's just who I am in my personality. That is innate in me. In doing carpentry, in talking with people, and having relationships with people. It's not in me to see something wrong and just leave it there. Leave it fucked up. It's not. So I try to help if I can. In some kind of way. If you need a word to say something. And she said that shit last night. She said, yeah, I asked God, he didn't send me a message or anything like that. And I said, well, how do you know God didn't send me to tell you this message? Which one are you going to fall? The messenger or the message? Which one are you going to fall? Because for all you know, the God you was praying to for guidance on this shit is the same one that told me, man, you should ask her out for lunch. Okay, I'll do that. And now we're sitting here having this conversation, and I'm giving you stuff that you hadn't even thought about how to deal with your fucking son and telling you you've done some wrong in this situation, but you can fix it. You got to be a little bit more open and let him, spread his wings a little bit as a grown-up boy. I never thought of that. Yeah, well, maybe God sent me to tell you that shit. Maybe that's how it works. If you believe in God, you believe He's sending it to you your way? No, He sent somebody you would listen to. Me. As soon as I said that to her, it hit her ass like, oh, well, maybe just listen to the message. Exactly. Because what am I telling you? Am I telling you something wrong? No. What I told her did not remove her son from responsibility, but it didn't remove her from responsibility either. But what it did say, you need to give him some time to get it together because he ain't had to do this ever. This is the first time he's doing it. Basically, sitting in the car with you is his first job. They're going to do it badly, especially since they've never had to do it before. Come on, man. That's so fucking ridiculous. What up, Two Trill? You said, damn, she gonna get him his first piece too? No, she can't get him his first piece. This is the motherfucker I told you before years ago that she'd probably be more happy if her son turned out to be a lesbian or a gay, because then she wouldn't have to worry about another female. That gets into that son husband shit, that you can never see your son, your child, with a female, because that means you out. That's what it means. A younger, hotter chick. That's a mix up in your their mentality, not the son's. The son is doing exactly what he's supposed to be doing. But I checked her on that shit too. It's like, you'd be more comfortable with him being gay than having a female? That's ridiculous. And so I gave her some visuals that made her like, oh, that's gross. Well, what the fuck are you talking about then? Because that's exactly what's going to happen. So just say you don't come home one day and find your son in his room with some chick topping him off. Your son in there sucking some dude off, getting his booty hole opened up. You going to be happy with seeing that shit? Oh, no, that's gross. Well, what the fuck are we talking about then? Because that's what happens. I don't know if you know that. It ain't just having a good time and talking to girls and shit like that. No. It is sexual. But all the same shit you like get done to you is what will be happening to him, and he will be doing to another man. Now think about what you fucking said. Don't know what they'll do him, but getting your first from a 304 got to be traumatizing. Could be. Could be. Whose story was it? Nathan McCall. Makes me want to holler. Black dude, went to prison, got out of prison, got a job at a newspaper being a writer. And he was writing about the first time he was part of running a train on a chick. And that shit was graphic. But that was, in essence, his first sexual experience. So he describes how gross it was and how gross it felt. Yeah, nigga. He wasn't even sloppy second. Ooh. Yuck. Yuck. He don't describe it in a way that make motherfuckers think, man, I want to be doing that. No, you don't. No, you don't. It ain't good for the person involved in it, and it ain't good for the girl either. Because I do believe the girl in that story did later in life become a hoe. Mentally kind of screwed up. So that was part of what I was dealing with yesterday and why I took my ex to see that movie. And she didn't have too much to say about any part of what she did. But, you know, you learn from examples. And if you catch the parallels of the crazy shit that females do, then you caught it. You know? It was really telling when they got to the one point in the movie where Ian is bitching at Bear saying, no, I didn't invite you tonight because it's guys' night. And I don't want you to bring Nikki. He said, no, I can go. Okay, well, tell Nikki you're going to have a guys' night and she can't come. And then you saw Bear in the house trying to tell Nikki, I'm going out with the guys, and her freaking the fuck out about it. And I was like, yep, I've had that situation. Multiple women. Ex-wife. This motherfucker sitting next to me. She didn't have nothing to say about that part. She was real quiet. Because when somebody else puts it on the screen or something you could watch, It removes it from you having to say it. So if somebody else puts it up there, they can see it for themselves and see how fucking crazy it is. She had nothing to say about that part. And I just sat there like, maybe you'll learn a lesson. Because when I was saying it was just me trying to hide something, remember? No, I ain't trying to hide shit. I don't need you around me all the time. Plain and simple. I'm a grown up adult that needs different energy sometimes. And sometimes you don't need your girl energy around you. You need your boy's energy. You need that masculine energy around you so you can refill your masculine stores. If she got a problem with that shit, she got a problem with being by herself. That is not a problem for you to fix. That's a problem for her to fix. Pick up a book, do some needlepoint, something to entertain yourself. You need to have a hobby. You need to have some interest outside of being up my ass. Because that ain't it. I got other ones. You got to have some too. That means you're not a full-rounded person. That's basically what it means. You're not. You're a dependent person. You're dependent on somebody being there for you to have something to do and feel some sense of belonging in the world, some sense of yourself. That means you can never be alone. Never. And if you have a child in that situation with that kind of mentality, the child will never be able to get away from you. You will always be sucking and leeching off that child. So you don't have to sit there by yourself in any quiet and deal with your own issues. So my concern is for her, but it also for her son. I know her son. Her son is a good kid. He's a good kid. He don't do shit, but he doesn't do shit because he can't do shit. He can't go nowhere to do nothing. He can't get into no damn trouble. Can't. The fact that he kind of bossing up a little bit and feeling his nuts, like, oh, I didn't think they was ever going to drop. That's impressive. So I'm hoping he gets to have his adulthood college experience and not just getting drunk and having freaky wanton sex. No, of getting to have some independence, to be out from under mama's watchful eye, bitching at you about doing some regular shit, not having to be there. I'm hoping he gets some of that. So she got a plan for the next 2 years. So we'll see how that shit works. She said, pray for me. I said, I'll pray for both of you. Pray for both of you. That you don't kill each other. And not literally, but figuratively in a sense. Because I told you have to remember what's most important. The relationship in with your child is more important than your fucking ego. It is more important. Remember that. This is your son, your only child, period. You're not going back and having another one. The relationship has to be more important. Do you want that motherfucker hating you? Because I think it would kill you. Then you need to do what most single mothers have a hard time doing. Let go a little bit and let him grow into the man he's going to need to be. Let him have that space to do that. That's it. Hold your boundary. Let him know what you can't disrespect me like this. You're going to be cussing at me. But I will let you feel yourself out a little bit. As long as you don't cross this boundary, we ain't got an issue. Because at 18, he's going to get frustrated. He's going to feel himself out like, can I cuss in front of mama or something like that? You can't take it all personal. No, you can't do none of that shit. Because then you're caging in his responses to the world. He can't have his own reactions. That's bullshit. We know that as black men. We're not, in this culture, you can't really be pissed off. Like, God damn it, why the fuck does this happen? Hey. Sir, lie down on the pavement. What the fuck, man? You already know that. Well, same thing for him. He's not black, he Asian. He needs to be able to say what he needs to say, to be able to get it out how he gets it out. It needs to learn that's okay. Not because your sensitivity is such that you can't deal with it. It's so later in life when somebody is giving him some static, he can actually express that and not feel like he can't say anything. I said, because I told him she hates his father so much. I said, the shit you doing is exactly what'll get you him being like his daddy. You want that? Because that's how it happens. Look, you don't have to look at me as being smart, but I've been a man my whole life. You ain't never been one. And I'm very good at pattern recognition. You don't like how his daddy is? Well, how's his daddy? Beat down and kissing up on his mama still to this day. And the only time that changed is when he got a wife, his second wife, after her, which need all his goddamn attention. So he went from his mama doing it to his wife doing it. And he's still the little, I'm just working and earning all this money with no backbone. Keep beating your son down, you're going to get the same shit. You're going to get the same shit. It's not rocket science. It's learned and trained behavior. So if you showed up to the hero's journey, her son is trying to become his own hero in his own life and is being blocked in some ways by his mother, still wanting to be the hero to him, to keep him from having the struggle of going out there and having his own journey. Will he succeed? Will he fail? Only time will tell. And that's the part that women hate, because now we can sit back and watch and see the results. And no, it won't be over quickly. You have to be diligent and stick to some shit. That's what it will be. So, enough of my personal life shit. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. So I did go back and see Obsession again, which means I can do the review again. Hopefully I won't fall asleep again and get that eventually done for you. He is growing into a man, and if her insecurities and issues from her past hinder his growth in their relationship, he will never understand how to navigate through the hero's journey of manhood. Exactly. He won't. This is what I try to express to her. This is a lot of things that he's going through are natural. It's the natural process of becoming a man. You can't stop that shit. You can't hem it in to where it's just comfortable for you as a woman. It is not your process. It's his. He has to do it. I'm not telling you to make his ass suffer, but you can't take away all the obstacles off the road so he never has to challenge himself against anything else. If his only challenge is going to be video games, then he's going to play fucking video games all the time. Because that's the only place he can get a challenge that he has to do and you won't do it for him. You're kicking his legs out from under him. God damn. He wants to do it, let him fucking do it. I was always compared that feelings of not being able to express yourself as a man, as a dog who is constantly muzzled. It is. When I go into people's houses now, I don't have to fix stuff. I just do inspections now. And people tell me about and try to get me to excuse the dog that's barking. I usually tell them it's okay. Dogs are supposed to bark. If it starts meowing, we got a problem. Why is that? Because it's a dog's nature to bark. They don't need to bark incessantly, but they do need to bark. And I'm fine with that. I accept that. It's not something to be apologized for. But that's what they'll get to doing. Oh, I'm sorry if he barks. It's a dog. He's supposed to bark. Why do you got him if he's not gonna bark? What are you gonna squawk like a bird or some shit? But that's what people expect. They expect it not to be what it is. A bird not to fly, a lion not to roar, a dog not to bark. Stop being stupid. That's not natural. That's not even normal. There are certain things that are supposed to happen a certain way to get the end result that you need. A boy is going to have to boss up a little bit and mouth off and say what shit he don't like, especially as a teenager. Why? Because he got to be a man. And he has to know what he stands for and what he doesn't. And when it reaches the area where it is too much for him, he needs to be able to say, hey, y'all need to back the fuck up. He needs to be able to say that. If he can't, you're going to have a problem. It's not a problem for a boy to have some bass in his voice and say what he don't like. It's not a problem. He's supposed to learn how to do that. That's why you put him in the sports and shit. So you get him unafraid of other boys and stuff. So he'll have a problem standing up to a motherfucker and saying that kind of shit. Because he's going to have to do it in his grown adult life. This is all a process of getting to becoming what you want the end result to be, which is a grown-ass man who can stand on his own. You don't get that keeping him, don't talk to me like that. Excuse me. You can't say that. Don't talk to me that way. He's too much. You too weak. Sorry, you're too weak. It's too much for you because you're trying to control manhood. You cannot control manhood. You can suppress it as a mother, but you cannot control it. That's why you can't keep a man. You can't. Manhood is not for you to control. Or a cage lion at the zoo. Exactly. Like that Chris Rock joke. Oh, when did that tiger go tiger? When was it not a tiger? When it was riding that fucking tricycle? Or when it mauled that dude that jumped in there, thinking it wasn't a goddamn tiger? When it mauled that man, it was tiger. It went tiger. It did exactly what it was supposed to be doing. Some lesser animal came into its compound, its area, its territory, and it paid the price because it couldn't stand up to what it could do. Everybody shocked? I wasn't. Laughed my ass off. You should have had your ass in there. What the fuck is wrong with you? That's a whole tiger. That ain't no kitty cat. Idiot. Fuck, dude. Darwinism is real. Darwinism is real. Stupid ass. You gotta sweep the leg, Daniel. Exactly. Sweep the leg, Johnny. Sweep the leg. I yell shit like that out when I'm playing pool with my teammates. They laugh at me when I say this shit. I'm watching the game. I'm scoring the game. They got an opportunity to kick that person's ass. Finish him. They laughing like, you know what the fuck I mean? Do it. What the hell are you looking at me for? Thursday it was. Sweep the leg. Because the dude on my team is Dave. Sweep the leg, Dave. Got him. Sweep the leg. Look, win. I'm competitive. Win. We can be friends afterwards. You can be friends before, you can be friends afterwards. Why this game is going on, kick their ass. Fuck them. That friendship go out the window. We are rivals right now, nigga. I'll hug you afterwards. Right now, though, I'm going hard. Modern women want conditional masculinity, traditionalism, and manhood for their superficial and delusional benefit, which is true. And I told her something that I can't remember who said it. I think it was BGS who said it before. And I'm gonna forget what I told her, trying to remember accurately who said the shit, so I give them the proper credit. Fuck. Damn it! Now I forgot the whole goddamn thing. More coffee. But they do have a hard time doing it because they don't want to really see their sons as men. That's the hard part. Conditional masculinity and traditionalism. Yeah, to what benefits them. But a lot of this is not under their control. Like, I know for me, getting out into the world was where I learned the difference between female thought patterns and male thought patterns. And one of the things I understood is what my mother's thinking was and what my masculine thinking was, and which one was the right voice to listen to. And I'll still test it here and there on times because I know my mother's cynicism and fearfulness of the world is what she pumped into me because she raised me. So that first voice I hear is her that wants me to be afraid. Oh, that wouldn't work. Oh, that might go bad. All that shit. That's her. That other voice that I hear that's kicking back in the corner smoking a cigar, like, man, you could do that shit. Think about how awesome that shit would be if you succeeded. That'd be awesome. Wouldn't that be fun? We should do that shit. That's the masculine side. That's the masculine voice that you have to get in tune with if you've been raised by your mama your whole life. Because that's the shit they try to stuff down. The one that says, you know what? I don't fucking like this. I don't like this. Why is this way? Hell no. No, this ain't going to be this way for long. This can't happen like this. That voice that comes out of you that you feel instinctively in you, that's always in men. That's always in boys. It's always there. The only difference is the environment around you either celebrates it, lets that bloom forth and come forth, or they try to throw astroturf over the shit and try to bury it. But here's the thing. It's always there. It is never buried. It's just suppressed. It's like a pressure cooker. They just put a top on it and try to starve it out and keep it from growing. But it's going to still grow. Crooked as it may be underneath all of that shit, it's still growing. And when it grows big enough to break that cage out, you'll see, damn, that's a whole beanstalk up this bitch. You goddamn right. You didn't stop it from growing. It was always growing. You just couldn't see the growth. That's what makes it a problem when men blow up like that. You got to let them do it. Nobody stops women from growing up and maturing except other fucking women or overprotective fucking dads who don't want their little girls to be women that actually go out and have boyfriends and shit. That's stupid. But that is a type of person, not a gender type of person. That is just a type of person. That is their uncomfortability. So when I see overly masculine women and shit like that, and they talk about, yeah, my daddy raised me this way. Well, your daddy didn't do you any fucking favors. Not in this area, because you still have to be a woman. And just because you can talk shit with the boys like the best of them, don't make you something that they want to lay down with and marry. Maybe they'll remember you're a female once or twice while they want to poke on you. But after that, no man, unless he gay, want to sleep with another man. No, you good. Even a tomboy, like, yeah, no, she cool. She way masculine, no nigga. I'm good. Life always finds a way. You are, in my view, born the way you are supposed to be. And that either gets complimented, allowed to grow, or it tries to get subverted into some other things. And this is just, think of it this way, it's like a seed in dirt. It's going to grow towards the light, regardless. It's going to grow up, right? Out of that seed, it's going to grow up. Now, you can deflect that growth with stones or other stuff it has to get around, but it's always going to try to go up. Always. Even if it breaks the surface at an angle, it will try to straighten itself up at some point. All you can do is try to slow that growth, but you can't stop it. It's always growing. It's like that with your kids. It's like that with their personalities and who this life, nature needs them to be. It's going to be there. You can't stop it. You can subvert it, but you can't stop it. It's going to be there. So the only thing people do is try to subvert it in some kind of other way. Like all the bullshit in the outside environment. Oh, it's toxic to be masculine. It's not toxic to be masculine. It's toxic to be a woman who has a problem with masculinity. That's what's toxic. Because even women who know better don't want to be around a bunch of goddamn women because they're toxic. My mother is a woman, obviously. She don't like working in offices with all women. Why? Because of all the bullshit that go on. And she's not an overly masculine woman. She just don't like all the bullshit that women do. It is toxic. Men in the office together, unless a woman shows up, we can be fine. We don't even have to like each other. We don't. Because we don't believe that everything is about kumbaya and holding hands. No, nigga, look, motherfucker do his job over there. Dave with the red papers do the red papers, and Bill with the blue papers do the blue papers. Bill and Dave don't like each other. Well, why you got them doing them papers and stuff? Because they're good at doing that shit. But they ain't got to like each other to do their job right. All they need to do is be professional. Hello, Dave. Hello, Bill. Bye, Dave. Bye, Bill. As long as they ain't throwing hands, it ain't no problem. Let's get these fucking paperwork done. But in a female's office, it will be, I don't like that bitch over there, Danita. Girl, why don't you just do your blue paperwork? Nah, but I don't like the way she do that red shit. She be doing it wrong anyway. Like over there thinking she better than us because she using the red paper and not the blue paper. That's toxic shit. That's exactly the type of shit that happens. They find a way to hate on each other for no reason. Just because they don't do shit the same way. Because they're about conformity. Men ain't about conformity. Look, man, that's him doing his weird shit over there. Who gives a fuck? Y'all want to do this too? Yeah, okay, well, we can do this. Leave that nigga to doing what weird shit he doing, whatever. Never an issue. It's mentalities. It's always mentalities. Looking like facts. Bruh. I've worked in enough all-male environments where you put one woman, she ain't even got to be damn near cute. You put one woman in the mix, niggas lose their goddamn mind. Niggas lose their mind. And now they got issues with each other. The reason being, they're trying to peacock for this one chick. It's like, she ain't even cute. The fuck? And you got a wife. I can't believe y'all. Y'all let the pussy run too much of your world. Too much. I watched Independence 2 yesterday. I'm sorry. Why'd you watch that? It is not good. I suggested the first one. You didn't hear me say the second one. Okay, dude, Trail, you a soldier. Soldier for real, dude. I respect your service. I watched Independence Day 2 yesterday. Jeff Goldblum plays the same guy all the time. He does. It's made him money. Why would he not? People hiring him to be Jeff Goldblum in a movie again. You want to see Jeff Goldblum be pretty funny in a movie? Watch 9 Months with Hugh Grant and what's her name? Little redhead chick. It's not Renee Russo. It's the other one. She's funny though. Watch Jeff Goldblum in that. Listen to the bullshit that he says up front in the beginning, and then where he gets to when he actually is being honest. You see Jeff Goldblum acting because he can't act. But he's just one of those actors that are at this point in their career where they've done a lot of good roles and people like them for being them. As the actor, it's hard for them not to see them as who they are and being the character. So they just let them act on screen being themselves, like Jason Momoa, Nick Cage, Jeff Goldblum. It's a bunch of people who just get paid to act and they ain't doing shit but acting like themselves. Robert Downey Jr., good actors. But their own personality overwrites any character that you put in front of them because people only see them as that. So Jeff Goldblum has always been funny. I would not say he was a comedian. He was a comedic actor. He's always been funny. Always. So that's what he does. Same thing like with Steve Guttenberg. Steve Guttenberg was a good comedic actor, right? But you watch stuff like Police Academy and shit like that, you'll see where it comes from. Anyway, on to some other shit. Because I know we in the Black Manosphere and talking about women and dysfunction is fun and manhood is fun. But this is the geek stream. I can talk about that shit, but I also work the other stuff into it. I work it into the mix of everything else we actually do want to talk about. Yeah, Sam Jackson is another one. Tom Selleck, he can act. You recognize Tom Selleck, but Tom Selleck can act. You always see Tom Selleck. I always see Magnum PI or Quickly Down Under. That's what I see. But Tom Selleck can act. Tommy Lee Jones can act too. But he's just recognizable as being Tommy Lee Jones. So, what do we got on this other shit? Some Supergirl, some Disney Plus, Hulu angst, and this Sony physical media stuff. So I'll get into that. And then we can talk about some of this X-Men stuff too. If you guys have watched season 2 of X-Men 97, that would be kind of fun. Because I don't think I have League today because they were trying to do some singles boards and I'm not paying $25 to play in a tournament again. I've already won one. I'm already going to regionals. I don't need the extra. I need my league play to continue because my team is in first. So I need my league play to continue. I don't need singles boards. I need my team to get their due. Or I'm going to do that manhood thing, which is I'm going to speak up and speak to a bit of a volume about what the fuck is y'all doing here. You're not going to be messing over my players. That's what's going to end up happening. So, I have some things here. So, if you're playing at home, what are these? All right. If you're playing at home, what are these? What is this? One of these is one of the best movies the MCU ever produced. The light's too bright. So what are these? Come on. Let's play. With all those liner extras. I like this playing at home. Thank you. I got more people in the bushes and on the chat box, huh? Yes, Blu-ray DVDs. But what do you call it, Malika? What do you call it? We know what brand of it is. It's a Blu-ray DVD, right? Which is a step up from a regular DVD. Blu-ray is supposed to be better, right? Sound quality, color, all the rest of that shit. But what is it called if you can do this between two fingers? Ownership is another one too, Triv. Yeah. Thanks for playing at home. You're on the board now with a point too. What is it? Exactly, Malika. Physical media. Now, I'm laughing about this story that came out from Sony for one reason and one reason only. I talked about this shit before. That's why I'm laughing. That's why I'm laughing. Because I've told you that I'm from the generation who likes to own things. We actually buy stuff. And my biggest complaint about having a new video game system was what? I don't like downloads. I like having physical copies of things because I'm the generation of having physical fucking media. I know what something is and how good it was if I saw it and then I bought it to own it myself. That let me know how much I actually liked it. I worked in a comic book store that sold physical comics. And what was I kind of against? Digital comics. Why? Because I'm into physical media. I like touching the paper. I like smelling the paper. I like smelling the ink off the paper. That is what I'm into. I never really was a fan of streaming. It's just what's out there, but it is what it is. I tell you that when I talked about my Kindle. I have a Kindle, and what did I tell you I named it? Montag, right? Montag from what? Fahrenheit 451. What was Fahrenheit 451? A book about firefighters who burned physical media. So I thought it was a bit ironic to make a device that holds books on it that's digital, and it's called a Kindle. Kindle means to burn. So you're basically advocating the burning of books because you're putting them on this digital medium. And I still buy books. So for me, physical media has always been the thing. You can't have a bunch of toys in the background of your set and not be somebody who's into having physical media. This is how you know you have something. Well, when the push came for everybody to get to streaming and all of that stuff, we'll make two different systems. We'll make one with a disc or the one with the streaming one. And the streaming one will be a little bit less. Then fuck you, I'll pay a little bit more to have a physical disc. Because I would rather have a disc, a cartridge, or whatever I need to play my game than having this game that's stuck on the goddamn cloud and having the first conversation is, well, what if the power is out? Or I don't have an internet connection. I can't play this bitch. I remember having this conversation and bitching about this shit not a couple months back. I don't like it for this reason. This is what I don't like about it. I can't just play this game without it being connected to the internet. I don't need it connected to the internet. I'm playing fucking solo. Why do I need to connect to the internet to play this shit? Well, I never made that connection. It's okay. That's what I'm here for. Yeah, I heard the backlash from the community and they're not happy. The blurs and the nerds, it's just nerds. You don't need a black variation of the same fucking thing. You geeks or you fucking nerds. That's it. That covers all colors. Whatever you want to call it have been voicing their complaints. I bet they have been because they're the ones who bought in hook, line, and sinker to this shit. And now they don't have a fucking thing. You feel connected to your comics media you can touch. Now, the arguments, yes, the arguments that they're making about the video games and the movies right now is the same ones I told you about the Kindle and the books. Is that they will put out a new version of a book and call it unabridged. Well, what does that mean? I mean, they went back and took shit out the book. That's why you buy physical copies, because they can't go back and change that now. Like, this is not the way this shit went. Wait a minute, I read this before. This is not the way it went. Well, it's the way it is now. Bullshit. You're not supposed to be changing somebody else's work. That's why you buy physical media. Because once it's stamped, pressed, and out, they cannot change it. It is what the hell it is. But as long as it's digital, somebody can always go back and screw around with it or delete it altogether so you never see it. Would you know anything about 90s R&B if it wasn't old heads out here that actually had the CDs? Can actually play it. What, you never heard this song before? Man, they just ripped this song off from these folks. Listen to this. I've never heard this before. Exactly. Because as long as it's digital, it can always be deleted. This is why Gen Xers have a harder time dealing with that streaming digital shit, because we knew growing up with a computer, if everything is stuck on the computer, all you need is a magnet and all of that shit is gone. All of it. Don't matter if it's your tax records. It don't matter what it is. Your favorite birthday pictures. It doesn't matter. One magnet, all that shit is gone. You're done. You're done. Start over. Well, it's the same thing with digital media stuff. I have very few movies on my PlayStation that I have bought. Why? Because I already own the movies. I just bought it on my PlayStation just to have it on there, so if I went somewhere else. But I have the physical copies of it. So when this damn update came down, like, oh, we got a new update. Well, the update is just to take that shit off of your drive that you paid for, you thought you did, and they don't have a license for it anymore, so they got to remove it. That's all it was for. So basically, you got a rental fee. Well, that's bullshit, because in my mind, if I paid $29 for something, that bitch is mine. It's mine. Now, unless you have it in your terms of service, which people had to go back and read that long piece of bullshit, then I can sue you for that shit. You owe me some money back. You do. Because if you have the right to take it back, then I have the right to get my goddamn money back then too. Now, big facts. Recall when going through the Mandela effect, older heads start pulling out their hard copies. Even my uncle came out to join the warfare. He told me, nephew, this isn't what it was. Exactly, because being able to alter, delete information is what this new world is going towards, and that's what makes it problematic for me. I told you guys, the reason why I still buy physical books and stuff like that, especially these controversial world-shaping titles and stuff like that, is because putting it digital means they can change it. They cannot change the printed word that's already done. All they can do is put out another edition of that shit. And it costs. Doing it online is a lot easier. It's the same thing I was telling Dad said about this shit with AI. AI is getting so good now, you can change actual video. Look, Ronald McDonald standing up there at the Kennedy assassination. That's not how that shit happened. Well, how do you know? You've only ever seen it on television. Could be. That's the problem. It gets into that 1984 shit where they change all your history. Winston works in the industry that changes written work and newspapers every fucking day. The culture is manipulated because they constantly change it. But they wouldn't be able to do that shit with physical media because it's too many copies out there. 1,000,000 copies of one book are harder to change than 1,000,000 stream copies of one book that you can change right there. And every time they do an update, it just changed. Very easy. One line of code, one time. Next time you open that book, it's already updated to the new shit. That's problematic to me. I've read enough sci-fi. That is scary work. Like, I don't know if you're ready for the world that'll be in. You can't trust anything. Nothing. Nothing you see, nothing you hear, nothing you read if you're reading it all digitally. Because it can all be altered at any time. And the next time you turn on your device and it's saying pausing for an update or some shit like that, you going on and taking your dump and don't taking a piss and don't know what the hell is going on. And you don't know the whole time that update is running, it's just deleting shit. You don't know that. And sitting there thinking getting really old, like, man, I don't remember this happening this way. Was this the way it was? Well, what you gonna refer back to? Because every digital copy says the same thing now. So maybe you just wrong. Maybe you just remembering it wrong. Borders books, record stores, and went out of business. They got put out of business by digital, by streaming stuff. That's why you don't see as many record stores and stuff like that no more. Why? Because they put your ass out of business for streaming. Talk to artists about how they don't understand how the streaming money is even working for them, what they get paid off of. Ice-T was the only one I heard standing up like, fuck you, we physical media. They keep trying to tell you that, oh, it's old, just let it go away or whatever. Until they get to a point where it's more saturation, more people have the physical, more people have the digital than the physical, and then they just delete the physical to make the rest of you come on over. It's a fucking game. And it always has been. I told you guys this about the whole streaming shit. How long I've had streaming services as opposed to having cable services. And when those same cable companies start getting into streaming, that's when you start seeing the prices go the fuck up. Everybody needs their own streaming service now. And as soon as they got on board, they start turning that shit into the same thing it was on fucking cable. Expensive. Same shit. The same locus, the same mentality. Bleeding the consumer, not offering a value. So, DSS said, he who controls the flow of information controls the minds of the masses. It's as old as literature. Yes, because they talked about it a lot in literature for that very reason. Especially if people don't want to believe anything if they ain't read it on a goddamn screen. Like me talking about my friend who's mad at her son for sitting up on his iPad for 36 hours, but didn't make the connection between a 2-year-old sitting there with his leap pad for 12 hours at a time. You rose him into this shit. You grew him into that. What are you surprised for? For me now, my biggest angst is, at least with video games, is when I buy physical copies of shit, I have to wait for internet downloads on it. Then what's the point of buying a physical copy? Because I told you guys, I said it on here, we had a good laugh on it, and I was really irritated about the shit. It just means your game is not finished. If I have to buy a physical disc and put it in and then have a download for a fucking hour, you didn't finish this goddamn game. That's bothersome to me because I'm the generation who would pay for games. I remember when Metroid 2 came out, excuse me, went and spent my $75 to buy that shit to have the cartridge and play it. I remember having the first Legend of Zelda game on NES, the gold cartridge, and having to figure out how to blow on it and get the shit to work right. These are all physical media things. But you know what happened 30, 40 years later? You could still play that bitch. You didn't need to go to somebody's archive and get a download. You didn't need none of that shit. All you needed was the cable to plug that bitch up to the TV you have now and some power and put it in. And you can go right back to your childhood with your grandchild and play that shit again. You can't do that with streaming stuff now. You can't. Because what do you have to do? You got to download it onto a hard drive. You got to make sure that hard drive and that operating system is updated to accept it 10 years down the road. To try to get it off that hard drive to even fucking play it. What up, Trust? Yeah, let's not make it easier for them to kill the truth. That's all you've done. You've made it easier for them to kill the truth. So everybody's upset about Sony going in there and deleting all that shit, but it was streaming. I never thought you owned anything if it was still on digital, because I'm a fan of having practical shit. I don't have a huge comic book collection and knowledge because I read everything digitally and think, oh, it's bad. I can get it cheaper online. Yeah, you could get it cheaper online. And now you cannot have it too. I'm a comic book fan because I got a shitload of comic books. I know where my money went. I know what I spent my money on because I still have it. And you know what you can do with physical media? If you feel like getting rid of it, you can sell it and get some of your money back. You can't do that with digital. This is why I never was a fan of digital comics, because there is no reseller or collector's market for digital comics. The hell do I give a fuck about you having an Action Comics #1 if it's digital? Well, good, you can read the story, but it ain't worth nothing. It's not. It's fucking electrons arranged in a particular way. But it's nothing tangible you can fucking hold in your hand. So it doesn't have any value. There is no collector's market for digital media. Now, I heard the story and I kind of laughed. I wasn't upset because this is the way of things. If you keep pushing people long enough to just keep getting all this digital and streaming shit, what will they eventually do? They eventually will stop. This is the end of this road, folks. This is where the road goes. And since most people are not future forward thinking nowadays, you're just thinking of the new thing. Wait, they're going to take all of this away? Yes, you dummy. If they got enough of you on streaming, they don't need to make physical. That's just a business decision at that point. It's cheaper not to make this shit. And now the only people screaming are the ones who still like physical media. The rest of y'all just looking like, I don't know. I would think if they hadn't started deleting some of your digital shit a couple days before they announced that they were going to stop making physical media, you wouldn't even fucking cared. Now the only reason you do care is because it came after your ass first. Then they went after the physical media. And the only thing that's backing them up a little bit, making a change a little bit, is the people who buy physical media complaining. not you fucking streamers. They don't give a fuck about y'all. You ain't got shit no more anyway. It's done. They got your money and they got the shit they sold you. It's a done deal. It's a dirty dope deal, bruh. You got no product. Nothing. You gave up your money. You got no product. Nothing in return. Like, what the fuck? I haven't even bothered to look on my PlayStation to see if Ghost in the Shell is still on there. If some of the movies I've bought are still on it. I haven't even bothered to look. Why? Because I don't need to. I have the actual copies. So unless they're going to come to my house and burn it down or my storage, I still got it. I can watch it when I fucking feel like it. And that was the beauty of owning shit. When it's actually yours, when you actually own it, you do it as the fuck you want with it. Nobody else gets to tell you how long you can have it, how long you can't have it, and when you can watch it and when you can't. Artisan, there is and was nothing more satisfying and entertaining than going to the store and flipping through albums, sorting through DVDs, going through long boxes, and reading book spines. Nothing more. That's our history. Well, like, it's not just our generation, but it's our history. That's how you found stuff. I told y'all, Black Bane is probably the best person I know at finding good B movies. Why? Because Black Bane grew up in a generation of video stores and shit like that. And he would go in a video store and read every fucking box cover for these bitches. Like, man, what is this? How did you even find this? I wouldn't even looked at this. That was an awesome movie. Same thing with finding music. Same thing with finding books. Going into Barnes and Nobles. There was a time in my life I was in Barnes and Nobles every week. Every week. The end of every week, I was in Barnes and Nobles grabbing a couple of new books because I was reading through them that damn quick. I loved the Barnes and Nobles. You know when I started hating Barnes and Nobles? When they started bringing goddamn toys in there. This is not Toys R Us. What the fuck are you doing? And then it started looking more like a toy store and less like a bookstore. Barnes and Nobles in my areas have gone out of business. Why? Because motherfuckers don't read. And part of the ones who do, I'm going to just get it digital. To go back and print out pages? Oh, fucking idiots, dude. Fucking idiots. So shit like that is what led to comic shops closing. Oh, we just get your books digital. For what? Digital is only good if I'm traveling. If I'm not traveling, I'm just going to be at home. I actually need physical copies because I like my comics. If they get enough creators hooked on AI, then they will own all intellectual properties, the end of the creative market. Exactly, Dead Set. See, you see it from a different angle too. I'm not in favor of using AI for everything. I'm not. I never have been. I don't think I will be. It just seems wrong. It just seems wrong. It's not anything to me real anyway, because you're taking from everything else that somebody else has actually produced. So you're just stealing, creating shit. You're taking enough sample pieces from everything else that people actually have created out of their own brain pans to cobble it together into your shit and say you did something. No. I'm not for that. So, I still got my Case Logics, CDs, and cassettes. I got a DVD VHS player in my living room next to the Blu-ray player in the PlayStation. Why? Because I still got VHS movies too. A lot of my really old anime is the way it was originally produced, VHS. Some of the shit I told y'all before, I was trying to do a watch for, what was it? It was one of the older animes I wanted to do a watch. I couldn't find it online digitally. I have a copy of it on VHS, yeah, but I have to hook my VHS up to my fucking computer now. That's the only way you're gonna see it because you can't find it online anywhere. Bubblegum Crisis is one of those, Charles. Bubblegum Crisis, what, 2040? Well, my son loved. Yes. I was watching some other streamers talk about it, and they talk about wanting to watch the original Star Wars movie. Like you would be up short if you were trying to watch it on streaming, because maybe they changed something and put some other creatures in it. You say, yeah, you'd be fucked. But that's why I have them on VHS and DVD. Yeah, the Lucas redid editions too. Yes. Why? Because I'm a generation of ownership. You buy what it is you own. You keep what you kill. So physical media is all over the place. Yes, it gets cumbersome sometimes, but that's the bullshit they were selling to you for you to get rid of physical media so they can keep pimping the streaming shit off to you. And now that they got enough of you dumbasses on board with that shit, what are they doing? Deleting your physical media and deleting some of your streaming shit too. So now you can't see it at all. Have fun with that. Tell you what, in a post apocalyptic world, if you still had electricity, but the internet went down, whose house are you going to watch television? How are you going to entertain yourselves if you wanted to have a post struggle movie night? How are you going to remember some of these classics? You going to have somebody tell it to you? You going to have the video people like they had the book people in Fahrenheit 451, where people just had to memorize and become the books that were burned and recite them to you verbally because they had to commit the whole thing to memory? Is that what it's going to be? Because that's where that road leads when you destroy everything physical. Now, make no mistake about it, your computer age will eventually lead to nothing really being physical. It will. That's just the end result of where that road goes. Because I can tell you this, your AI don't need shit physical. It doesn't. Only to pull from, but it doesn't need to keep it around. If you keep going that way, then why do you need a physical body anyway? We might as well do like the Matrix and jack your ass into a system, and then we can do away with your body, right? What do you need with things you don't touch? A touch screen where you never actually touch buttons, non-physical. What do we need you wanting to have sex for, where you can just have a fucking doll and not really have any physical connection with another person? Non-physical. Why do you need to have friends when all your real friends are all online? You never see each other. You never spend time together. You never share a cup of coffee. You can't see them burp, belch, fart, or none of that shit in person. Non-physical. Non-physical connection. Most things in this society is pushing you to not be connected to anybody else, to not have any physical contact with anything. None. So you shouldn't be surprised that in your entertainment, they're trying to delete the physical media. Trying to do that with you as a person too. Your doctor don't even need to see you in person nowadays. And this is post-COVID. Dad said you better copyright that name, Digital Dystopia. Yes. Because if you're looking for your next sci-fi idea, that's what it is. Imagine a world where one dude wakes up from, say, suspended animation and he's walking through an empty, decrepit, fallen down world because everybody else is hooked into internet or whatever the fuck. And he's the only one walking around in the physical world. Maybe they're watching him on their screens inside their digital one. Wow, that's crazy. People used to do that kind of shit. So I wasn't upset. It seems like the natural progression of the shit they've been feeding y'all. The people who are upset are the ones who didn't think they would get that to that point. But it had to happen at some time. It just did. Business wise, it makes sense to cut off that kind of expense and just give you this. The key part of it is they're not charging you any less for this. They're going to charge you more for it, which is how they stick it to the consumer. They're going to charge you more for having less than giving you a discount because that's what business does. It doesn't take one thing away to give you a discount. No, they make it cheap in the beginning to get you on it. Like, the first bump is free to get you on the drug. Once you're addicted to the drug, then we just jack the price up on it because now you fucking need it. Now you're addicted. You need it. And you're going to pay through the nose for it now. And once we delete the other avenues you have to not have it, you have to. There is no option now. You have no other option. You have to take this drug or you're going to fucking die. And now we can charge you whatever the fuck we want to. That's how it works, folks. It's very obvious. So I'm not sitting here in a privileged position. I'm not. Because for the most part, for a good portion, a good 10 years of my life, I was a physical media merchant. That's what I sold. Physical media. That's my whole stock and trade. But I do understand how that shit was being pushed out. And that it would have a time, because all formats change. This was a long time coming. Haven't played off just the disc for a very long time, ever since 2013. Your console installs and game on the hard drive I saw coming. Yeah. She said tangibles. Yes, tangibles. So in a word, you kind of did this shit to yourself. Kind of. Because you bought that digital hook, line, and sinker. So much so you got everybody else on board. And now, since they got enough people on board, it's past that tipping point where if they lost, this portion, it wouldn't sink their ship. Now they want everybody else. Now everybody else got to be along. What's really fighting it is that we have a government that enables the addiction by using corporations as a proxy for the addiction because it's beneficial to governments. Look, any government of the people wants to control its people a little bit. It does. It's just how power works. That's why it never really matters who sits in the big seat. Not really. They're the figurehead on the front of the car. I've said this many a times. They're just a figurehead on the front of the car where you can throw all your bullshit at. The things that actually run the government and stuff never change seats and you never see their face. The actual engine that moves all this shit forward, you never see it. You never think about it. But this kind of shit is to their benefit because it's just moving you as a herd into the correct direction. you get into what the new Toy Story movie is talking about: physical playing with toys versus with people versus playing on a device and not having a real connection with people. It's funny, they brought that movie out at the same time Sony was doing all this shit, right? I don't believe in coincidences. The reason why shit like this is too contrived, too timely. They don't fall in line at the same time like that. No, absolutely not. I don't believe in coincidences for reasons like this. And yes, the premise of the Toy Story movie. And then you get it in real life at the same time. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Here's the funny part. You know why the Division 2 has been around for so long, but most people don't play that? They play what, Call of Duty or some other shit? Because the setup for Division 2 was about a government release virus that had everybody in the house. That shit happened right before COVID. The game came out right before COVID. That's why the game got kind of smothered. Too close to what was going on. Well, for me, I don't call it a coincidence then. So they got you to play some other shit that didn't mention none of that. Move the masses in a different direction. There's a practical reason, though. The hard drive, especially the SSD, loads your game much faster. Solid state drive. That's not the point. So, for one, for me, it was the end of the road or the end result for what had happened because no format doesn't change. And when I first heard the story, the first thing I thought about was, does anybody remember Kodak paper? What's the difference between having something like this? This is my uncle and my cousin at my cousin's birthday party. Come on, focus. Fucking up. See, all these happy people. What's the difference between having something like this and taking a picture now? Now your pictures are digital. You could lose all of them. I told you guys when last time I stayed in Vallejo, my car got broken into. And I had left my bag in my car, left my junk bag in the car. And in my junk bag was a flash drive with a shitload of pictures, like thousands of pictures that I took digitally. All those pictures are gone now. So, in fact, I lost a history, photographic history of about 10 to 15 years of my life. Just gone now. Just gone. Daughter's graduation, wedding, trips we went on, kids when they were little, girlfriends I was fucking. All that shit is just gone now. Now, it would have been harder for that to be removed if they were physical copies, because nobody would pick up that many goddamn pictures and run away with them. But because they were stored on a flash drive digitally, very easy to be taken away, very easy to be lost. And chances are the person that broke my window and stole my bag didn't even want them bitches. They don't know what's on that flash drive. They threw that shit away. So the good 10 to 15 years of my life is sitting in the dirt somewhere that I will never find. Now, true enough, if I had all of that stuff physical, it could have been lost as well. Yeah, it could have been. But that would have took some very precise conditions. Water damage, a fire, or me dying, And then my family being able to have those pictures and dispense them or throwing them away as they chose. It wouldn't have just been missing one day and gone forever. So I've lost my past. I know what happened. The people that were there know what's happened. You can't see it. I can't share with my granddaughter. It's just gone. It's just gone. And I take a shitload of pictures. A shitload. I have to get new cell phones every couple of years because of how many pictures and images and stuff like that I keep and hold on to. Not to mention all the video editing and stuff like that I do on my phone. That's a substantial loss. So I have very few pictures left of when I was married and we were raising the kids and shit like that. Very few, because they're all gone. I can't tell you what it looks like. I could tell you what it looks like to have see my child graduate from middle school and later high school. But most of those pictures are gone now. Well, that sucks. They're physical. It wouldn't have been in a position to be lost like that. But me putting banking on a digital made it too easily to be destroyed. It needs to be a backup. I don't have a problem with digital backups, but it needs to be backing up the physical and not vice versa. Like I told my ex right now, what I was doing this week was going through and trying to delete some things. You see this? These are cell phones. These are my cell phones from the last probably 5 to 10 years. This is 4 of them. There's still 1, 2, 3 over there. So I got 10 goddamn cell phones. Some of them still have pictures on them, phone numbers, images. I don't believe in putting everything in the cloud. Why? Because the cloud gets broken into too often. Or it can just be erased. So I'm going through and clearing out the goddamn phones to have to move some of this stuff digitally to different places. So at least it's backed up in 2 or 3 different spots. Because the cloud ain't free, motherfucker. They charge you for the cloud. And if you lose your access to, I don't know, the internet or their service, you don't want it no more. You lost access to all your pictures too. They own them bitches. The cloud is compromised. Yes, private servers. Yes, the cloud is compromised. Do you know everything that you put on a cloud you don't own? My mother went through this. She has Apple. She uses the Apple cloud. She has her television. And she's looking at her television and she's not watching anything at the time, but it's doing like, slideshows and shit, right? She sees a picture come up on there. She said, man, that looks like the picture I took in Mazatlan. She couldn't find the picture on her cloud. She knows she took it. She knows she was there in Africa and took this goddamn picture. And she's watching it on this Apple slideshow. It's like, that looks like my picture. That looks like the picture I took. She can't find it on her cloud now. She can't. Her issue was she thinks they deleted some of her damn pictures. I said, it probably did to make space for new stuff on the cloud. And you know, you don't own that shit, mama. Once you put it up on the cloud, they do. They reserve the right to use your shit in any promotional material. So maybe they did take your fucking $1 million shot. Maybe they did. What you gonna do about it? How you gonna prove it? Pull it from the cloud? Funny. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people have been saying that since that day. Double Toast was saying that shit too. You will purchase everything and own nothing. No. I expect to own shit that I purchase. I do. I got a new car. When I pay that bitch off, I expect it to be mine. I'm not expecting somebody to show up after I pay it off. Like, thanks for doing it, and we'll take this and go sell it to somebody else. Oh, no, the fuck you won't. Same thing with a house. Same thing with a boat. Same thing with a fucking airplane. Whatever. When I pay for something, I expect to own it. It is now mine. Our transaction is done. Ownership is now to me, and it is something tangible that I can hold on to and use for whatever purposes I fucking feel like doing it. It is not a gimme back. No, absolutely not. But Netflix, thanks for giving me another reason to never upload to a cloud. Have me on a hard drive, man. Shout out to Artie Idmore. Artie Idmore gave me one of the best gifts ever as a homeboy. He gave me an external drive. And it was like a terabyte or two. And it's only this big. I think about that big. So when I go and do my YouTube shows, I download them all. And I make my archive. Why? Because YouTube like deleting shit. And telling you ain't got nothing to say about it when they delete it. It's your work, your creativity, but they decided, well, maybe it was a copyright. It's gone now. What? They can do that with your whole channel. Your whole channel. If you've been doing it 2 months or 20 years, they can go back and delete that whole catalog of shit. And now you have nothing. You can't put it up somewhere else. Your shit is just gone. Your creative input and intellectual output is just gone. That don't seem right to me. I know what I know, and I spent the time to dispense that information over a live stream. Better hold on to it. Better download it. Because that's the only way you can put it back up again. But if you trust in them to be the arbiters of keeping your shit safe, you're a fucking dumbass. Because they change their moods all the time. What up, Akutuki? What up, Andre? So every time I do a stream, even a short one, that bitch is downloaded. Every time. When I tell you my earlier years of Shop Talk Live and stuff like that are locked up in the vault, they're also downloaded. That's why I locked them up. So I can start the process of downloading them all, taking them off of fucking YouTube. Because if they're just here, they're just vulnerable. They're just vulnerable. And it's funny, every software you use wants to keep a copy of your shit. Not for you, for them. So they can use it. Even StreamYard. Oh, you want a local copy? Nah, I don't need you downloading my shit. No, I can download it. I can download it just fine to my computer and put it on my hard drive. Thank you very much. So it is the deletion of physical media is a natural progression of this stuff. But in my view, I feel the same way about it as I do about comic books. It will never fully go away. Just like records, there are a small sect of people who really like vinyl records. And vinyl records hasn't been the format of choice for a long goddamn time. But it is still there for those people who really enjoy it. It's something retro. DJs, people who like the sound of vinyl, all that shit. It's still there for them. Comic books will go that way because most of the shit will be digital. And there will be fewer and fewer comic book stores because it will be just something retro, like, oh man, it's actual paper. Ooh, you don't even use that shit anymore. It will. It can never fully go away because there will always be people who love it, but it will be reduced to being the primary source of how you got that stuff. It just will. As much as I dislike most of the streaming shit, I know some of it will just be streaming. Doesn't mean I stop buying stuff that I like. It just means I won't be able to buy as much of it or it'll be harder to find. It's just what it is. Now, does that mean I will not buy a PS6 because it's all streaming? Who said I was buying a PS6 anyway? Who said that? Because I am one that says I don't believe the prices should be going up on these fucking things. And I'm waiting for the herd to get the message that, you can force them to lower their prices on this shit by not buying it. You do realize that, right? If you ain't rushing out there lining up to buy this shit at this high ass fucking price, you know what they do? They drop it. You don't think you got that kind of power? Look at how they backpedaling a little bit from the smoke you giving them just about saying they gonna delete physical media. Look at what they're doing now, just from that smoke. You don't think you can usher up enough smoke to get them to drop the prices on this shit? You don't understand your power. You don't. You are the elephant with a stake on your leg, tied to a little sapling. You don't understand. You don't understand the art of negotiation. Hey, I want this system. Really? It's $200. 200 sound kind of fucking high, bro. What does it do? Well, it does the same thing the last one did, just in a different package. The fuck? Yeah, 200 is way too goddamn high. I'll give you 100. Oh man, we had to do so much R&D on this. I don't give a fuck. It's only doing the same thing as the system I already got. And it's doing less now because it doesn't even have to play physical disc. Nah, man, you keep talking. You making me think 100 I shouldn't give you. Okay, what about 150? 100. 145? 100. What about 130? Well, it is the new generation. All right, fuck it. I'll give you 130. Negotiations. Forced negotiations. It's 5K with AI integration. I don't need AI integration. I didn't ask for that shit. I don't ask for it on my phone. I don't use Copilot. I don't use none of them AI services. I don't need that shit. I don't trust it. Flat out, I don't trust that shit. And you keep forcing it into everything. I'm not feeding this beast. I'm not feeding the thing I'm going to have to kill later. Straight up. I'm not. I'd rather have it weak, but I'm not putting it in powered. Fuck you. No. Andre, you diverting from the goddamn stream, bro. Talk about the topic and not some other side bullshit, please. So I don't, while this story of them doing this is entertaining in a sense, it's just entertaining to me because I've always bought physical media. That's how you got to have shit. And I've done that since I was a teenager. There's never not been physical media for me. I recognize that as the format changes, it will have to go away too, in a large part. And then it's left to what are you left with? What do you really have? What do you really have? And y'all support the stream while you in here, please. The banner across the bottom of the screen is for you, not for me. So if this is the year that it marks it, this is where they're finally going to make the cutoff for this shit, then now you know when the cutoff is. But it was always going in that direction. I don't know what you're screaming about because you weren't screaming in the beginning. And it was always going this way. Anybody gamed it out a little bit could see eventually you would get to this point. My only thing is, how do you compensate for it? And how do you actually own anything? And what they charge you for the shit. Is it worth it? If they charging you what Andre is saying in here, they plan to charge you $1,000 for a PS6, you can plan on me never having one of them bitches. And I will still have my PS4, my PS5, my PS3, my PS2, and I can hook them up and play my physical disc I still have. But it's the newest, hottest game. Look, I'm not a crowd follower, motherfucker. That doesn't work with me. I don't give a shit how many people over there doing it. It don't mean I need to be there. So it could be the best game ever. Costs $1,000 for that system. I'll never play that motherfucker. I missed the time when games ship finished. I missed the days they ship finished, Aquateki. No download needed. The game is done. Here, play it, have fun with it. Damn, I beat that shit. That was awesome. When's the next one coming out? No. Everything is streaming and everything is unfinished. Because you always need a patch. You always need new downloads. You always need that. And all it means is the game was never finished. It was never finished. Oh, we got a lot of bugs. Why didn't you work out the bugs before you shipped this bitch? Oh, I get it. You just want to get the money off of this unfinished bullshit so then you can charge us to make the fixes you were supposed to on it. Got you. Got you. Hell, I miss LAN parties. Look, I told you guys I bought what 20 WrestleMania 2026 or WWE 2026 a while ago because I hadn't played a wrestling game in like forever because I thought THQ did it the best. I liked their controls. I didn't like the Activision controls or Acclaim or whatever the fuck it was. I didn't like their control system for the games. I didn't like the way they looked. But I bought one because I hadn't played one in a while and I wanted to play Roman Reigns. Within an hour of putting that game in my disc, putting that disc in my game and turning it on, I never got to play that bitch. You know why? Because it was sitting there fucking downloading forever. I hate that shit. Oh, another 12 minutes for the download. What? Man, fuck this. I'll go play something else. And it bothered me that day because I went to play Rivals. It had an update. I had to wait on that one for 5 minutes. And then I went to the Division 2. It had an update I had to wait on. I was like, so now I got a whole goddamn game system, my TV on, my system on. Maybe I got an hour to play, and all these goddamn games is update. I can't play shit. Where the fuck is my Nintendo? Do I need to go to? I had more time to go to storage and grab my fucking Super NES or my 64 than I had to wait for these goddamn downloads to play. I could have got those, hooked it up to my TV, and been playing the goddamn game instead of waiting for all these goddamn downloads and updates. I hate that shit. I fucking hate it. Like the games, hate the process. It's bullshit. And what it means is, like me and Aquatech here saying, the games aren't finished. I can tolerate it if you're putting something new on the game, some new skins or something, a new level. That might be tolerable if it's under 5 minutes. More than that, I'm on my phone, nigga. I'm Pokemon going your asses. At least this bitch update right quick. Yeah, went and grabbed my Game Boy. My Game Boy sitting right in there for that reason. Shit, I'll play Pokemon Emerald. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, make plug and play great again. Please. Please make finished games and make plug and play great again. They're not doing that. They're going to stream you everything, which means, you know what that means? You're going to be waiting. The first people to buy a PS6 for $1,000 to be the first one to cheese and say, I got a PS6, is going to go home, plug that bitch in, turn it on, and they're going to wait for probably an hour and a half while it downloads everything. And then they're going to wait for some more time to download the next game. And then when they factor it all up, they spent most of their time downloading shit, not playing anything. You'll probably get to the point where you realize I'm more irritated with having to download everything to play this goddamn thing than I am playing it, because I never get a chance to play it because it's always fucking downloading. Updates, downloads. Oh, and I guarantee that first week, shit ain't gonna work. It's gonna be bug heaven. Bug heaven. It's gonna be patches all over that shit like it's a smoker trying to quit. Yes, sir. I had lots of friends in the computer game, and I said, yeah. That's every one of those things. It's never finished. Listen to what Aquateki is telling you. It's never finished. They're never finished. Never. Look, if you producing a production model of this system or anything like that, you've hopefully went through your prototypes and stuff like that to your betas and all the rest of that shit, right? Okay, even when you went to the production model, the first couple ones off the line, you should be testing, right? So why do you still have bugs? That's supposed to be done in house before you ever ship the shit out. That means you're not testing it. Knowing people who have been Sony game testers, they fired a lot of them. So who's testing these goddamn games? Well, they're not finished. Well, that's probably why people can't test them, huh? Shit you pay for. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. They don't. They don't. Game tester used to be a good job you can get just to test games. But here's the thing, the games that they have to give you, even if you only had a level or two, they're pretty much finished. And you're the one in there trying to suss out all these bugs and shit like that. Now they skip that process. They just give it to the consumer. They just charge you to do it, and you do the play testing for them. And then if you complain about a bug or a fix that needs to happen, then they'll throw a patch out there, right, Beasley? Me and Beast play rivals. I'm sick of the fucking patches they keep putting in that shit because all they keep doing is nerfing characters for some bitching ass little babies. This character is too good. This one is too strong. Man, shut up and play the fucking game. Ruining shit that I want to play. Silly asses. So, for me, I'm not overly worried about it. It will... Yeah, you pay nowadays. Nowadays you pay to be a beta tester. You pay for the privilege of sussing out their shitty game. I'm paying to tell them this shit doesn't work. Awesome. You know, it's supposed to be the reverse system. They're supposed to pay you to do that for them, not vice versa. Oh, and that shit still made it into the sale model? Oh, well. No, that's not capitalism. That's gouging the fan base. Shit don't cost that much. Cannot cost that much. The price for the PS5 was overpriced. That's why I didn't buy one. I told you guys, the only reason I bought one is because Sony contacted me directly and gave me a huge discount on that shit, on that and a couple of the games. I had the money at the time. I said that was a good price to pay for all of that together, so that's why I got it. Otherwise, I wasn't buying that bitch until a year later. Because why? Because I know a year later, around Christmas, they sell it for damn near half the price. A newer version, no bugs, cheaper price, which means they could have sold it for that cheaper price in the beginning. The initial price is the gorge. Is to just gouging you motherfuckers so they can make all this money back. Which means if they want you to pay $1,000 for it, it probably only costs $5. They want profit on top of it. A lot of profit on top of it. They're charging you double what it actually cost. If the PS5 they wanted $8 for it, it's probably only worth $4. And you can tell how much it's worth by how much they'd sell a brand new version with all the bells and whistles on it for. It ain't $800, is it? No. The shit don't cost that much. Stop being the first one to run out there to smile and say, I got it first. Who gives a fuck? How much did you pay for it? It's not worth that. You think the worth is tied into how much they said it costs. No. The worth is tied into what it actually does. A fine bitch who can't cook, can't talk to you respectfully, doesn't know how to do anything, is not worth, oh, you got to pay this. You got to have 6 figures to date me. She ain't worth 6 figures. She not. She ain't worth none of that. Because you get no benefit for none of it. No. She was standing there by herself thinking, I deserve better. Keep thinking that. You got to be better to deserve better. RAM and SD prices are obscene now. I've put all of my computing purchases on hold until the market corrects itself. Yeah. And if more people did that shit, it'll correct itself a lot quicker. No, they're going to charge you $80 for the digital downloads. $80 for a disc they didn't have to make. No. If I paid $1,000 for a system and I can't even get a physical disc, the digital download shouldn't be more than 40 or $50. Straight up, 40 or 50. I'm willing to pay that. 80, go fuck yourself. I know they're trying to stop themselves from getting bootlegged, but you know why you get bootlegged? Is because you're not offering a fair price to people anyway. That's why you get bootlegged. That's what piracy works on. That's what grows it. You being unreasonable and gouging the consumer makes them pull down their eye patch and say, "Our matey, we get this shit cheaper. There's a better way to do it. Bring all your buddies." Keep your money keep your money into your pocket, but till the price is right. But they have not raised these kids to do that kind of shit. These are the kids that were raised on. They have to be the first one to show that they got it for the validation. They're not the generation that said, "How much? Hell no, nigga. You know what I had to do? You know how many lawns I had to mow to get this money? No, fuck you. I'll wait. I'll wait." They don't have that kind of discipline. They got to be the first. We got to be the first. No, you don't. They're gonna be selling that shit from now until they make a PS7. You don't got to be the first. You just wait. But what if my friends all got it and I'm there by myself and I don't have it? Then you just don't have it. Your friends is fucking stupid. No. Yeah. Look, Andre, 40 and 50 is fair because how much they're going to charge you for the PSN network. Yeah, fracture. Drink up me hearties. Yo ho ho. Yeah. No. Like I said, that's what gets them to pulling down their eye patches. Like, we about to pirate this bitch. You being unfair. That is not a fair price. Fuck you. Then piracy will be. You make your problems. If you was offered a decent price, motherfuckers would be happy and be there lining up to do it. But they know they can charge ridiculous amounts for the shit, and you still gonna show up to buy it. Like dumbasses. I didn't show up to buy a PS5 at that high ass price. I'm not showing up for a PS6 at that high ass price. I'm not that beholden to Sony like that. I'm not. I think they make a good product, but it's always overpriced. Always. And then Xbox is gonna go the way of the dodo anyway. So they're gonna be the only game in town. They think they got you motherfuckers with your hands handcuffed to your ankles and bent over. Like, no, you gotta spread all of them butt cheeks. You gotta spread all of that shit. Blackbeard Falk. Falk of the Blackbeard. I already made these. I don't know how to sit and wait for an edition of it. Yeah, thank you. Game of the Year edition is a perfect example of how much these things actually cost. They could have charged you $70 for a game, and once it hits 1 million sales, then they drop it down to like $20. Game of the Year price. Why? Didn't it always cost that? Yes, because if you buy disc, you know they ain't expensive. They made all their money off of it. They made a shitload of money. They don't give a fuck about giving it to you for $20 now. They was making 3 and 4 times that price on every individual game sold first. That's why they're taking them motherfuckers a discount. Stop being so goddamn stupid. You're supposed to be smart consumers, not just consumers. Pigs that eat anything that's thrown in their trough. Yeah, we ain't got it. You get it when you get it. But if we ain't got it, we ain't got it. You mean I gotta wait? Yes. It's just what it's gonna be, man. Yeah. Everybody getting their pirate shit on. Shiver me timbers. Your price is egregious. I think I need to run them through with me cutlass. Yeah, and that's exactly what it is, Aquatech. Good word choice. The FOMA tax, fear of missing out tax. Yeah, that shit has been programmed into these lesser generations. Gen Xers really don't have that shit because we growed up kind of broken, not having shit and having to get it ourselves anyway. Millennials, Gen Zs, Gen Alphas, y'all motherfuckers cannot miss out on shit. You really need to be the first one to have it, just so you can say you're the first one to have it. And you see it no clearly than people who do reviews come out of the movie. The movie just released this day. They come out and do a review and tell you the whole fucking movie. The fuck are you doing? What are you doing? And that's supposed to be normal. No, I wanted to see the movie. Why did you come out and tell me the whole goddamn movie? Because I got to see it first. I got access. Gives a fuck. Can I go watch the movie and enjoy it for myself? Oh, fucking hell. Mortal Kombat doing that with the definitive edition, which includes all the DLC characters and stories expansions for the price of a standard edition a year later. Exactly, because that's all it was worth. I told you, I looked at one of the WWE games and they had the NWO edition with all the NWO and all that shit on there. They said $100 and something. I said, you out of your fucking mind. This is a video game, bro. These motherfuckers ain't showing up to my house and wrestling for me. I still ain't bought that bitch. But you know when I did buy that WWE game? When I found that shit at GameStop and it was like $25, $30. I said, and this is the price for it. But you know what I haven't done? I still ain't played that shit because it takes too fucking long to download all that shit. Still ain't played it. I've watched one intro on that game. Haven't played it. Yeah, Andre, no foreplay in the review. No foreplay in the review. No review foreplay, boy. You get all the cash and prizes right up front. Thanks. Now I don't have to go see the movie I wanted to go see and been waiting for months to go see. Your bitch ass just sat up here and gave me a dictation of the whole movie. Wonderful. Thanks for your help. Wolverine in the game will look good anyway. Because since your generation don't remember shit like the Punisher game or the Deadpool game, where people were getting ridiculously killed by Marvel characters. This Wolverine game ain't blowing my skirt up. So what? Yes, it's gonna be bloody. I've played samurai games. Wolverine is a goddamn samurai with extra blades. So fucking what? What am I excited about? I'm not. I'm really not. It's not that damn impressive to me. It's just something they know they can get over on to sell this goddamn game, and they're gonna charge you more money for it because it got Marvel on the label. So it's a pair of pants with a designer label stitched on top of it. Now they can charge you 3 times the price for it. That's my opinion. Less than 10 seconds. But knock yourself out. Knock yourself out. So, what's the other part of this? I had something to talk about on Supergirl. I know people won't be interested in. I did have something to say about Disney Plus. Bitch asses. But that was just private stuff that I thought was fucking stupid. How rigged this goddamn system is, which makes me think this is going to be the month that I delete a lot of my streaming services. And that in November, I will delete Disney Plus. The short version of it is I was toying with deleting Hulu. So I didn't pay Hulu. I've had Hulu since 2000 and something, right? Years. Hulu and Disney Plus have merged together, right? Fine. I went on to watch the X-Men. I'm going to get rid of my Hulu because nobody's really watching the shit. And when I went on to Disney Plus, I couldn't get on. Well, once I found a number to talk to somebody actual real, I talked to them and find out why I couldn't get onto my Disney Plus. Since it's giving me the messages that we had a problem with your subscription. I'm like, I don't know why. I pay this bitch yearly. When I got a guy on the phone, what he was telling me was, while yes, my Disney Plus subscription is yearly and it's paid up and good, the payment for the Hulu did not go through. So they were blocking me from getting into my Disney account. I'm like, that makes no fucking sense in the world. I'm not even logging into Hulu. Yeah, but they're merged together, so your $12 for Hulu negates the $180 something you paid for Disney Plus. So until you give us $12 for Hulu, you can't watch your Disney Plus. Are you fucking serious? So finished that call, and it wanted the oh, let us know how we did. Would you like to leave some feedback? Oh, you goddamn right. I'd love to leave you some fucking feedback. I would absolutely enjoy leaving you some feedback. And I told him how fucking stupid it was to try to bar me from an account that's completely paid up for another account that I'm getting rid of. That's dumb. It's completely dumb. I didn't ask to have them merged together, which is why I never merged them together initially, because I like having my shit separated. So if I feel like not fucking with you, I'm not fucking with you. I don't like all that stuff cobbled together like that. So they're barring me from watching Disney Plus and watching X-Men 97 because I don't want to fuck with Hulu. When I'm paying a bundled price, that means I'm only paying $180 for Disney Plus. This is only the first time I can think of watching you bitches this year. You wanted to merge with Hulu. I didn't ask you to. That means you should be covered. No, I'm paying for them separately. So that's about $200 to say fuck me on the larger portion because the little one didn't get some love. I really feel like I'm deleting both of them bitches this year. How about that? And then you just won't have my $200. And then when you put something on worth watching, I'll subscribe again for the time frame that shit is on. Other than that, go fuck yourself. I'll keep my money to myself because I like keeping my money. I don't think everybody's entitled to that shit. Yeah, fuck them. Oh, they did. That's basically what they said. Malika, fuck you, pay me. Yeah, they basically did. Now you got to fuck with little Joey here. You don't want to fuck with little Hulu? Hey, why don't you want to fuck with little Hulu? He's there for you, man. He got stuff to watch. I'm not watching fucking Hulu. I don't give a fuck, man. You got to pay us for little Joey. You pay us for little Joey, you can't come in. Fuck you and the X-Men. Get down the block. Fuck y'all. Kick rocks. Joey needs his money. That's what happened. That's why Saturday the shit was up, and I was like, okay, let me go ahead and get this shit done and watch my X-Men shit and get this shit over with. And I'm looking on there, I'm like, my daughter been watching this shit. Who's watching all the rest of this stuff? I didn't even watch some of this stuff on Disney Plus. Who the fuck got this started? She on the wrong account. Yeah, give me my money. Oh, it's not basically extortion. It is extortion through legal means. It's extortion. The streaming service that cost $12 was keeping me from watching the streaming service that I already paid for. That makes no sense. That I already paid full price for back in November. How does that work? Oh, because we leave. We together. We're a couple now. So, told you, get like cable. Too many streaming service gets you to where cable was. Cable was like that. Now they just borrow you from all of it. That's it. So you have when you have monopolies, motherfucker. You get the way you get to brutalize the consumer. Wouldn't it be a shame if your subscription didn't work all of a sudden? Yeah, if I just cut that shit off completely, if I stop paying them. But that doesn't do anything because then they just jack up the price on the people who are remaining in the pool. Or they do like your cell phone companies do. They offer you a real cheap price to come back. While the people that are still there paying these higher prices, like, what the fuck? You can give them a cheaper price like that to come back? Oh, fuck, I'm still here. You ain't offering me a cheaper price. Yeah, but we got your money. Shut up. I'm trying to get this motherfucker back on board. Come on. Come on. We'll give you this free for 8 months. Disrespectful, bro. Disrespectful shit. So that was my dismay a little bit with Disney, which means I'm getting rid of a lot of streaming services this year. Damn. It's going to be what it's going to be. Because I don't have time to watch all of that shit. And I don't feel like throwing my money away on it either. I really don't. If it's something I really need to watch, then it's going to have to be funded. I'm not wasting my time on that shit because I don't need the streaming service every month. For nada. Don Disney thought Don Hulu's contract now, and you owe Don Disney more plus interest. Yeah, Don Disney speaking up for Don Hulu. I'm not going to let you do Don Hulu like that. Well, fuck Don Hulu. He ain't offering me shit. I don't give a fuck. Don Hulu is with us. He's cool with us. You pay us. If you owe Don Hulu, you owe me. I already paid you. You've been paid. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. His debt is our debt. I don't like that kind of shit, so I'll just get rid of both of them. Do it with Apple. If there ain't foundation is not on, there's nothing worth watching on Apple to me. MGM Plus is right there too. There's some Taylor Sheridan stuff I want to watch, but maybe I'll go buy the physical media copies and then I never have to use the streaming service again. Streaming with the fishes. That sounds like a good name for a podcast. That sounds like a good name for a live stream. Streaming with the fishes. Y'all came up with some good ones this week, man. Y'all need to be writing these down and copywriting them or something like that. Streaming with the fishes. Boy, that's a good one. I like that. I like that. I like that. You got to write that one down, Malika. You really do. Streaming with the fishes. You know you saying some real objectionable shit that they gonna come get you. The woke mob gonna come and get you. Doing my live stream, streaming with the fishes. Because if the woke mob catch me, you know what's gonna happen. Watch a few episodes of Silo. It may pay for it. Silo is the other show that's worth watching on Apple TV. It is. I'm spending $1,000 on something, I'll be landing nowhere for 20. What? If I'm spending $1,000 on something, it'll be land in nowhere or 2011 pistol rifle. Yeah, $1,000 on a video game system is ridiculous to me. 800, $500 to $800 was fucking ridiculous to me. So it's been ridiculous. Been ridiculous. And mind you, I never even bought Sony until the PS2 because of everything it offered. Everything it offered and it did was a fucking discount at about $200-$300. And I was like, absolutely, that's a good deal. It hasn't been a good deal since then. Hasn't been. It's only been increasing prices for the same shit or less than I had the last time. And I don't agree with paying for that kind of shit. So I never bought one brand new. I would wait a year because my rationality is they're going to be making this motherfucker from this point on for the next 10 to 15 years until they come out with a new system. They're going to be making this system and they're not going to be charging the same price for it. So I can wait. My old games play just fine. Ooh, shit. I got the yawnies. So, what's the next thing I want to talk about? Superhero, X-Men. Which one y'all want to talk about? Because the writing was on the wall with Supergirl and everybody flipping out and having a good time teasing James Gunn about how bad this movie sucked. But I heard something interesting this week about somebody who liked Supergirl, who really did like it. And I do want to share that story with y'all. I know who I'm giving this comic to when I finish reading it. I know that. So I'll tell you guys. He said X-Men. Like I said, X-Men, fuck Supergirl. You want to hear about the Fleshlight Cup story? Yeah. Any streaming system for me always should have been backwards compatible. Always. Should always be backwards compatible, especially if it's a disc. Should be backwards compatible. Beastly said X-Men because I watched it. You're fucking beastly nerd. You want to hear about the X-Men because you're an X-Men. But you ain't got to say nothing to me, man, unless you told me, unless you coming in here and telling me you went back to Buc-ee's and got a brisket sandwich. If you ain't said you went and got a brisket sandwich, I don't want to talk to you, Beast. Asshole. I was craving brisket all night. All goddamn night. I was craving one of them Buc-ee's brisket sandwiches. You said that shit to me. I was craving that shit so bad I didn't even make my sausages I had me some goddamn apple sausages. I couldn't even eat them motherfuckers after that because my tongue didn't want it. Like, just some apple sausage. What about that Buc-ee's brisket? Well, we ain't in Texas, you dumb bastard. Shit, no brisket. No brisket on deck. And then they closed down the little vegan store over here. They used to make a good brisket. They closed that restaurant down. I was like, this is a food desert, man. You got little or no options in this bitch. I had to drive way to San Ramon to get some Mediterranean food so I can smell some saffron rice and shit. Like, ugh. I didn't think about that when I moved over here back to Vallejo. They food options is trash. The same shit. Pizza, burgers, or burritos. Pizza, burgers, or burritos. Pizza, burgers, or burritos. Maybe some sushi. Pizza, burgers, and burritos. Fuck you. Need some different cultures, man. Hulu protection tax. Yeah. Hulu protection tax. You thought it was $5? Hulu cost 12, nigga. Close to 20. Mm. X-Men episodes were great. Were they? Were they really? You really thought so? The episodes didn't drop. The episodes I reviewed last night didn't drop because I fell asleep at my computer, so I didn't get to edit them and put them up. So they'd be up this morning. So I have to go back and edit them today, so they'll be up this evening for you guys. But if you're on my Patreon, which is in the description below, you probably should join that bitch. They're already up. The watch along and the review is already up on Patreon. It's cheap. It's only $10. Hey, that's cheap. I'm spending my goddamn time, not yours. So it's already up, unedited. Oh yeah, I forgot, JT. Chicken. Pizzas, burgers, burritos, chicken. Pizzas, burgers, burritos, chicken, sushi. It's the same shit. It's so boring. It is so fucking boring. I have a more refined palate than that, man. And there's Chinese food too, but you're still getting chicken in it. Like greasy ass shit. I like more foods than that. So, for me, watching those 3 episodes of X-Men 97 Season 2, I can see Bo DeMayo's work and I can see these other people's work. So for me, only one of those episodes were actually really good. One of them was really good. The other 2 were rushed. Rushed. They were rushed ass episodes. And I made this point in my review. Maybe I should just bring up the review. Yeah, I haven't edited the review out. I can do it here. I still have to edit the review off of the watch along, and I haven't done that yet. It's all in StreamYard and downloaded onto my computer. Now, Malika, I told you guys when I watched that Bo DeMayo video that he put out on YouTube talking about what was going on at Marvel and the circumstances behind his, firing. One of the things he said was Jubilee wouldn't act like this. And some of the stuff that the new dude that was in charge was pushing for Jubilee to act. And he's like, Jubilee wouldn't act like this. This is some of the shit. So you pointing out something that hey, the Jubilee Sue was a bit much. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Was that the thing that Bo DeMayo was talking about, or was it something else? Because I believe we have 10 episodes of this, right? 10, 12 episodes of this. We 3 in already. What has been shown with Disney Plus when they give you 3 episodes up front? That is probably not good. The rest of it is probably shit. Who give you 3 free samples of something that's awesome? No, you get 1 and wait for the awesomeness to come. You got 3 episodes of Dark Maul show too. How good was that? I couldn't even stay awake through the bitch. Jubilee has her fans, but for me, I like Jubilee as a character. She's fine, but they never know what to do with the damn girl because Jubilee is a cartoon character to me that came from the cartoon and then was put into the comics for me. And because I remember the original X-Men cartoon, I know they did the same thing with Shadowcat. So in the 90s, when they did the new X-Men cartoon, they just replaced Shadowcat with Jubilee. So it's still the same character doing the same shit. That's why she was never overly interesting to me. Her powers were fun in a sense that at the time in the 90s, you had Jim Lee on the X-Men. And Jubilation Lee is an Asian American girl with firework powers. Cool. Flush it out. What does that actually mean? What does it can actually do? So I always see Jubilee as part and parcel of Jim Lee. It's his. I always see her as his creation. That's why she never really has a purpose. She's just there. Now I like Jubilee when she was on Generation X, but most of the time on Generation X, what was she bitching about? Oh, when I was with the X-Men. And the other kids got tired of hearing that shit. Like it wasn't like you was a real active, you know, pivotal member on the X-Men. Goddamn. Yeah, she was mid in the cartoon. She was the youthful vehicle getting in there. Yeah, the mall babe that loves chili fries. The Asian girl who talks like a white chick. So I didn't have a problem with Jubilee being in the shit. She has her uses. She's fun in her way. But they haven't developed her powers enough. When I was waking up watching the episode, because it was boring me at a point, I was nodding off a little bit during the shit. You can see it on the Patreon stream. It's uncut, motherfucker. She ended up having on rollerblades at a time. I'm like, where the fuck did the rollerblades come from? Did they pop out of her shoes? Ooh, that's stupid. But she's a badass. Ugh. How? How so? Alex Havoc is a badass. Jubilee is not. Shadowcat Kitty Pryde is kind of a badass because she's been trained. Jubilee is not. So while I accepted what was happening with Jubilee in the episode, I know why she's there. The only reason Jubilee is there in that episode, that second episode, the X Force 97 episode, is because they haven't brought Cannonball and Boom Boom in. That's it. That's the whole reason. Because that attitude Jubilee is showing, that's Boom Boom, not Jubilee. And since they didn't bring Boom Boom into it, you got Jubilee because she's already introduced in the show. That shit with her and Sunspot together, that's supposed to be Tabitha and Sam Guthrie. Boom Boom and Cannonball with Cable on X-Force. That's who that's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be Jubilee and Sunspot. But whatever the fuck. Sunspot, well, it's not even her. Anime version of Jubilation Lee was a good showcase for her powers and her potential. Yes, because they have to show you stuff like what is her potential, because nobody's really thought about that shit. What could her powers be good for? How do her powers really work? To this extent, they still really ain't never fleshed that shit out. It was good to see it in the show last season, like, oh yeah, she could probably do a lot more shit. Yeah, you probably could if you actually pushed it. But she had nothing but being the stereotypical American as an Asian American. And I got firework powers. Look, I'm super American. Well, do you have any tie to your culture at all? Because that's what we'd be interested in. I didn't realize X-Men 97 was out. I'm gonna watch and catch up. It's only 3 episodes. You can catch up real quick. Yeah, Tabitha and Sam are white. Yes. Sam's from the South, so he's super white, cornhusker white. But Tabitha could be that Valley girl. And I like Boom Boom. She has that attitude. She also had the bubble gum chewing. Did you catch that, JT? They took a lot from Boom Boom to throw it on to Jubilee. This ain't really her. So while I thought the second episode was entertaining because they switched it to X-Force 97, one of the things I'm having a problem with in these first 3 episodes is all the mashups. They had so much shit crammed together in those 2 episodes that don't go together, that is moving along at such a pace that there is really no story happening in that. You get that, right? You don't get any real story for this season until episode 3. The first episode, they rushed through the Adventures of Cyclops and Phoenix shit. Rushed through it. It's a fucking 40-minute episode. In 40 minutes, you got Scott and Jean have been training Cable, or Nathan. He doesn't say what he calls him, so you're not getting that he calls them Red and Slim. You're not getting that shit at all. And within that same episode, he goes from them training him to him knowing that they're his parents, which is only halfway right because Jean ain't his goddamn parent. Madeline Pryor is. So his father's there, but his mother's not. In one episode? That should have been broken up into 2 episodes, bro. You called that episode Days of Future Past, but apparently whoever did that episode didn't remember that the original X-Men 97 show already did Days of Future Past, you dumb fuck. So you don't know your source material. That means Bo DeMayo didn't do this episode. That's why it was rushed through so quickly. That's why you have Apocalypse there. You have the Horsemen show up. You don't even introduce them. You don't even say what their fucking names are. You don't even know who these mutants are. I was like, who is this? Drummer Boy? Is this Drums from Image? Who the fuck is this? You don't even know who they are. They never use their names. They never say shit. Yeah, the episode was called Days of Future Past. Oh, excuse me, Days of Past Future. My bad. I read it as Days of Future Past. Either way, fuck them. It was some of that shit in it. That first episode went by so quick, and then it regurgitated some stuff from the first episodes of 97 season 1. Where Cyclops uses his blast to slide on the floor and shit like that, but it had none of that feeling of, wow, that's amazing. It had, I've seen that already before. Why are you copying yourself? I got Feral Wolverine in the future. That's not where Feral Wolverine is. Bandana on the face Wolverine, bone claws and shit. That's not where he's from. He's from regular continuity after Magneto ripped the adamantium out of his body. He's in the regular world. Okay, but here it is. It's so much stuff mashed up in there. It was a little entertaining, but not as enjoyable. Because I'm being pulled out of it because I know most of the shit don't go together like that. Now, it was more apparent when you got up to the next episode and you had the X-Force 97 episode, which is funny because I still have the comic when they used to do their annuals or whatever it was, and they would put the year on the book under the title of the book. So I still have that X Force 90 something book, right? I like Cable. I like the time travel story of Cable. But that X Force team is not the X Force team. I mean, it is and it isn't. It's two versions of it smashed together. Because the minute you have Cable with Psylocke and Archangel, that becomes a different X Force team. Because Psylocke and Archangel were on a different X Force team later. That was Xavier's X Force team, the wet work team, all the mutants that would kill somebody team. That was never Cable's team. Cable's team has some hitters on it. Shatterstar, Domino, Meltdown, Cannonball. He has some hitters on the team, but it wasn't them motherfuckers. This is why you don't have Boom Boom and Cannonball there, because you got Jubilee and Sunspot there. You don't have Domino. You don't have Shatterstar. So you got Psylocke and Archangel. Two Triv, I know the names of the Horsemen. I know the names of the Horsemen. But looking at it as somebody who doesn't know this shit, who are these fucking people? I know them. The regular person would not. So, whereas I know the X Force team, I know this ain't the original X Force team, which would have been something that, somebody who was devoted to the comic would have did, not just throwing any characters in there. The episode was entertaining because they did the X Force opener, but it lost a step for me because they didn't do an X Force closer. If you're going to open with X Force 97, you should have closed with X Force 97. Which means when we got to the credits and shit, and you're looking at all the character models and stuff like they did in the 90s, that should have been the X Force characters too. You missed a step. How do you missing these things? Because this ain't the dude who was spearheading the show doing it. That's how. And I can prove this point because that episode, the second episode, had a bunch of stuff slammed together too. But then you actually got people killing folks. The third episode is Bo DeMayo. And what you get in the third episode is actual story. Less action, but the action actually has a point and a meaning. The best scene in there starts off the episode where you see Asabanur standing on a hill and fucking Magneto comes up and talks to him, and he gaming to him about how to deal with humans and who he is. I'm like, that is the wrong person to be giving this lesson to. The fuck are you doing, Mags? Two iconic X-Men villains, and one of them is trying to teach this person is one of their greatest villains to try to tamp him down so he doesn't become their greatest villain back in the past. But you don't realize, by you talking to him, you're probably the one that set him on his road like this. Now, the reason why I keep flashing this damn book in every video is because this is the trade I bought of this Rise of Apocalypse because I have the single issues. But when I was in Georgia a couple years ago, when I was in Savannah, I went into a comic book store. You guys saw it. And I went in and bought this because it was a great story. I read it when it came out, and I bought the individual issues and enjoyed it. When I was in Savannah, 2 years ago at this point, I saw this in there. I bought it at the local comic shop to spend some money with them. So it's been here. So them going back to the past in X-Men 97 was like, oh hell yeah, they can get into that. They can get into that. I love that story. And this is where you see Bo DeMayo's writing, because you have scenes like Xavier getting that Magneto, like, you shouldn't be doing this, bro. That is apocalypse. Like, no, he doesn't know yet. We have a chance to teach him, Charles, or whatever. Like, nah, bro. Nah, what are you doing, bro? This could go bad. Nah, I got it under control, Charles. Don't worry about it. And you have them having an intellectual conversation about the merits of their position, and Magneto is able to give Charles some shit on it. It's like, man, what would be better than our greatest enemy taking on your dream, taking on your fight before you were ever born to do it? This will be better. I'm like, bro, that's a good debate. They're actually having a debate, verbal. I didn't get any of that in the last 2 episodes. None of that. Because the characters don't know, the people doing it don't know the characters well enough to have them have a conversation like that. The episode was good, and it wasn't based on, man, people was fighting and killing each other. No, the episode was just good for what was happening in the story. This was the first one that actually had some goddamn story that made sense. It wasn't some rush along shit, get to the next fight, rush along, get to the next fight. Yeah, that conversation between Magneto and Professor X was awesome. And then it went bad. And that was awesome. This is how you can tell. And once I saw that episode, this is the one he did. This is the one Bo did. I can tell his style from these other 2 damn episodes, because that episode seemed longer than the other 2. It seemed longer than the other 2 just because more was happening in the story, in the dialogue, than action set pieces to get you distracted. Like, the most off-putting thing to me was funny as fuck. In the second episode, Jubilee and Sunspot are in the arcade playing video games, winning money. Some big-ass dude in a brown coat and a hat sits next to him and says something about them. They need to try something else. You get to the next scene, and this big-ass dude is sitting down at this little table with these 2 kids. That looked like some groomer shit. And how conspicuous is Cable in this leather jacket and his hat? Are you fucking kidding me? He don't even look like he should be there. He looked like a pervert. That doesn't work. He should have been somewhere else, caught them outside or something. But somebody that big walking into the damn arcade would have caught some attention. No, man, that doesn't look right. It's weird. Yeah, Bo knows X-Men. He knows his X-Men. That is an X-Men fan. It's already been proven from the first season. He knows the X-Men. That's why he can put shit in there like that you catch. Like, oh man, that was from episode such and such. He knows this shit. The other people that's working on this don't. They think they know what should be happening. And that's why you get mixed up shit like that. So, first 3 episodes, the best episode was the third one. Even though the second one made me laugh, because that X-Force opening, I was dying. I was dying at that. That was perfect. I laughed my ass off at that shit. But then I did notice when they didn't do an X-Force outro. I did notice. I like Psylocke. I like Archangel. But I know they ain't on this X-Force team with Cable. They ain't never been under Cable's charge. Nah, bro, that's a fuck up. Turn your comic book collector brain off. I'm more than a collector. I'm a comic book reader. I've read this shit. Nobody had to tell it to me. That's the part of the brain I can't turn off. The person who actually read this story before, I'm like, this ain't it. No, that's not the way that should happen. Between Magneto, Professor X, and Ball in Noor's ear, I couldn't wait to see how it was going to play out. It was going bad. It was going to go bad. Now, one of the things I enjoyed seeing in that episode was Apocalypse's natural mutant powers. Because until that Rise of Apocalypse book, you never really knew what Apocalypse's natural powers were because you based it all on the celestial technology that he had. It's not. That motherfucker strong is immortal just off top. His powers awakening was him being awoken from death. And he is the first mutant. I know it gets mixed up sometimes between him and Namor, because Namor publication-wise is the earliest character and the earliest mutant. Story-wise, Apocalypse is the first mutant, which means everybody else is kind of his descendants. And that survival of the fittest shit was, bro, he's a Scorpion King, as far as I'm concerned. That's why they told Bo, he said he was told to turn his collector brain off. Yeah, well, because they want to do some bullshit that don't fit. And he's like, no, that wouldn't happen that way. That's not what this character would do. Oh, just let us do it. Anybody telling you to turn your brain off is trying to get over on some bullshit. They are. They're trying to get over on some bullshit that your brain would naturally not accept. I recognize Michael Dorn's voice. I didn't recognize, I'm thinking that Apocalypse's voice, at least when he was in the future, I think that was the original actor that did Apocalypse's voice. Or he was pretty close. That's what I was tripping off of voice-wise. I didn't give a shit about Michael Dorn's voice being Ball's voice. It didn't matter. I heard it, but it didn't matter. He's not going to be there for long. It's a story ain't about Ball. It's about Asaba Noor. Old Blue Lips. So the other part I liked about that episode is that two things were put together, but they were naturally together to begin with. And that was Kang being back in the past as the Pharaoh, because that was the first trip he took. He went back to the past. So all that technology you see the Pharaoh using, most people might not know that shit. Regular normies might not know that shit. Is that is Kang. That's one of his personas that he had. So that part was fun for me. So the whole fact of how the episode ends, he's sending this beam over there to Asaba Noor's hideout. And at the same time, Bishop is there and everybody got their bands and they trying to go back through the time stream. Given my sci-fi time travel brain is telling me that, well, the reason that, the people in the future in the 90s couldn't find their signatures, the bracelets, either the bracelets got drained or broken, or the motherfuckers got shifted somewhere else in the time stream, because you can't have those two time streams like that crossing. Them two time energies, that's going to have some deleterious effects. Something's going to go wrong. So they either got captured or they lost in the time stream some kind of way. But them bracelets is fucked off. Yeah, Ramen Tut. So that was fun to me. You see in 3 episodes, the 3rd episode is the only one that gets a part 2. Why? Because that's probably the only one that he was writing. He was working on that one first. These other 2 episodes, the reason they seem so rushed is those aren't the ones he did, is because of that. They had to rush to make that shit pop up. Well, from what I'm seeing, the 3rd episode should have been the 1st episode to get you back into the show, because that's how the last season ended. In ancient Egypt. It should have picked up in ancient Egypt. So you see what the hell is cracking. But as it did, it introduced you backwards through time to every group of X-Men to see where they were, going backwards through time. It would have been better if you did that episode, that third episode first, and then when you get to be concluded, then you throw the future episode in there like, ah, fuck, where the hell they at? Or throw the episode 2 in there next. So you make people wait to find out what happened to those X-Men in the past. And by the time you end that second episode, you get, we can't find their signatures. Maybe he failed. Stretch that shit out, make people wait for it. Third was probably the first, yes. That conversation between Mags and Charles, that made me feel like this is how Age of Apocalypse could happen based on what happens in the story. Exactly. That was making me feel the fact that you had Magneto working with Apocalypse, right? Or at least a Sabanur and trying to give him them teachings, and then him thinking he turned on him and he was leading him astray. This is why Age of Apocalypse would happen, where Apocalypse was on your ass, Magneto. This is exactly why it would happen, bro. And that never happened in the comics that way. But the way Bo DeMeo is doing it makes it like, yeah, this is perfect for a lead into Age of Apocalypse. Like, yeah, we killed Xavier's dead and your ass still here. I got issue with you, Magneto. I remember your ass, man. I remember you. I am immortal. I remember your ass. Not feeling it. We got smoke for life, man. It's on forever. Like, stop making sense. You got to put that in all caps, and I still won't do it. Stop making sense. Yeah, that shit would actually be a good lead-in for Age of Apocalypse. It would be. It would be. Because Magneto was a dude in that time, too. In that alternate times, man, he was a dude in that shit, too. So if they get to a lead-in for Age of Apocalypse, because look, it may sound like it's impossible, but there's only so many really good X-Men stories. There's only so many. It's not 100 of them. There's only so many that people will want to see on screen, animated or on screen. There's only so many. Age of Apocalypse is another one of those. Another one of those ones in the X-Men canon that you would want to see that shit. Look, you saw Deadpool and Wolverine. You saw how people reacted when they saw the Weapon X from Age of Apocalypse, the one-hand Wolverine. I was losing my shit. I was amped. Every other comic book reader knew that shit. Like, oh my God. Why wouldn't you want to see that animated? I want my red metal suit Magneto. I want my Dead Man Wade. I want my Nate Gray. Dark Beast. Sugar Man. One-eyed Cyclops. Stop fucking around. Yeah, I want to see that shit. This is an X-Men cartoon. They can do that all day. I don't give a shit about Morph turning into Thor. Why'd he turn into Thor? All the X-Men to choose from, you had him turn into Thor. Whatever. Yeah, talk about 1,000-year grudge. On for life. That's the problem with Apocalypse, man. If you've been back in the past and did something to Apocalypse, man, you know that shit is on forever. It is on for your bloodline, bro. He's not going anywhere. Apocalypse is immortal, bro. He will wake back up and come out of his little apocalypse resting like, where's that motherfucker at? Where is he? It is still on. You got magnetic powers. Might be you. Let me kill you for your ancestor. On for life, bro. On for life. And that exactly, Aquatech, and that's what happens when you mess with time. It's the same shit Xavier was telling him, man. We don't even know being here is fucking it up, bro. Stop doing what you're doing. Calm down, Charles. I got this shit. Let me handle it. No, fucking Magnus, what are you doing, bro? Basically, what it turns out now, Magneto was the one who set him on that path. He was. Because Apocalypse is not on no human and mutant shit. Mutants can get cold if you're not the strongest, if you're not the fittest. You can go. Humans, he can give a fuck about. What they gonna do to him? Yeah, Morpheus is a conduit for random ass cameos. You want to make me laugh? Make Morph turn into a Mimic. That'd be funnier to me. He did it in the original cartoon. He did. But have Morph turn into Mimic in this shit. That'd actually be more fun for me. And if y'all don't know who Mimic is, read a fucking book. Or go look in a wiki. Strained online. So the third episode was better to me. The third episode is my favorite out of those three. The third episode is my favorite. Even though the second episode made me laugh with the X-Force stuff, because I like X-Force. I like X-Force. I like X-Factor. I like the X teams. These are some of my favorite X teams. I like seeing Havoc get his due and show back up there. But that second episode only made me laugh at the intro. Think about missing other characters because they put the characters they have in place of those. Made me miss Boom Boom. Made me miss Cannonball. The other thing it made me think about was the fact that Cable doesn't know Havoc is his uncle. And it really made me think about that. I can't remember in a comic that I've ever seen Cable and Havoc together and knowing that that's his nephew. And apparently, the people who did the episode didn't know that shit either. They never had a scene together. But that should have been something you would play on. That is Alex Summers. The other thing I was disappointed with was the whole Adventures of Cyclops and Phoenix part of it, Red and Slim. I never got to see them called Red or Slim. They never get to understand that Mother Askin is Rachel Summers. It's Scott and Jean's child from the future. They never got to get into that whole thing that Cable's younger sister is the one that's raising him as Mother Askin. That she has the powers of the Phoenix in her. And she's just older. Another timeline. Coming back there, raising her big brother. At the same time, his parents, or one of his parents and his adopted mama, is there raising him as different people to be what he needs to become. That whole time travel part of the Summers line and the future stories and stuff like that is so interesting to me. They breezed through that shit in one episode and left out a bunch of the other stuff. One episode. That should have been two. One episode? Who the fuck touched this? If you couldn't do it justice, you shouldn't even touched it at all. Because there's a lot of rich story there. And they breezed through it in one episode. Cable don't know for a long time, or Nathaniel, don't know for a long time that Red and Slim was his parents. He don't know that shit for a long time. They got this whole bullshit about the kid stepping in the sarcophagus and he stepping into the cradle and he will stop Apocalypse and all that shit. I'm like, okay, so is this where we get Strife from? Is he going to step into the cradle and get cloned and that's how we get Strife? Or no? Because that happens. All gone now. So no Strife, no Tyler, no Genesis, no none of understanding that Rachel is your sister. None of that shit happened now, right? Because you already got in and got out of that era. Well, thanks a fucking lot. Psst, missed opportunity. Man, they could have been dropping ostrich-sized Easter eggs in that bitch. They missed opportunities for that. Oh, I didn't even get to that second episode when they had the fucking step for cuckoos and shit and that stuff. I was like, this is what I mean by them mixing up stuff in the episode. It's jambalaya, man. It's a bunch of shit thrown together. There is no way Quentin Quire and the Step for Cuckoos should be there involved with X Force. But since you got the X Force team mixed up, then you can have these little random kids all mixed up too. But you know who they are. I said that in my review. I said, I know who the fuck these characters are. You got Quentin Quire mixed up with the Gen X kids because Monet is there and she turns into Pittance. I'm like, you see Blob Thurman and shit there. What the fuck, dude? They just threw everything in this shit. Like somebody did a skim read of the last couple of years of X-Men and threw that shit in there. Throwaway characters. No. Yeah, exactly. Does Emma know they exist and they're locked up by X Factor since they just clones of her? Maybe she doesn't. Maybe she doesn't. At this point in time, where they kind of fucking it up, you know, when in the original X-Men cartoons, this is just a continuation of the original X-Men cartoon from the 90s, Forge was on X-Force. Forge was the leader of X-Force. So, excuse me, there should be some other people there now. Maybe Mystique should be on the X-Force team by now. Because she was at one point with Forge. Yeah, all the Grant Morrison kids got thrown in there. Don't worry, they're gonna throw the Warren Ellis kids in there too. That's why Emma had to show up, turning into Diamond when that's a secondary mutation. That happens way later. It don't happen when she with the Hellfire Club. Fucking hell, dude. They're just mixing up a bunch of shit. This makes me know this is not the same dude who wrote the first season as the one that's doing this, because that is really inconsistent. You just got a bunch of characters you want to throw in there. And that's why the story, if you look at those first two episodes and ask yourself how much of it was story, very little of it was story. Most of it was just fights or getting to a fight. But it wasn't much story. Nothing developed. That's why you got in and out of those episodes so quick and fast. If it out. No story. Bo DeMayo's episode seemed longer just from the dialogue because it wasn't a bunch of fucking fights. So I told you guys, I'm watching the show, but I'm suspect because they fired the guy who did it awesome. And though he said this season was done by the time they had fired him, I'm waiting to see what they changed in it because this is where he was having difficulty with the motherfuckers. And they got their own ideas of what the X-Men should be now. Well, I'm waiting to see the bullshit. And they put it on every episode. Who wrote it? Yeah, pump and dump time travel. Exactly. This is how we do it. And I'm out. That's not how you do the story, man. X-Men stories are a little bit deeper than that. Whatever. Fine, whatever. I guess I don't have to care and like this shit. I told y'all season 3 for me is a write-off. I'm not expecting season 3 to be good at all. And I'm waiting to see where this season falls down on its face. That's why I'm not excited for it. I'm watching it, but I'm not excited because the driving force that made the first season so awesome is not there anymore. And they only half-ass using his work for this season. Remember, they were taking his name off the credits if he kept up with that lawsuit shit. So they was gonna take his work, not pay him for it, not give him any ownership of it, with his name being on it, and still sell it to you. I know the same bullshit Sony doing with taking your streaming media, right? Hmm. And then Disney Plus had the nerve to not let me watch this shit because I didn't want to pay Don Hulu first. I see what you're doing. I see your game. So next week, the third episode was the only one that made me excited to watch the next episode. That was the only one. The rest of them, I just watched it to get through it. That's why I was nodding off in the second episode. Third episode, I'm wide awake. So that's just my opinion on it. You can feel how you want to about the shit. Somebody probably thought it was awesome. I'm sure. The same way I found somebody who thought Supergirl was awesome. But you know the difference between them and me? I actually know some of this shit. And I actually know better. I have all my X-Force books that I enjoy. I enjoy Tabitha's growth from Boom Boom to Meltdown. I enjoy Sam Guthrie's growth from being with X-Force to being an X-Man. I've enjoyed those journeys with those characters. And there's certain shit they just shouldn't be. Where they shouldn't be and things that they wouldn't do. I have to hate Jubilee to understand Jubilee has had more training. But I also have to know that Jubilee still ain't no top tier fucking X-Man. That she just got full control of her powers. Because last time I remember, Jubilee got bit by a vampire and had some baby that you don't know where she came from, so they made her a single mama. Like, where the fuck did the baby come from? Because they don't know what to do with her. That's Jim Lee's little girl, and Jim Lee ain't there no more, so they don't know what to do with her ass. They just let her run amok. She ain't pivotal in shit. But being another one of Wolverine's little charges. So, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. Y'all got silent in here. What, I heard somebody's feelings? Or are you going back to watch the X-Men while you should be listening to the show? I don't know. So I'm gonna tell my Superman story, Supergirl story, and get the hell out of here now. Since y'all seem bored. I was talking to my boy FD Steven this week. Not FD Steven, excuse me, HVAC Steven. And I convinced him to take his daughters to go see Supergirl. He had a free day Friday before last. And so he and his oldest daughter, Maya, went and saw Supergirl. And then he caught me last week, Thursday, saw him again. And I got to get their review, his review and Maya's review of Supergirl. Now, Maya is about 12, I think. I think she's about 12. And Maya plays basketball. She plays sports, loves her dad and stuff. She likes some geek shit or whatnot. It's fine. It's good. Maya actually liked the Supergirl movie, which is interesting because this is supposed to be the target age group for this shit. Now, because I'm not the kind of person to just say, did you like it or not? I liked it. Okay, well, that's good. They said they liked it. No, I actually ask deeper questions than that of people. Why they like, what is it that they actually liked? What came from that conversation is that Maya liked the Supergirl movie, not because she was drunk and belligerent and all the rest of that stuff. It's because Maya was kind of in the bag to like Supergirl as a character, not this version, but as a character. Because I found out, I didn't know this about my boy Steven. When he was a teenager, he worked at Great America, which is a Six Flags amusement park. And he was Batman, the guy walking around in a costume and shit like that around the park. He did that. Well, he did Supergirl or Superman at one point. Well, at that point, he had his daughter. His daughter got to see that. She got to love that. She said she wanted to be Supergirl because her dad was Superman going around the park. So, because of that experience, she really liked the character of Supergirl. Now, mind you, she's never read any comics of Supergirl. She only knows Supergirl from getting to dress up like Supergirl, her dad being dressed up as Superman. That's what she loves about Supergirl. It's all the powers of Superman, but it's a girl. So she was kind of baked in or had a bias for liking this Supergirl movie, regardless, because she don't remember Helen Slater from the 80s playing Supergirl. She wasn't watching Smallville. She don't know what's her name, Vandervoot or whatever. She don't know nothing about none of these other people. She knows she likes Supergirl because Supergirl is like Superman. She has the same powers and shit. So she was hardwired to want to like this shit. But in conversations with her and her father about what she liked about the movie and stuff, she saw the same shit I did and was like, yeah, that didn't make much sense. Because now she's actually cognitively thinking about the shit. Not that it's a girl on the screen flying around and kicking people's ass. But now let's think about what kind of sense does this make? With somebody who knows, who reads comic books about, well, what does this make sense? And she was the first one pointing out to her father when she saw the movie that she didn't think that was the origin of Supergirl. And I said, it wasn't. You're pretty smart. She had a problem with that. She said, I didn't think that made any sense because I thought she was on Krypton and that she was older than Clark. I said, yes. In the comic books, she is older than Clark because she was a teenager when Krypton exploded. She was just stuck in suspended animation in space until she came to Earth. So, yes, she is technically older than Clark. But they changed that in this movie. So, yeah, she has a brain, Aquateki. Yes, she has a brain. She has a geek for a father. Steven, tall as me, white dude, plays One Piece card games, play Magic the Gathering, into this geek shit. That's why we talk movies and stuff like that all the time. He ain't raising no little square-headed kids. They kind of well-rounded. I just have read more comics than he or his daughter. So that's why this Woman of Tomorrow book, after I finish reading this motherfucker, I'm giving it to her. Why not? She's never read the story. And I told her, well, that's fine. Uncle Artisan will give you this book. As soon as I finish reading it, I'll give you this book because the art is beautiful. The art is beautiful. And since you like the movie and you've seen the movie now, go back and read the original material and see how they got that shit wrong. See how much they got it wrong. How they pulling the same bullshit that these motherfuckers in this X-Men 97 is pulling. Just throwing shit in there and it don't even make sense to be there. So through the conversation of talking to her and Steven, because Steven kind of liked it too. But Steven kind of liked it for the action. It's like, yeah, she was kicking ass and stuff like that. And I said, okay, that's all well and good. Yeah, she did kick ass. Who taught her how to fight? Who taught her how to fight? He's like, that's a good question. I don't know. Exactly. Her father wasn't a fighter. Father was a scientist. So who taught her how to fight? Because you're already seeing Clark get his ass kicked all over Metropolis in his movie. And he just learned in Kansas, I guess. So who taught her how to fight? She only been there a couple years. Who? Her fight scenes is better than Clark's. Because at least she kicking ass. She taking no damage. Clark was getting manhandled by himself. Ultraman was just a clone of him. So basically what you're telling me, Clark was kicking his own ass for a whole movie. She out here beating the shit out of dudes. So who taught her how to do that? You know. And since he didn't accurately remember her origin, I told him, think about this though. The whole premise that they're using for her being drunk and shit like that most of the damn time, that doesn't work for her origin in this movie, right? How so? Well, I explained it to him. The fact that she's in there drinking is about the loss of her people in Krypton exploding and shit, right? Like, yeah, right. She wouldn't know nothing about that because she was born 8 years later after Krypton had exploded. The only Krypton her ass knows is the one she grew up on floating in space. Now, while I can give her some credit for being sad about losing her parents and the people she did know, she had no connection to Krypton, so she shouldn't be depressed about it at all. It was gone 8 years before she was even born. You take that up another 8 years, it's been 16 years before she even realized, oh, we came from a planet and it exploded? Well, that's terrible. I just feel so sad about that. Get the fuck out of here. She grew up on a bubble for damn near, 15, 16 years? So she had her parents a good long goddamn time. And the time from the point that they became that bubble city was getting further and further away from her. So let's just say 28 years Krypton has been gone. She has no connection to Krypton. No reason to be sad. She can't even remember it. So then there's no reason for her ass to be using that as an excuse to be getting fucking drunk. Well, that's my people. Everybody's gone. Well, everybody's not gone because you got your cousin. And you treat him like shit. And you got your fucking dog, which apparently was the only mangy mutt on that whole bitch. Every other animal from Krypton didn't make it, I guess. So the young girl kind of liked her attitude because she kicked ass. But the young girl also wasn't approving of all the rest of that shit that was happening because when somebody asked her about it, she could see it herself that some of it didn't make no fucking sense in the world. And I told them both, look, you can like the movie. I don't have a problem with y'all liking the movie. You don't have to not like it because I'm pointing out these things. But part of being a smart consumer is knowing what it is you like and why you like it. Because I like a bunch of shitty movies. Robo Vampire is a shitty movie. But ever since Art of Idmore showed that shit to me, I love the hell out of that movie. Not because it's good, but because it makes me laugh so goddamn hard. Because it's so bad. I like a lot of shitty ass movies. It's fine. You like it for the reasons you like it, but understand why you like it and what's good in it. Doesn't mean you can't be critical of it. You have to. Of course he was. Charles, my only thing with crypto, and I already knew he was Superman's dog from to begin with. It's only in this last Superman movie that James Gunn made it Kara's dog, so he can keep having the dog in the fucking shot and in the movie. I don't give a fuck. My only thing with crypto was how he got his powers. That was only my only ever question with crypto. How did he get his powers? And I couldn't remember that shit from the comics, how he got his powers. So the young girl liking the Supergirl movie was not a surprise to me. The question was, and this is what I asked her father, so do you approve of your daughter liking this character that all she was doing was getting drunk and being messy? Because the messy girl phenomenon is not new in Hollywood. And she ain't the first writer to try to put that in front of people and think that this is a good thing. And I'll show you why. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. It'll slow down the stream a little bit, but I like object lessons. I am a big fan of object lessons. Excuse me. Let me go back a step. And we get down to there we go. Here we go. Let's see if that works. That's one. Now, I mentioned this last week. But, repetition gets it through the blockheads. Or it just gives some people another chance to, repeat it. No, just open my fucking video pavilion. Assholes. I just opened this motherfucker yesterday. Anyway. Here we go. Who is this, y'all? Is this not a messy white girl? Is it not? Y'all remember her? This was an actress writer too. Nobody remember Madison? Maddie Facile from She-Hulk? Yeah, some LA chick wrote that story and wrote that character into it too. Yeah, Wongers. Exactly. A chick that was always inebriated. Always inebriated, stumbling around, saying some ridiculous shit because she was low key drunk. Now, Madison made me laugh. Why? Because I know drunk white girls like that. But it was played for a joke, as it should be. James Gunn, goofy ass, tried to take that serious. No, you're not supposed to take them serious. Oh, think about her trauma. Fuck her trauma. She don't have no trauma. She had trauma like Clark has trauma. Clark never saw Krypton explode. He just knows what it's like to be alone and coming from a people who were destroyed and getting to see images of his parents and shit like that. But he never got to grow up with him. He never got to touch him and see him. Kara did. So she don't really have a right to be that damn distraught. She should have the same feeling about Krypton exploding as Clark does. Because neither one of you actually saw it. You only know about it from being destroyed. And at the very least, she had her parents. She had Jor-El and Alara and could touch them and shit. Clark ain't never had them. And now you're telling them that the images he had of them, that mama and daddy was telling him out there, nah, go forth and be fruitful, man. Fuck all them bitches. Start a new Krypton. Mom, what? You telling me to be a hoe? What? Is it as bad as changing the origin of Nightcrawler with Mystique being his father, not his mother anymore? That type of bad? Yes, that type of bad. He didn't need to be his father. Mystique is a woman. She started out as a woman. Before her mutant powers ever emerged, she was a woman. Yes, Mystique can shapeshift convincingly into other people and other things, males included. But she cannot sire any children because she is at base a woman. And her siring children would mean the demon had sex with a man? No. Azazel is a demon, and chicks fuck with demons. Think I'm wrong? Name all the dudes who really get into witchcraft and make that they mode of dress and shit like that. Point them out. Now throw up a stick of all the chicks that get into that witchcraft and shit like that. Go back to your Bible. Who was talking to the snake? It wasn't fucking Adam. Adam wasn't sitting there rapping with the serpent and letting the serpent tell him stuff in their ears. And yeah, I'm gonna go do that, man. Yeah, I'm gonna go eat that fruit God told me not to eat. No, it was chicks. If you a decent dude, how many times have you lost a chick to a bad boy? Chicks fuck with demons. They just do. It's in their nature. So no, Mystique being the father ain't the move. She fucked Azazel. She got Nightcrawler. Nightcrawler got a bunch of siblings, other than Rogue, in that demon's realm, because that's what that demon does. Stupid shit. What the fuck is wrong with James Gunn, soy boy extremist? A lot of things are wrong with James Gunn, and he puts it in every movie. JT, you want to take this one? Me and JT have had long conversations about this shit. What's wrong with James Gunn? It's very clear to pick out. James Gunn has a problem with fathers. He has a problem with maleness. He only knows dysfunction. That's why in all of his movies, the family is the one that you make, not the one that you have. Fathers are always bad, dysfunctional in some kind of way. The women are always overly aggressive. So by that rationale, I would think James Gunn was kind of great by an older woman. He into some perverse shit. But he also over idolizes women too. That's why his wife is always in anything. I didn't see it until somebody put up a video of his wife being interviewed about Supergirl, and I'm looking at her on the screen. I'm like, you weren't able to cast your wife in this role. Is that it? Because Millie Alcott, her drab hair and shit like that, looks like his fucking wife. I was like, she couldn't get cast as Supergirl because she was already in Suicide Squad and Peacemaker. So she couldn't be cast as Supergirl. But you can cast somebody else that kind of looks like her. Huh. I get it. Is he secretly gay? No. What's wrong with being just self-hating? He ain't got to be gay to be self-hating. Doesn't. He got a whole wife. He got a whole wife. I don't think that's his beard. I think he has a wife. They don't have any kids. But I don't think he's secretly gay. He might secretly get pegged, but that don't make him gay. It just makes him a bitch. Here's JT clocking in. Yeah, he got daddy issues. Clearly, he had relationship issues. Clearly, love testicles and like traffickers. Basically, traffickers has been damn near in every movie. In Guardians 2, the one I hate and most of y'all love, what was Yondu doing? Was he not trafficking children? Back to Quill's daddy, who was killing them because they weren't good enough? They couldn't handle the powers? Look at this shit. You watched it, right? Ask yourself what you liked about it. That's been there. That ain't new. The only thing new about the Supergirl movie is that they say he didn't direct it or write it. But it looks like a bunch of James Gunn shit. The most James Gunn movies supposedly not directed by James Gunn. Was his wife in Black Adam too? I remember her in Black Adam. Well, yeah, she was in Black Adam because she's still that character. She's still a character in the DC universe. She was at the end when he went to the prison. She's still a character in DC. She still draw a check from DC. One was a bit part. The other one was a notable role in Peacemaker, Harcourt. She was in Guardians and shit like that too. She's been in a bunch of his movies. It definitely seems bitch made. No, he's bitch behaved. This is to me the phrase bitch made gets used too much because of this. Your mama was a bitch. You came out of your mama. You bitch made. So we got to use some other terms, man. This shit don't work because I like the definition of words. It's always bitch made. Testicles and Slither, Super, Guardians 2, and Suicide Squad. Aliens taking people over too with no cure. Yes. He should step down. He's not going to, and he shouldn't. He shouldn't. My point still stands. JT's point still stands, I know. He should just stop being in charge of all of this shit. He needs to hire other people and let them do what they do. You're a studio head now, then hire fucking directors and let them do their work. Give them some direction, but let them go and direct. You cannot direct all of this because it all ends up tasting like your same meal. He was the wrong person to do Superman because he doesn't know how to do a solo superhero story. And the only way this Supergirl one came about, it still ended up looking like his shit. So what do you think you about to get in Man of Tomorrow? Bunch more cameos. It's not going to be a solitary Superman story. He doesn't do that. He does dysfunctional teams. It would be no different if it was a comic book and you took somebody who was really good at writing a JLA and put them on a Swamp Thing book. Swamp Thing is going to fail. Why? Because they're not good at writing solo characters. They're only good at writing teams. James Gunn is a team writer. That's what his stock and trade is good for, teams, not solo stories. Christopher Nolan may be able to give you a good solo movie, but it's not always about teams. Team up of likable misfits and saving a damned animal. Yes, that's what he's known for. That's his stock and trade. That's why he tells you himself he couldn't crack the code on Superman until he put Krypto in it. And everybody hates fucking Krypto. Not because we had some dislike for animals or Krypto in the comic book, because James Gunn's version of Krypto was fucking annoying. That badass dog, I wouldn't have gave a shit about him in a Supergirl movie getting shot with poison because he pissing on everything and tearing up shit. Look, it is what it is, man. I'm going to take you to the vet. If they can't save you, we putting you down. It is what it is. I value human lives over animal lives a little bit more. I will not see the mistreatment of animals, but I don't grade them as being on the same level or above human beings. I don't. And if I was in their world, they wouldn't see it the same way either. So we even. Everything is equal. Krypto is bad as a pet. If you adopted a dog like that, you'd take it back. No, it wasn't a good fit. We did the trial. It wasn't a good fit. Do you have another one back there? Uh-uh. Uh-uh. So Steven and Maya actually liked the Supergirl movie, but they weren't so in the camp of liking Supergirl that they couldn't see the critiques that I was bringing up of it because they saw it themselves. Some of it they didn't know about, so they didn't really know what the critique was on it because they didn't really know the character outside of that movie. And I said, well, this is where I come down on it. For the movie, for what they're presenting of you, it doesn't hold together. It is inconsistent within itself. Meaning, if you had none of the outside knowledge of the character from the comic, does it hold up for itself here? No. His Crim of the Yellow Heels was so tough. How'd you get all them studs in his face? If Ruthie's father was such a great swordsmith and shit, why the fuck does Ruthie not know how to fight? And offering somebody a sword that can easily be taken away from her, and she can't even fight with it. What, was your brother the one who knew how to fight? Why would her dumbass brother jump out and try to scare her when he sees her fixated fearfully in the opposite direction? Why would he not come out and say, what's going on? Why would her father not put up a fight? Why would, even under a red sun, losing her powers, what would make this little 5 foot nuttin' ass girl think she has the testicular fortitude to stand up to this big ass alien who just took the sword from this little bitch and get out there and get punched in the face and not be killed? Why she got such a chip on her goddamn shoulder? Because her parents died? Clark's parents died too. So, why does all these alien worlds look so trashy like Earth? Why is English the common language? You know, the dialect of Earthlings, the common language where there's not a bunch of Earthlings out in space. A lot of this shit don't make no sense in the movie itself. If you just divorce it from everything you know from the outside, the comic books and everything else, and just judge it on the movie itself, it makes no goddamn sense. And like I told Stephen and Maya, you can like whatever you want to like. You can. I'm not trying to keep you from liking this shit. I'm just pointing out things that I saw watching it that don't make any sense to me. And what they found, it didn't make any goddamn sense to them either. And that's just for the movie. That's why you ain't seen a Supergirl review yet. It's fucking irritating. I've talked about this more times than I wanted to. And every time I talk about it, that movie get broke the fuck down. It falls apart. Not because Millie Alcott can't act. Not because I don't like Jason Momoa laughing on screen. Because it's shit. It's all done badly. And all doesn't make any sense. And I'm not an AI fan, so I don't like a bunch of stolen pieces thrown together into somebody's own stuff. I'm like, look what I did. You didn't do anything. You stole from everybody else. I don't celebrate that and I don't applaud it. So, no, I haven't done a review of Supergirl for that reason. Because every time I talk about it, I feel the same way I feel now. You need to do better. I'm not clapping for that. So apparently she gave a better performance as young Rhaenyra than Kara Zor-El. And would I want to see Kara Zor-El in something else? No. I don't need to. But I will. Because as much as I don't care for either one of them, James Gunn's versions of them, when he puts out Man of Tomorrow, I'll have my ass in the theater to watch that too, because I'm a fan of geek movies and geek properties. And I watch all of this shit. So I have to do homework. And then I can tell you guys, like I'm telling you now, what I didn't like about it, because I actually have some actual experience with it. Yeah, James Gunn adopted a badass dog just to put that shit in the movie because he's a poor owner. You know what that shows? That he is not the alpha. Like I told my mother with her new dog, Barnaby Jones. His last name is not Jones, it's just Barnaby. That little motherfucker growling and shit like that at her, you have to establish you the alpha, mama. Stop letting that dog run the roost. Crypto, the dog that James Gunn got doing all that shit, understands that he ain't the fucking alpha. That's why the dog acts however the fuck it wants to. Stupid ass. So, Charles, he may not be bitch made, but he is pussy. He is pussy. And that's probably why his wife fucking him. Because she like pussy. Super dog who behaves like that would be terrifying and dangerous. It is. The only thing more dangerous than that dog doing that shit would be a superpowered baby superpowered toddler like that, you're gonna get killed because that little motherfucker is not gonna have any chill. You can't let a toddler bite you because a motherfucker don't know to let go. You will have to punch that little bastard in the head. Superpowered dog misbehaving like that, that's a danger, dude. You worried about it's Sunday night, House of the Dragon coming on. You can't have an unexperienced rider on a dragon. You cannot have a dog with superpowers that you cannot control. Just as dangerous, less fire. Rocket, Crypto, Eagly. Sense a theme here with James Gunn? And yes, absolutely, Malika. Animals are a reflection of their owners, their training or their lack of. That's why animal is a good gauge if you should have kids or not. If you can't control this animal and learn how to train it and treat it right, you don't need to have no fucking children. You're going to do worse. You're going to do worse. And we'll have to deal with it because they have to grow up and be, functioning human beings. No. Yeah, miniature weapons of mass destruction. Exactly right. Because a rabid dog is a danger to everybody. It don't need to have superpowers to do that. No. A superpower rabbit animal? Oh, hell no. Like, we'll laugh in the Superman movie, when the dog attacked Lex, right? Well, what do I say about that shit? That shit was traumatic. Why? Because Lex should have lost his fucking arm. It shouldn't have been played for a joke. Crypto, let him go. Let him go. Lex should have been ripped apart, man. What are you talking about? That dog grabbed his goddamn arm with superpowers. That shit is gone. Lex lost his arm, as far as I'm concerned. You could play it for a laugh. That is not funny, man. That motherfucker got killed. In reality, James Gunn is a fucking furry. Maybe. It makes sense why he's getting poked. No. People got weird sex habits, man. I'm not shaming your kink, but don't think I don't see it. I see the kink in your chain, bro. It's okay. It's okay. She like pulling on it. That's your business. So anyway, that's it for that. Supergirl was good to some people. A 12-year-old girl and a guy who don't read comic books actually thought the action was good. The action and seeing Supergirl on screen is what did it for them. Fine. I told you, I wanted to talk to somebody who actually liked this shit. And I had to go down to a 12-year-old. Fine. But I already know why she liked it. She liked it because she saw Supergirl on the screen, not from the story that was being told to her. She didn't like that part. That's the part that didn't make any sense to her. And she sees herself as Supergirl. Okay, there had to be somebody. I told you. It had to be somebody who liked that shit. I just wanted to talk to them. Ask them some questions about what it is that they damn liked. And most of the problems that I have with it totally flew by them. So I will finish this comic and I will give it to Amaya so she can read the comic and then she can have her mind changed on how good that damn movie was. Not to not like Supergirl, just to understand the movie ain't that good of a representation. Straight up. What up, Faulkness?
I'm going to come out with a new comic book character called Negro. Dun, dun, Negro. Nope, I have not seen this movie, and I don't see a pertinent reason to go see it in rush. I wasted because I was turned off the minute she did a cameo in the Superman movie. I was like, yeah, that's no. I
Yeah, I
might see
said
it
that
for
shit.
reviewing. I might see it for reviewing purposes, maybe, sort of, kind of, maybe, but I doubt it. It's like the same realm of Wakanda Forever for me.
I can
Like
see that.
I haven't seen Wakanda Forever still to this day. Not even on streaming.
The only part of Wakanda Forever that you're missing is seeing the send off for Chadwick Boseman and seeing how Namor comes on the screen. That's it. The rest of that shit, you're not missing.
Yeah,
You're really not missing much, bro.
I'm not.
Missing much.
I don't think I could. I think I could skip this one because I was. It's like, look, dude. Just admit that you don't know how to make masculine movies, Clark.
Why would he admit that? That's not a question he even asking himself. Why would he admit it?
You know, Mama said.
We know it. He don't know it. He still think he doing something masculine. He doing something kind of artsy and stuff, and really diving into the character and looking at him in a different way. Why don't you look at him in a masculine light?
Oh shit! It's sad, and it's like, dude, you're fucking up this whole universe. Go sit down somewhere. Go take 12 seats. It's like looking at Twitter when it first came about. And looking at Twitter now, it's like free Pornhub. Like it's just a big commercial for everybody's OnlyFans. That's what it really is. It's not what it was originally intended for now. But I just look at it like, if you like James Gunn, Superman, or Supergirl, I would look at you really weird and ask the question, what do you think? Well, he didn't save people. There's not one Superman movie he ever didn't save people. I'm sorry, it's like Superman and his amazing friends, or Supergirl, The Adventures of AA.
What up, Beast?
What's going on?
Did you bring that brisket sandwich or what?
Funny enough, I ended up getting a second brisket sandwich.
Funny enough, I got one of these for you. I got one of these for you.
Brisket.
Yeah, so
gotta have the brisket.
Look, and I still got some salad, Caesar salad that we got that I ain't ate yet. I finished my pickled okra and my fudge.
Listen, goddammit. We ain't gonna be friends. You keep fucking with me, man.
And then I had a key lime cup too.
Yeah, we're gonna drop Beast down. Let's go ahead.
Dad.
You're gonna drop this nigga down because
I tell you, he got the lemon meringue pie and
he's talking about good
fried
food
chicken ever that was made by God's hand.
Wait, one more. Did I tell you about the birthday cake fudge I had too?
Yeah, we dropping Beast. It was good to see you, Beast. It was good to see you. I'm gonna drop you down now. Get your ass out of here with that
shit. We're gonna drop Beast with his new title song. This nigga here.
This nigga here. What's good with you, man?
Oh, nothing, man. I still haven't watched the Supergirl movie yet, so
y'all not missing nothing. I almost went back to watch it a second time just so I could actually do a review on the shit. Not because I don't remember it. It's just like, maybe it's like tricking myself. Like, maybe it's not as bad as I thought when I saw it the first time. Maybe it's not as bad. Maybe I watch it again just to see.
Drug addicts say the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. It is just that bad. You were sucking that dick.
Yeah, but see, look, like I said, I told you that they was gonna give her all of the fighting. Remember, I'm the first one who said it. All of the fighting that Superman didn't do, she was gonna do on her own. And they even gave a reason why Crypto didn't help out for all the people that said, Crypto? He was out of commission. They gave him poison and they took him out of the commission. So for the people that
Crypto was outro, so we don't have to worry about the dog biting anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait a minute. She took on all
kicked ass without Crypto help.
She took on all these bad guys by herself.
Yes.
Didn't take a tenth of the damage Clark took in his own movie. The
Nope.
first fucking 5 minutes, Clark gets his ass handed to him.
She didn't even get punched in the face.
The opening of the movie is Clark getting his ass kicked.
Yes, it opens with
Yeah, the first 3 minutes,
face
he
down
just,
in the snow.
doing the whole Yamcha shit.
Yep, getting his Yamcha on.
I'm just like, yeah, James Gunn. I was about to walk out the movie when I saw that shit. I'm like, that's not a good way to start a superhero movie, dude. You don't look too super.
It's an interesting way if you're going to show this character getting stronger or getting better. That's not what I saw. He was the same.
He was always at a down point. Like every time something happened, he needed help. There's not one time in that movie you saw him save Lois.
Look, he was getting hurt by crypto. He was getting hurt by crypto.
And then
Kara playing with crypto and she just laughing. She ain't hurt at all. This motherfucker, ow, crypto, stop. Like, oh, fucking God, dude, this is so embarrassing. This is so embarrassing.
I mean, it's like, dude, James. I'd like to have an interview with James Gunn, but I'm afraid that's going to end up into a fight.
No, because he ain't masculine enough to want to fight you for that shit. He's just gonna call the producer and try to get his ass out of there. Oh,
Like lock the doors.
Yeah,
Motherfucker, this is for Superman.
and then he'll go online and talk shit about you on X.
While promoting his furry OnlyFans. Told you he's a goddamn fairy. Probably part of the herd too.
His sexual proclivities do not matter to me in the sense that I like James Gunn movies. I like what he does in movies, but it doesn't work everywhere. That's the conversation that me and JT was having. He probably spread himself too goddamn thin. He can't touch all of this stuff. Mm-hmm. He cannot. He needs to step back. After I saw Superman, I was assured of that. You need to step back. I gave you a chance with Superman to see what you can do. I didn't think you were the right guy for the job because you do teams. This looked like a goddamn team movie with as many characters in it. Fine, I give you a chance. I watched it. I didn't like it. You need to take a step back. And I'm not saying you need to leave DC. You just need to take a step back from being in that creative process and be a studio fucking head. Do that part. Give your notes on what they need to fix that don't look right to you, not to make it look right for your sensibilities as a director, to look like something you did, but just something that looks a little bit better for the overall idea that you want to fit. And Supergirl was not it.
I don't think he needs to leave DC, but I definitely think he needs to leave Earth.
Funny.
And take a deep breath of space.
See, this is why I wanted to see what you thought of it. I already know what you thought of Superman. I already know. Supergirl, I was waiting to see what you thought of it because I know Supergirl for you is like your love for She-Hulk. And it's only a few people I've heard talk about Supergirl in the same way that you talked about She-Hulk and what the relationship between Supergirl and Clark is that she loves her cousin.
Yeah.
She goes back for her cousin. She go to war for her cousin.
I just think I'm just tired of
Kara. That is not this Kara. She can ignore him like he's some old boyfriend, some old ex that keep bugging her.
Yeah.
Like he Ron Stoppable and she Kim Possible, like Kara Possible. Like, stop calling me, Ron. I'm busy. Like
yeah. It's like, no. If you look at the character, even in the New 52, let's even go back to what the Batman Superman when they really redid her character.
Mm-hmm.
She was very close then. She's close to the Trinity. It's funny because she's actually a very caring person. Even when Connor came about, she took Connor as family. Mm-hmm. This looks like a drunken, selfish bitch.
It is,
and she's rude. Like she's got to make everybody around her miserable. She's got to be so dysfunctional that you got to drink. But wait a minute, how come Clark, who had less proclivities than you when it came to parenting, why does he have a better sunny disposition, but you don't?
Must be Kansas and his spectrum parents.
And it's crazy because this what makes me not like modern superhero movies, especially with women. because women ruin shit because they want to be. I want to be the toughest. You can't. It's like this one chick tried to tell me the other day. What if you were in the army and a chick tried to do this? She did the same thing as the men. I said, you know what? I'm still waiting for that.
Yeah, it won't happen.
I said, if y'all so chick, if y'all so tough, why don't you sign up for? Get Congress to make y'all sign up for selective service. You know why you won't? Because you can't hack it. And
No,
you know,
because somebody would actually call them on having to step up and do it.
hmm
Eventually, you'd actually have to step up and do it. It would no longer be hyperbole. You would have to step up and do it. And if you couldn't, then that proves that.
it's like I put the equivalent here, especially
Shit,
when
Supergirl in Smallville was more pleasant.
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Think about it. The Supergirl in My Adventures of Superman is a better interpretation, way better. Of course, look how she loves on Jimmy Olsen. Look how she's doting. Look how she's inquisitive and doting towards Clark. Even the interaction between her and Lois. So you can't say this is a person you want to be saved from. You scared that her drunken ass is gonna actually fucking accidentally, at super speed crash into you. Like, oh shit, we got a DW out of air.
Yeah, Hancock the girl, more cock.
Left cock.
Yeah. Gunn may have spread himself too thin and spread his butt cheeks too wide to keep writing these Greek ass male characters and annoying hyena females.
I'm gonna choke on my damn water.
the
It's too
spread
easy.
is the spread is thicker than homemade preservatives. Good God.
Look, he is what he is. I'm not going to. To me, it's a waste of time to sit there and fault him as a man or what his sexual proclivities will be. I don't
Yeah.
have to know that shit to look at his material and say you write weak men and you got some issues with fatherhood and masculinity you probably need to deal with if you're gonna write some of these characters. You can be that shit all day. I don't give a shit. It's not my bedroom. It's not my damn business. I don't give a fuck. What I actually care
Yeah.
about is what you've produced, and that's all I can judge this shit on. What you
It's
produced is not making me as a grown ass man thinking like, yeah, that Superman was awesome. It wasn't. Your Supergirl was not awesome either. Directed by you or not directed by you, your direction in Supergirl was shit because I didn't need Star Lord with a wig on. I didn't
yeah.
need that shit again. I
And then if
didn't.
you notice, it's so recurring that he makes characters. His main characters got to be like juvenile. They got to be like goddamn. Oh
They're all
well,
man children.
they're man children or lady children or whatever the hell you want to call. It's like they're infantile in their thinking. They can't think like adults.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Well,
fathers are so bad. You had to make Pocket one of the greatest fathers in fiction, right? You had to make him a dumb. Like, how the fuck these hicks fucking outsmart the U.S. government for 30 years?
No
yeah.
shit. That's what I
Like,
said. These parents are on the spectrum, bro. I don't know
yeah,
how Clark survived this
Look,
shit.
I said like what's the expression they say? Your trauma is showing. That's
yeah.
basically what it is. Your trauma is
Dysfunction is
showing, G.
showing. Your
And,
dysfunction
and,
is
it,
Yeah.
showing.
Your
and it's
dysfunction is
funny.
showing.
It's
And
funny because,
he destroyed both sets of parents in one movie.
yeah,
The kids and the L's. Like, bruh, Laura and Jarrell is bull on some bullshit? No, man, what the fuck is that? Oh
they
my
were the reason why they were trying to send their son to a place where he would survive, not trying to
yes.
get a harem. Yo,
Not
Clark,
take
when we
over. He
send you off,
fucking Goku. No, but he destroyed both sets of parents in that shit. It's like he got a problem with parents, and that's probably why he ain't got no goddamn kids. Thankfully.
you probably don't have kids. I mean, who the fuck looks at Jerome and Laura saying they could be a great people if you show them the way. By the way, Clark, get mad
Fuck.
bitches, fuck them,
Yeah, get mad. No, it's his mother told him that shit. Yeah, no, fuck these bitches.
fuck these bitches, get money.
Laura, what?
Look,
Like,
when everybody said that was a real thing, because I watched the movie, I thought it was a fucking joke or it was some Lex Luthor shit. But everybody said no, he really said that. I was like, I thought that was a
Well,
joke.
like everybody has told you, they doubled down on it in the Supergirl movie because Zor-El talks about his brother being on that shit. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck
Um,
up. They doubled down on it.
They
That's
really
and
did.
James saying, fuck y'all. Y'all didn't like it? I'll do it again. I'll do it again.
um,
I think he's helped.
Bullshit.
Maybe he. You know what I figured out? This is my conspiracy. James Gunn was secretly sent by Marvel to dismantle DC from the inside.
I mean, that could be a possibility. I'll
No,
run with that.
I wouldn't run with that because they're doing the same shit to themselves.
Oh yeah.
And it's
That's why I
like
wouldn't run with it. Impossible. It's just part and parcel of the bullshit. You're just taking it and spreading it around. Like, fucking
spread
shit.
it over. I mean, it's
He is only the second director from Marvel to go to DC and have a middling chip sandwich of
drizzling shit. Good God.
second one.
I look at it and I say to this man, you got a whole goddamn book, a whole goddamn library to your disposal, and you couldn't pick like, okay, this is my Superman. This is the way I want him to be. And it's like you got an issue, and this is the saddest part. It reminds me in politics, right? Everybody's like, well, I wouldn't join the military for this country. But you utilize its currency, its notoriety, its power, and all the things that come with it. But when it comes to defending it, everybody becomes a bitch.
Yeah.
And
I had,
it's
I
go
had
ahead.
that conversation. I had that conversation on Friday with my friend about the whole patriotism thing, and I told her that she really made me think about her comments on asking her what she was really proud for the 4th of July, how important it was to her, what was important about it to her. Really gave me something to think about that I brought up with you guys about patriotism and everything else. And really thinking about this while the World Cup is going on, and we got people from all over other countries, all over this country from other countries celebrating where they from, and you know where they from ain't 100% on their shit either. But it ain't stopping them from having pride from where they from. Why the fuck can you be here and not have any pride for where you from?
And it's stupid because I hear it from black people the worst because they're like, well, we weren't free during that time. You idiot. Some of us were. Some of us are even indigenous to this place, if you
Yep.
check the DNA.
Yep.
So let me put it to you this way: the first person to die or kill for the country was black, and they even said it. 97% of people, white people included, you have been here longer than it's your country. You idiot! It's like going back to the military. You shouldn't join a white man's military. You know what type of people say that to you? The people who couldn't get in, the people who are jealous because you're going to be better than them. So
Wouldn't
it's
fight for
like,
shit anyway.
yeah, it's like,
They
yo,
say wouldn't bust a grape in a fruit fight. Shut up.
exactly. Oh, don't you go get them good benefits now, because I'm gonna sit
Exactly.
here with I'm gonna sit here with
Exactly,
this
Charles.
bottle.
Don't get them doors open for you. What?
You know, don't be in the largest fraternity in the United States, which is a
Do
Veterans
that.
Administration.
You
Don't
supposed
do
to be
that.
born in the hood, nigga. No, what you trying to do? Get out?
Oh,
Yeah,
nigga,
hold on.
did I
I would
catch you
even
trying to better yourself?
Yeah.
I
Trying to
would
get
even
free?
go get them reparations because that's your government money right there. That you right
Oh
there.
shit. Let them pay you.
Especially if you get hurt, you get a disability for the rest of your life, and it grows. I'm like, but that niggas need a job. Well, you know, it's out here, it's tough out here. Guess who won't
But
be homeless?
well, here's the and you say that. I just told you my old FD did what? He just retired. What did he retire from? He's been retired from the military. But he got his house, his wife, his kids, his family and stuff. He's gonna be all right. Why? Because he did his military service. He ain't even 60 yet.
Mm-hmm.
Now think of all the motherfuckers that thought, oh, he can't get into this white man's military. Okay, where your ass being taken care of at 60? Looking to the government to take care of your ass. Looking for Social Security to take care of your ass.
So think about it, right? Let's look at it. And this is all circle conversation into the comic book movie genre. None of these movies in the last 5, 6, maybe almost 10 years, and I'll say this, with the exception of Endgame, maybe the latest, you've never seen a representation of what a hero is.
Not really.
And you've never seen it. Like, look at the music today. The number one song on the radio, which I do not listen to, is "Where My Scamming Ass Niggas At." So
I ain't even heard that, but that's why I don't listen to the radio nowadays.
that's why I don't. And people be like, "This is what y'all." Now, I've already said to people, it's not the first time we had controversial music in the black community,
No, it's not. Ain't gonna be the
but
last either.
it ain't gonna be the last. But this is the reason why I told a chick, and she blocked my number, but I still hit anyway. So, yay. No matter what happens, you can't unsuck a dick. But anyway,
You're right. I've said that. Can't unsuck this dick.
you get mad because I point out a thing. You never talk about what you can talk about. I'm fine with you talking about men and the type of women they get, but let's juxtapose that. What type of men are you attracted to? Are you attracting? It's the same way with these movies. Who are you trying to attract, and what are you trying to, and who's attracted to your movies? And if you're saying we want a movie for women, guess what happens with women? They don't support their own shit. If women outnumber men, look at the WNBA. Y'all supposed to be making. If women actually liked your material, you'd be making a lot more than even this new contract. And I look at the same thing with the superhero drama. You can't tell me that you're showing people what a hero does. What you're showing people what a hero does is bitch, moan, complain, and drink like a sailor. No solutions.
Well, my question would be, what woman will want to see that shit? Because this ain't Sex in the City,
Mm-mm.
and it ain't Barbie. So apparently, there's women out there, but why aren't they watching this shit? You can't turn this around and say we're making this for women and be mad when it failed because men didn't go watch it enough. Men went and watched it. That's why you got the numbers that you got. Women didn't go watch it. That's the problem. I was doing this on YouTube recently. Why do I ask you guys about donations and shit like that? Because I have mostly guys that watch my shit. I had 2% women, and it's probably 2 of them. But if I had more women and men watching this shit, I would not have to ask about donations. Why? Because I can go to somebody else's stream and see 2 women sitting up there, and motherfuckers is flooding it with money for sitting up there just talking.
With the boobies out.
Just saying thank you.
Yeah.
That's all they say in the whole stream. They ain't talking about shit. Why? Because men like giving up money to women. They don't like giving up money to men. Women like giving money to men if they're attractive and they're saying shit to them that make them feel good.
Like Queen Goddess.
Exactly. Otherwise, they don't like paying. Fuck you, nigga.
But she got the welcome to the Church of Brightness, Queen Goddess.
Yeah, I'm like, according to Charles, I'm light skinned. I still can't even get it.
Your light skin power's a weak old man.
Yeah, right.
You gotta add a British accent now.
Your light skinnedness is disturbing.
Your light skinnedness is disturbed the force.
All right. So it's just one of those things. This movie, yeah, a woman wrote it, and apparently it's not the right kind of woman to write this shit because it couldn't draw women in to watch it. It didn't matter if it was a superhero movie or not. Look, more girls see superhero movies because their man is into it than them.
Mm-hmm. Look at some of the conventions of the cosplayers. Once they find out they gotta, most of them, some of them are diehard fans, and some of them just like, oh, I like that character. They're wearing something skimpy. Let me wear it.
Yeah, they just like wearing skimpy shit. It's fine.
It's like to me, I had to figure this out. Conventions are for fellowship for the dudes. Conventions for the ladies is their chance to let out their inner whore.
Yeah, that's it. That's
and I'm not.
The cosplay culture is just that. It's not about. It's free validation.
Yeah,
free validation.
I'm not complaining about it, but that's what it is.
I'm not complaining about it because I see the realism, the reality of it. That's all it is. It's just validation for you, and that's fine, I guess. But I don't like it overruling to where now I got to ruin my whole experience because you want to say I'm objectifying somebody who was out here half naked anyway.
Yep. Magneto costumes don't look like that.
Yeah,
Wait.
I didn't see that.
Even though they're still waiting for the silk press Magneto. You know, the Snoop Dogg
Magneto
hair.
need to look like the Mac.
It's a
Had that purple
doggy
fur
dog.
cape. Them
It's
boots
a
on.
doggy dog word.
Yep.
I'm like, I listen to some of these chicks on TikTok talk about the Magneto silk press from X-Men 97, season 1. And I'm like, y'all do know he's a World War II survivor, so he would be like 90 years old. Y'all
Mhm.
Magnetism,
Yeah,
keep it up. That magnetism, keep it up, bro. Keep that blood flow working.
Mm-hmm. Ash Road.
You know, rocked her Southern Belle, didn't. God damn.
Justice for Gambit.
Oh damn! Not only
Rose, motherfucker, you ain't shit today, Beast.
Look,
imagine
she can't feel. Look, she can't feel Remy, but she can feel something else.
Still Magneto though.
you know,
She was getting all that magnetism.
imagine you fucking Remy, and you walk in there and all you hear is I took your bitch to get money, take money. Oh shit! The fuck.
Had her floating on the ceilings, not using her powers.
Well, yeah, he used his. Why did Rogue nickname him the Hebrew Hammer?
Y'all ain't shit.
I never claimed him.
Justice for Remy. Justice for Remy.
I bet you when that crawfish came out. Oh no, bitch, you get none of this seafood boil. Fuck you. Go get your little yarmulke boy over there. Get the fuck out of here.
None of them beignets or that gumbo. None of that.
And shit.
I'm a swamp rat. Remember?
And we go fetch me some gator.
Yeah, but that's the Supergirl movie. I mean, like I said before, it came out. I watched it. I didn't necessarily like it. I didn't like it. It wasn't a good movie to me. And now it's over, and I want to stop talking about it. Do I think James Gunn need to lose his position from it? No, because Kathleen Kennedy made a bunch of horrible fucking decisions and movies and pictures that I had to watch. She stayed in power for a long goddamn time. So you've set the new standard, man. He can be there for 10 years fucking up.
A decade plus.
He can be there a decade plus fucking up as far as we know. So I don't think he need to be out after two.
Is she gone yet?
Not completely. She ain't producing, but she ain't gone.
Some of the rats ain't
she behind the
with the
scenes.
shit.
Yeah, she behind the scenes now. She got somebody else to stand up there on that spot on that target.
You know, Kathleen Kennedy is with terror cells. Talk to their operatives to keep them in line. You keep doing it, we're gonna make Kathleen Kennedy make a life story out of your life, a movie out of your life. No,
told you. Look, that show, The Acolyte, she was telling you she has some acolytes up in there.
She did. Dave is her acolyte. That's why she picked him. You see, she didn't pick John. She didn't pick John. She picked Dave. That's all you need to know. She picked Dave and gave him a handler, another woman outside of his wife.
What?
You know, the actual witch.
That bitch is fiendish.
Nope. So James can fuck around and get it right or get it wrong or whatever the fuck. I'm not that married into DC or Marvel like that. I'm a fan of the comic books, and they can fuck up the comic books any way they want to. But the movies and shit,
hard sell.
Look, man. I just want you to do the shit well. Show the original source material some justice. If that's not what you want to do, I can't make you do that shit. It's just not what you want to do. Fine. And it will go down and you will lose money until you lose enough to get that motherfucker out of there and stop doing that. But I don't even fault him for going to Supergirl and not go into a Batman or a Wonder Woman first. Like some people complain, like, "Oh no, you got to do the Trinity first." No, you don't. I'm tired of seeing them motherfuckers. You could have gave me a Supergirl movie before you gave me a Superman movie because I already had a Superman. I was fine with Henry Cavill. I was still waiting for a Man of Steel too. So if he wasn't giving me that, I didn't need a new Superman right now.
Justice for Henry.
Yeah. You could have gave me a Supergirl movie first, and I might have been more interested in that.
It's the doggy dog world.
I'm not that damn married to why I have to see the same old people run out there every single fucking time. I'm sick of that shit. I'm old now. I've seen them enough times. I remember every version and I've seen it. I'm good. Give me some of these characters that I haven't seen before on the screen. Yeah, it's been since what, 80 something since we've seen a Supergirl movie. Good. Too long. Let's get it out there. I don't need to see her see Wonder Woman before her. I know what Wonder Woman had. Her movies are still recent, man. Can we pull some other characters off the bench, please?
You know what would be a great movie idea? Because everybody loves buddy cop movies. What about Booster Gold and Blue Beetle?
No, that's what they're trying to give you with the lanterns. They're trying to give you the buddy cop thing with the lanterns.
Oh God, I'd rather see the Boost, man.
I'd rather see Booster Gold and Blue Beetle, and I don't even like them characters that much. But I know they have a friendship that could be fun on the screen. You already did the Blue Beetle movie, then just throw Booster Gold out there. Let's get it popping.
Let's get Booster.
You're losing money anyway. What are you afraid of?
Man, at this point, you at least need 2 movies to flesh out a character anyway.
Exactly.
So, I mean, that's why when people talk. Oh, go ahead, B.
Booster Gold, a Hawkman movie. Who else? A Zartana movie. I mean, a fucking Martian Manhunter. Like you got
Martian Manhunter movie would have been more interesting to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it runs into the problem when you say these other characters that they have, right? This is where I think DC runs into a problem is you say these other characters and then you realize they ain't really been flushed out in their own fucking comic books either.
Nope.
You've wasted so much time focusing on the big 3 or 4 that you never really flush out any of these characters. So that's why you can only do movies with them, which is ass. To me, it's ass. You can't have 1,000 or so characters like this and you only know the backstories on 5 of them. Then you're wasting time. What are you doing?
I mean, when you're fucking, this is the sad part about Marvel and DC, especially
Chocolate Witch in here. I'm a third female. This is one of the 2%.
Oh Lord, we're being invaded.
Y'all got to get badges or something because there's only 3 of y'all.
We're being invaded. Lord. But at least they're pretty.
We're taking over the space.
Taking over space. There's 3 of them. At least they're pretty though. Good God Almighty.
Yeah, I didn't like the storyline for Supergirl. They could have come up with a better plot than a birthday with a sick dog. Why are you reducing it down to what it was, Aria? God damn it, a woman wrote this. Where's your pride for the collective?
The solidarity of the female. What they say, the solidarity.
I'm gonna tell the rest of the board that you ain't on board, man. They're gonna reprogram you.
Mm-hmm. They're
gonna find you and Toya and try to reprogram y'all. I'm telling you. Don't tell the Coven. The Coven don't like that dissension. You're supposed to say that shit was awesome and that was what you were waiting to see, and you taking your daughters to see it too. Terrible.
I'm just wondering to myself, it's like, I'm actually one of those guys who have female characters that I love, like Wonder Woman, She-Hulk, Red Sonja, depending on who's writing it. There's quite a few. Who else was a female character? I love the Mighty Thor because it fleshed out the Thor mythos a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And I've said this on many occasions. It's like the women going through Ranger School, the first batch of women. You're making it so obvious and terrible that we're going to suspect anything else that another woman does in that realm. You're making them angry at men. When no, like think about it. You just told a story of a guy who was paid to cosplay as Batman and Superman. Her love of Supergirls because she thought that because my daddy's Superman, I must be the girl of steel. And something that's simple, you could have ripped all those dreams from that little girl's fucking mind, and you're
Like
doing it,
this drunk bitch on the screen.
and you're showing that hey, the only way we're gonna get respect is we're angry, drunk, and belligerent. There's no elegance. That's why I told people last week, or the week before last, like, look, I'm a big fan of Cher, Princess of Power. You're the most powerful woman in the universe. You literally are on the same level of strength as your brother He Man, but you have a femininity about you, as you should. Like you don't like how the hell you don't know how to write women when some of these directors are women.
I I think I said this when we were watching She-Hulk, a review of She-Hulk. These are the worst type of women. They're not comfortable with who they are to begin with. They're not. All I can see is about drinking and fucking. And the only thing this chick didn't do in this movie was fuck. But she drink enough like everybody else and got a chip on her shoulder for some reason that is unaware of to us. She walk around talking shit to everybody, being terrible as a person, starting bar fights and all the rest of this shit because she just wants some information about her goddamn dog to save her dog. Well, she's selfish. It's all about her own self-interest. Oh, she she saved the girls that was being trafficked. Not because she was there to save them, because she was there to get the antidote for a fucking dog.
Yeah,
Fuck about them bitches. And then she came back, unbodied the dude, and came back and sat down with her cousin like nothing even happened.
yeah.
Well, didn't
You
you
ain't
say
told your
she
cousin you
got
just
one of
bodied a
those?
nigga? Hey,
Hold
that's
up,
gonna be an issue for him.
artisan. But didn't you say she got one of those families killed anyway?
Yes.
So who the fuck did she save? She didn't save nobody from
She said the ones that wasn't black.
it.
But them Negroes got killed. Oh, and what mind you, a white chick wrote that shit. That black
Yeah.
family got killed. But she
Hell,
saved the rest of the white girls, so it's okay because that's the lead in for like other YouTubers have told you. That's the Furiosa Mad Max setup. Yeah, all the white ones got saved. You good?
I'm sorry. I've been around white people long enough. When it comes to post-apocalyptic, a lot of y'all would make it. Sorry, but
A lot of y'all being gimps,
well, a lot of y'all not being making it. So
and that's
I,
why I don't watch post-apocalyptic movies no more because I know the role they have us for us in it. Dead. So
y'all
fuck it.
been. I said so. If you, I said there's a reason why the Klan doesn't come to Baltimore City.
Too many niggas around.
Too many niggas and too many ass whoopers.
Too
Too
many
many ass
niggas
whoopers.
too many niggas with firepower. They can fight back.
Like I had,
Fuck all that.
I
I'm
had
not
to
trying to
tell.
take that ass whooping.
It's funny because on the 4th of July, I had chicks trying to like muscle up on me, like they can threaten to do something to me. And I'm on the phone and I'm like, you can come straight to my and out your grievance if you choose to. And I'm like, do you really think you're a threat? I'm like, what makes
Yes,
you think that
Charles,
I'm
you're intimidated of her. You're intimidated of a real woman.
it was so funny that I had to tell BGS. I said, I had to cut off three females simultaneously. And he was laughing his ass off for 2 hours. I said, here's part of the problem, media, in which I really don't know in the space. I don't know if it's the media that influenced the women or the schools. Like, men are really indifferent to y'all. You have to be interesting for us to like you. Like, if you look at Toya, she has a personality. She's bubbly. She's sunny. Even when she's not feeling 100%, she doesn't take it out on the world. That's not most women I meet. They're miserable. I'm sorry, that's me right there all day with the blood. I keep the blood there just to let them know.
Shield, yeah. Let them know
Don't let
it
it
can
go.
go down. Fuck around, it can go down.
It go down. Like trust me, I had no problem with John Walker. Okay,
Yep. He said John did nothing wrong. Like, no, you killed his buddy. Man, what the fuck? You was a whole terrorist, man. You in for a pity,
yeah,
in for a
he was. You supposed to. He killed one of you. You put one of mine in the hospital. We put one of yours in the morgue.
It's the Chicago way, baby.
Guess what? There's a reason why I carry Bowie knives.
It's not so you
Somebody,
can butter their bread.
some motherfuckers got to go, man. You know, and it's funny, right? Because if you notice, you know, like I told BGS, the same way we look at the Supergirl, right? Modern women have no honor, and it shows in the movies. Like you said, she didn't save those people because they were being trafficked. She just did it for her own selfish reasons. What would Clark do? Same,
Clark would have said, fuck that dog. What?
he
No,
would
he
have
would have
said,
said
"Fuck the
dog
dog."
too.
And think about it. It's not the first time. Look at She-Hulk. She
Oh,
only she only saved people once again, selfish reasons. At least the only female character that was actually a fucking hero we went through was Wonder Woman.
Yes.
And
Well,
even though
James still doesn't believe in heroism. That's why he can't give you a hero. He doesn't believe in that traditional heroism. That's not
That first Wonder Woman
that's
was a
not the
great
guy to give you that kind of heroism. He doesn't know. He doesn't know that. He doesn't believe in that.
Mm-hmm.
That's not him.
he
But
doesn't believe in it because he never had to be it, or he never had the ability to be it.
True.
And it shows in his work and his mannerisms. I don't care what you do in your bedroom, but you're not going to tell me that you have the quintessential Superman, you have the quintessential hero. Kudos for making an obscure group of fucking misfits Guardians of the Galaxy when Yondu was actually the leader of the original one. For those of you who read the book, when I remember it, when he had, I forgot who had Captain America Shield in the group. Uh, uh, you're not. You're taking. It takes away from heroic stuff. You don't show people why they're brave. You show mostly heroes that are bullies, drunkards, and all kinds of shit. Like, where did they overcome?
Mm-hmm.
What part of the hero's journey did they endure? Oh, I got my dog back. Why are you saving this dog that caused more destruction than 9/11?
Because it's her dog, man. It's the last thing she has from Krypton. No, your
You have a
cousin.
whole like
Your
nigga, you got a
cousin's
whole cousin with a fortress of robots. Wait a minute. Most people parents die, they leave them a bill. You get left with superpowers and a goddamn cousin who's known worldwide. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
and still keep your badass dog. Because in all these years, he ain't got trained.
Mm-hmm. So that
Terrible
shows.
owner.
So
Terrible.
that shows the character of her.
Yeah, terrible owner.
If you came to my house and we're drinking and smoking cigars, you know what my cat would be? He would be on the edge of the
Chilling.
couch. He would be on the edge of the couch on the top, looking at both of us talk and be looking at you like, nigga, that was a good point. You know, he's social.
Pound, bro.
He'll actually dangle his little paw there. You walk past him, put your paw out, look at you some that. Black cat, even though he's gray.
Black gray cat.
And it's like the cat follows everybody else. Everybody in the house cool. He'll listen to music. Sometimes you might catch him bobbing his little head. But you know, he's cool. He has a temperament and his disposition is cool. That dog, and even though Crypto was never that small of a dog, but of course, you know, James Gunn's dog is the same type of dog, the same breed, except his real life dog is brown.
What?
And it's annoying. It's like, okay, we don't need this dog here while he's trying to save the fucking world. Come on,
Yeah, I just found the dog annoying. He was less annoying in Supergirl because he was there less too. So they kind of worked out for the better in that situation. But Supergirl is annoying because she's only doing this to save her dog, and she's annoying for her personality. Like you don't have a right to have that kind of personality with everybody else. And I don't know why you come in here thinking you the baddest thing walking through all these alien worlds just because you showed up. Kryptonites or Kryptonians have been gone for over 20 something years. Nobody should give a fuck about y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all gone. If they even knew what a kryptonite was.
Kryptonian
was, excuse me.
Most
It shouldn't matter.
Most of them probably do because you were advanced, but you dumb motherfuckers. How you thousands of years advanced in Earth, but not one motherfucker said put a pencil on a string and said, "Oh, we got earthquakes." Oh shit, this ain't right. So let's get the fuck off of here.
Yeah, so smart they was stupid. No, Jarrell, you tripping. This planet's not gonna blow up. What do you know about science? All right.
Nigga, somebody hit it with the line, man, you came straight out of a comic book.
Right. That dumb shit.
Oh, shit. Like, sweet Christmas, we about to die. What's a Christmas?
I had no interest in the Supergirl movie. I'm sorry, I just didn't. After seeing her fly in drunk on that Superman film, I was like, yeah, I don't like where this character's going.
I didn't like that character flying in drunk and talking shit like that to her cousin. I thought that was an egregious insult. Seeing the Superman movie, the only thing that made the character somewhat redeemable for me to want to watch a movie with her in it was if they went into the story of her being traumatized because of the destruction of Krypton.
Right.
So they had the destruction of Krypton, but she wasn't alive to see it, so you just blew up that whole premise. There's no reason for me to care about this character having an attitude now. There's no reason for her to have an attitude. You fucked that up. Mm-hmm. So now what do I got? She just got an attitude because of some shit she never seen, never experienced, never witnessed? That don't make no fucking sense. Where her parents died. Who the fuck cares?
And let's not get
she still got to live with him for damn near 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
Shut up. So she just get to walk around with an attitude? No, bitch. Oh, hell no. No.
And don't get it twisted. I can understand teenage Kara having somewhat of an attitude because they're in their teenage years. I understand that, but
22-year-old Kara?
2022, yeah, come on, man.
22 in the movie?
22 because it's her birthday weekend, so she turned 23.
You're a grown ass motherfucker still worrying about get the fuck. Man, get a job.
Like I said, the time frame don't even make sense. The time frame is Krypton exploded. 8 years later, Kara was born. Kara was born and lived for probably about 20-some years with her parents until the kryptonite poisoning started killing her parents off. So they sent her off from the bubble city to Earth to catch up with her cousin. Now she on Earth with her cousin. She been here a couple of years. He's only been active for about 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
So now she active here, and she got an attitude.
And you want to hear something
For
crazy?
what, bitch?
Mm-hmm. You want to hear something crazy? Her being a teenager when Krypton exploded, and her being cryostasis and being younger than Cal actually makes more sense than what they're doing right now.
It does. They should have stuck to that. Because now, with her being younger than Kal-El, what's the point?
She should really, that would make her.
You should really be following your older cousin then, shouldn't you?
That means you really should be following him, even if you're even when she was chronologically older.
Yeah.
You noticed that she still followed her cousin because he had the more experience. He was grown.
Yes.
You had what a delayed adulthood because you were what? You were not. You knew in your heart of hearts you were not fucking an adult.
No, this one just acts bad because this is what girls in the modern era and millennials, or not millennials, but modern women do nowadays. They just
and even when she came out,
pissy.
even when she came out back in the 2010s or 2000 late 2000s, 2010s, when they came back out with her, they try to make it like it's like she's faster and stronger than Cal. So he came out and said, "No, you're not faster. You're not stronger than me. I just hold
She
back."
she could be faster. This is my thing. This is how I explained it to Steven and Maya. Supergirl is fast, can be faster because she's smaller, less mass to move, right?
That's true.
She can be a little bit more vicious, but that's just because she doesn't hold back and Superman does. He holds back a lot. Unless something happens to her, and I told them to go back. I told them to go back and watch that Superman animated one where Darkseid turned Supergirl into the evil Kara, and then Darkseid
Oh
fucked
yeah.
her up. And what Superman did to his ass when he saw his cousin was fucked up and thought she was dead, and Darkseid thought he was being funny and grabbed his cape. And Superman started beating the passion out of his ass.
You know, and even that's the same because that was well, Michael Turner, that would be his name.
Those are two good movies. Because that goes with the other. That's Batman, Superman. I forget the name of the first movie. Then there's Batman, Superman, Apocalypse.
Public Enemy.
Yeah.
Public Enemy.
Public Enemies was the story in the comics.
I love those two movies.
You got to think about it even when Carr, he's holding back. Like, see, Carr doesn't know that he's actually faster and stronger than her because she had these. It's like thinking your teenage. Like, I had to tell my son when he thought he can outbox and out wrestle me. I said, dude, you might be faster because I'm older now. I'll give you that one. But guess what? I'm going to stay right in the middle of the ring, and you're going to come to me. And you know when you come to me, it's going to be nothing but pain. I'm not going to miss because you got to come to the ring. The first time I tag you, and I'm patient. I'm not going to waste my energy. I said, not to. Well, with the jiu-jitsu, I said, I will submit you in less than 2 minutes.
No.
I will submit you. I said, so think about it. What happens when you don't hold back? Like, when you looked at that context, he showed her, okay, you're not as strong and fast as you think. I just don't have to. I don't have to be on 100. It's the teenage angst.
It's youth and skill versus old age and treachery. That's it. The reason why old age still works because we've already been through that shit of being over anxious and just having to run in there and prove we know all this shit. That's why you can sit there and be patient and just say, I just need you to get to this middle of this ring so I can put this shit on you. I don't need to do all that fancy shit. That ain't about all that.
My Darkseid took that ass whooping and just like impressive. Till we meet again.
Yeah. Got that ass whooping, got the fuck out of there. You know what? Boom tube. I'm out. This motherfucker tripping. Maybe next time, Kryptonian.
This gym this week, they're saying like I'm probably going to come back up and stay for the later classes because there's a couple of adults that don't necessarily know how to not go hard and run off certain people. I said, oh, okay, I'm sure. I have no problem sticking around and putting a whooping on them.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where that's why I think, especially in the black community, if I was king of the blacks, I kind of would put an emphasis on combat sports because one, niggas can't fight. That's why you got to go to guns. Two, it makes you more docile in the street and more respectful.
Yeah,
because
that's why you got young dudes on here talking about victim weight. I'm like, really, Nick?
Go ahead. I guess I send you to a 130-pound Olympic Greco-Roman wrestler, and he toss your ass around the room, your 230-pound ass around the room.
Yep.
Well, I'll take you to a 180-pound guy, 170-pound jiu-jitsu artist, or a kickboxer or boxer. You want to go to Tank Davis? You want to go toe-to-toe with him, blow for blow? And he eats your body up like fucking locusts? Nah, go ahead. Stop. That's how I know you can't fight. Because you don't have respect.
Yep.
Now, what does that mean? You haven't been broken down before, have you?
You ain't been humbled. You have not been humbled. Look, I told my friend yesterday, I was talking about her son and stuff like that. Like, a lot of times that boys stop behaving in certain ways is understanding and learning that understanding that there is somebody stronger than you. That's
Yes.
what calms that shit down. It's like you have a kid that's never been in a fight before, he can say all kind of shit because he's never been punched in the face before. Even if it was somebody at his same level, he never has been. But a lot of that, shit you deal with as single mothers with the boy bucking up and stuff like that is because there's never been a stronger man there.
Mhm.
It hasn't. You're not at the point anymore in his life where you can think you can dominate him. He knows he can whoop your ass. He knows that. He's pretty clear about that.
On top of the fact, the mother probably ain't never been in no fight before.
No, his mother crazy. Women.
No, I'm not saying
women fight. Women fight.
Okay.
Women are first ones to swing. You can see that in any video with a woman arguing with a dude. She is always the first one to swing.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Women swing on each other the same way they swing on a dude, and it will look crazy as shit. Like, man, that's a 6'4", 200-pound weightlifter. What is you doing with your 95-pound ass? Swinging on him in his face.
See, women only did that. Women only did that for one reason.
Get they block
because women like that, I've noticed who do that shit because they were always taught. They had brothers or cousins that were always told you can't hit a girl.
Yeah,
I never had such fortunate lessons.
Mm-hmm.
And the first time
that to my daughter.
I
said I never taught that to my daughter. I taught her keep you see your fucking self.
That's what I was taught when I was a kid. You don't hit anybody without expecting to get hit back, and keep your hands to yourself. But if somebody tries to hurt you, you definitely hurt them.
Yep.
I taught that to my son, and I said, women have been protected from themselves since the dawn of time because women tend to fuck shit up in some capacity. I don't have nothing against women, but because you're so overly emotional, you tend to fuck shit up. So men have to develop a way to protect you from yourself. And even as a father, your first job is not protecting a woman, it's protecting the children from the mother. Because postpartum is a real thing.
Postpartum is a real thing. That's your job. You are there to protect everybody.
And the sad part about it, I've experienced it with my son's mother when she was out of her mind, literally, and was shaking the baby, and I had to literally snatch him out of her hand and say, "What the fuck's wrong with you?" I don't know. I was trying to get him to quiet. I said, "You could have killed him." Because you got to understand, for all you science geeks, if you're a comic book geek, you probably should be a science geek anyway by default. She has all these hormones that she's letting out, and even more so when she releases the baby.
Mm-hmm.
So, what happens? She's not in the right frame of mind, physically, mentally, emotionally, and most likely spiritually.
Ever.
And you forever change that woman when she gives birth with all them hormones. You have to be
hormones is what I call them. Horror. The
horror movie, as in terrorizing.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people be like, "Well, that's sexist." I said it's not. Trust me. That is biology, and women agree. That's why it's very, very difficult for men to be around women on their menstruals. Because you're dealing with a plethora of it.
You're dealing with a plethora of it, but if that woman has been taught that kind of behavior is acceptable just because she's on that kind of thing, that's when it's unbearable. It's not acceptable. It's not something that has to happen. It's something that you choose to make happen.
Yeah.
Because mostly you're just in pain. You're just in pain.
Yeah. And what really boils down to it is, instead of being graceful about it, which you have women who are, you have a lot of women who want to go through their little She-Hulk moment. You don't know how it feels for men to gawk at me, but then you go around and complain about men don't want to come take us out or approach us because you said for me too for a whole decade you don't want to get approached. See how that backfires?
I'll give you what it is for.
So nobody wants to deal with the ups and downs of bullshit. It gets annoying. Real annoying. And Unfortunately, you're seeing it in these movies. I'm gonna be this superpowered person, and like you said, what's more dangerous than a superpowered animal? A superpowered being with consciousness. That dog is being a dog, like it or not, a badass dog who should probably be put down,
Yeah.
but a dog
What's her
nevertheless.
excuse? That dog is being a dog. What's your excuse?
Mm-hmm.
You have a whole cousin there that you can confide in, which is most of what most people get when it comes to loss. You're not the first person to deal with loss. And I noticed this from the female set. When they deal with loss, it's like the world ends. But if male deal with loss, oh, come on, we'll cheer you up. You can get over it. Even though, men go through a lot of shit. And I had to tell this chick who was of the carpet eating variety, you're trying to cosplay as a man. Wait to go ahead and go try to be a full man to see how the world gives a damn about you, which it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, you've seen the drastic shift between Kara and Clark in 2 movies, not 3 movies, not a whole saga. Just 2 movies showed you the difference in their personalities.
And I can tell you, from seeing both of them, one of them is not a hero at all. There's no way you can consider that person a hero. I don't give a fuck how many people got saved in the middle of what she was doing. She is not a hero. And she ain't did nothing but brought her ass like a trifling hoe, went out fucking around one night and came right back to her husband and laid down and kissed him on the mouth. Cara ain't did shit but come back to Earth in her costume like, so what's going on here? That's not a hero, bro. She just killed a dude. A whole dude.
Yeah. And then, like, what you think Clark would think of this? No, you got to go to the Phantom Zone, bitch.
Yeah, you definitely do. You need some FZ time because hell no.
You gotta no, you need his own. Like, but no.
There's always another way, Cara.
No.
Can't fuck around with
Like,
Batman doing that shit. Like, bro.
like, wait a minute. Was it somebody as powerful as General Zod? Well, no. Oh hell no! You got to get the fuck away from here.
And this ain't that Superman. So look, he ain't even ran into a Zod yet.
Yeah.
So, nah, bro. No, she's not
Even
even.
before Zod, just kidding.
Yeah, she is not even a hero at that point.
Kneel before my minstrels.
That was not heroic, and even as bad as Krim was somewhat in the movie, because they told you he was worse than what you saw him do. Even as bad as he was in the position that he was in a weakened position, and you killed him. And not only stabbed him once, you stabbed him twice. That is not heroic, bro.
Mm.
That was not even necessary. That was victimizing somebody. Yeah, that was get back or victimizing somebody. That makes you look completely fucking crazy.
I saved you all. Worship me.
Wasn't even that. Like, goddamn, they halfway saved themselves. So no. It's because Lobo was there, didn't make it okay. Which I still say she shouldn't have even known who the fuck Lobo was. Shouldn't even known who he was.
That's a damn shame when Lobo has more of a moral compass than Supergirl in a movie.
That's not good.
I said that's the quote. If somebody else says that on YouTube, you come to artisanmc's channel. You heard it here first.
Man, that's not a good.
You'll get no recognition for that shit. Don't worry.
No, I'll get none. Absolutely none. They'll steal the elastic off your drawers.
I'll give it to you, but they won't give it to you.
Yeah,
they'll steal the elastic off your drawers while you're wearing them in this bitch.
Yep, they're gonna go with the AI method. Just take it.
You make Lobo look like a hero. Oof, that's a task within itself.
I mean, that's basically what you're telling me, that Lobo had more going for himself than anything.
At least he was on a mission for a legit reason. He had a bounty. This motherfucker was in the group, was part of that bounty. We need to get this motherfucker. I don't care about none of this other shit that's going on. I'm here for the bounty. what this motherfucker was charged for doing. That's it. The rest of this shit ain't got nothing to do with me.
Mm-hmm. And you got to respect that because it's like, when you go for a warrant, which a bounty is basically, you got to go for your mission. Oh, well, but she did it for selfish reasons. Hey, we're being enslaved and trafficked, possibly to be
Well, I'll
child
tell you,
soldiers.
Charles, you'll like this joke because I made this joke, but it's funny to a point that me and Dr. T had talked about before. The whole thing about Krim and the Brigands is that Krim and the Brigands are stealing girls from other worlds so they can breed with them and perpetuate their all male race, right? And I said this in the movies when I'm watching it. I said, "Oh, like the Amazons."
Oh, shit.
I said because the Amazons can't reproduce on their own, right?
They could eat
Maybe Paradise Isle because you think it's just a bunch of women there, but how did all the women get there? Zeus didn't fuck all they mamas,
and they were brutalized.
There were sons. There are sons of Themyscira.
Yeah, and you know what happened to the sons?
Thrown off that goddamn cliff.
They were sold to Hephaestus as slaves. So you're okay with your son living in slavery as long as you had girls.
As long as you kept the girl. So you supposed to make me mad at Krim because they kind of doing the same shit? Okay, so if it's wrong for one, it's wrong for all.
But the women of Paradise Island, they don't have war. They're warriors. They specialize.
They don't specialize in needlepoint. They don't. That's not what they do.
I was gonna say,
it's not the best craftsman there. He wasn't making sweaters and shit. No. There's training to kill people, predominantly men. But you can't kill anybody from the sisterhood. How'd you do that?
We even when they started saying the souls of murdered women, and you're telling me, yes, we have transgender women on Themyscira.
No, you don't.
Well, wait a minute. Now, who the fuck wrote this shit? Like, this is, I always have a ceiling, but Kingdom Come, Dark Knight Returns, The Infinity Gauntlet, stuff like that, The Watchmen, and other books are my ceiling, right? But my floor is something where we have a special book in my heart. I'm not Starfire. It is the single worst comic book known to man, woman, and child.
I am not Starfire, okay? We're supposed to care because...
No.
You got to read that shit, AB. You'd have to read it.
If you read it, if you go over the synopsis of it, you'll see why Charles Faulkner puts his floor, basement floor, firmament, put that shit at the gates of hell so low. Why it's the worst comic book of all time. First of all, I have to go back to the certain race of people called the Pudgies. And you know what the Pudgies are. See, there's nothing wrong with a woman with some weight if that's your thing. There's something wrong with
a little bit of weight, but come on, man.
It's something wrong with the Pudgies. And the Pudgies put themselves in a book. She literally put herself in the book because Starfire is supposed to be her mom in the book, and she doesn't look like her mom. What it tells me is that I'm sorry, you're short, you're stubby, and pudgy, and instead of saying, you know what, I need to work out because I got these alien genes and I probably got some powers from my mom.
Damn.
I'm going to sit here, become a goth girl, and act like I'm different because I don't want to be as beautiful as my mom because I know I'll never be as beautiful as my mom. You see that girl right there?
Oh, you've never seen?
You've never seen this this atomic bomb to the comic book world. And go ahead, artisan. Do a side by
Show him the
side.
Arthur. Show him
Do
the
a-
Arthur.
Oh no, I'm gonna show it on author. That's why I was blowing up the picture of the character first, so then we can get into that part of how the woman said that she didn't make this character to look like her, and this is the epitome of self-inserts. Oh, they got a picture of it already. Here we go. This is the epitome of self-inserts, where they sit there and lie about the shit. It's like, oh no, I didn't do that. It's like bullshit.
Yeah, I think you were the artist, bitch.
Fucking shit. Yeah, you told the artist what to draw, right? Okay. You ready, AB? Prepare yourself because your dick might crawl up inside of you.
Look, this woman looks like pure birth control.
So,
Oh,
on the
come
left,
on.
on the left, you have I Am Not Starfire, right? Starfire and Nightwing's daughter. On the right, you have the author of this story, Minako. I forget her last name.
Dun, 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 dun.
I'm sorry. Is this not the same self-insert character?
Oh, good lord.
Grumpy, ugly chick. Now, mind you, this is a part Asian chick writing this story. Remember that She-Hulk is as bad as it was because it was another Asian girl writing that story. And the shit that's coming out of She-Hulk's mouth is her. It's her experience. This is what a self-insert is. This is the definition of a self-insert.
Yeah.
Burly ass, hairy arms and shit. Like, what the fuck?
She goes out of her way to make the character look unattractive as her. This, by the way, folks, this is a 3.
She's not the artist. She is the writer of the story, which means she talked to the artist about what kind of character she was envisioning. This is what it was.
And remember, these are Asian chicks who are upset because white boys ain't chasing them down.
They're not getting picked.
They're not getting the pink. They're not getting the pink mushroom.
Yeah.
Her character literally looks like Starfire cheated on Dick with the Joker.
There you go. There you go. That's a picture. Mom and daughter.
She looks like Starfire had a bender and accidentally hooked up with the Penguin.
Yes.
You know what? That's even better. I'll get y'all
What
that
happened
one.
that night you was out? Did you fuck the Penguin? Did you fuck Oswald? No, I didn't. No, you fucked
Oswald
didn't
put that Penguin Mac game on her. You know,
Right.
Oh my
you.
God.
Showed her his French flipper trick.
Yeah. You don't know. Once you go birds, you never get heard. Come on now.
It was a cold night. She came by the Iceberg Lounge, man. I had to hook her up.
You know, he called himself the original Iceberg Slim.
Right?
My name is Iceberg Not So Slim.
But you know what? I'm not even gonna,
If you want to have a laugh, AB, do it digitally. Read this comic digitally. You will have a laugh on this shit. This is absolutely ridiculous, dude. Because another trope that's in it is Nightwing and Starfire is divorced. So Nightwing is now a deadbeat dad too. I'm like, get the fuck. How you doing that to Dick, man?
Get the fuck out of hey.
The insult is so great because the Starfire Nightwing relationship is one of those things that people like in comics.
yes.
But they did the same thing to them as they did to Storm and Black Panther. Yeah, let's break them up. Let's get them divorced and shit.
I'm divorced.
Married.
And then let's let Wolverine fuck Storm. Short hairy white guys. Black.
To make a terrible story, which at the very end of the shit, all it is she just wants to be accepted like her mama. And she still end up having powers. She don't have any powers. This is what she looked like. Now look at this one. This is on Reddit. This is, I think, is on her own personal page. Let's see how ridiculous this shit is. There you go. Which is the character and which is the writer?
So you telling me she tried to lie and say, I didn't assert myself, bitch. Don't get slapped.
Bitch, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, get fucked. Stop lying to me. A lot of people who don't know you, like you full of shit.
Oh, and by the way, when you say next time, Charles, when you say she the Penguin's the father. Make sure you mention this Danny DeVito's version of the
Danny
Penguin.
DeVito Penguin. Yeah. The
Oh,
Batman
yeah.
Returns. The Batman
Yeah.
Returns Penguin.
Ooh,
DeVito.
I
even
mean,
worse.
I mean, I don't even want to put that on the comic Penguin. I mean, shit.
that's why I told you books like that are in my basement floor.
What they say. Clipped hair, mad feminist. Congratulations.
Look, and even to your point about the whole trans Amazonians, I was like, the person that wrote that, because I saw that, I said that's impossible. I said because that means that you would have had to have a person that was a man on the island be there long enough to want to be a make the transition to a woman. It's impossible. There are no trans on the
And it
on
messes up the whole storyline altogether.
Yeah, like this is you trying to insert all this bullshit into everything, and it's like logically it does not fit.
No, don't hold up under its own weight.
It doesn't. Even if you look at the
Got thick ass
mythos
legs.
of it, it's the mythos of shit that they're breaking up all the time. It's like for some reason Marvel just hates Spider-Man. He can't even have a good day, and
Right.
and, and
You
it's
can't
like
even have a good day.
you
No.
know
Hell
that
no.
nigga can't even have a hot
Blood
dog to
boiling.
himself.
Wait, what did Blood Boy say? My eyes, my eyes. Why do you torment my mind with such images? This is
Yeah,
bad. As
yeah, you know,
fucking Harry Potter.
you
Look,
know,
man, I don't put this shit out there, man. I have to see this shit. It is. Think of it
yeah.
like an 8 millimeter situation, man. It's in there. It can never go out. Just get therapy and put it in a box in the back of your mind. Don't open it again.
You gotta look at it like this, man. You know, Peter Parker's the only New Yorker who can't get a fucking hot dog and eat it upside down without somebody yelling, "Gay!" Come on, man. Like like Marvel just hates him. But Tony Stark could literally start two fucking civil wars. Could damn near crash, but we supposed to love him because he got a shiny suit that can sell toys. Like, dude, anybody who wrote, "Well, Iron Man isn't he the leader?" Who the fuck would ever trust Iron Man to lead the Avengers?
Look, you saw what the superior Iron Man did to the motherfuckers. He sold them all that extremist shit, and it was like a drug, so they had to keep paying him to keep it. Like,
He's
bro,
not a nice person. Why do you think Captain
he has
America?
never been a nice dude.
How many times have you noticed Captain America's 5 seconds from kicking his teeth
Just
in?
kick it off in his goddamn.
About to fuck him up.
Him
That's
and
Stanley.
Thor. Him and Thor always get at Tony, bro, because he's not good.
Mhm.
If you want a good book, just a one single issue, when Thor returns and Tony Stark thinks he's big shit because he's director of Shield,
He had made that clone of him.
and he made the
Ragnarok.
clone and he made the clone Ragnarok that killed Bill Foster, who's a good friend of Thor. And you know, if you're a friend of Thor and he found out you've been murdered, you getting avenged. You getting avenged. He said, nope, 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 nope. Wait a minute. You know that person who came and pick up the trash at your apartment? Yeah. Somebody murdered him. Oh, hold my beer. I'll be back.
Yeah.
You know, got to do some avenging. So Tony Stark think he's big shit, giving Thor orders, and Thor looking at him like, you took you from the. And by the way, do you know how long he had that hair sample of him? Since the first day they met as Avengers.
Oh, see, no.
And he literally pinned him. He thought, like, wow, you've been working out. He's like, remember them times we sparred and I let you win? Yeah, I let you win. He hit him with a fucking bolt of lightning so hard that he short circuited his suit. And he pulled the mask off his face and said, yeah, tell me what you and your government gonna do to a guy who can make a hurricane the size of your country.
Damn.
Called
Like,
him
yeah,
he's a man in a tin can. He's a man in a tin can to him.
yeah.
He was not nice. He
No.
humbled his ass by ripping that shit off of him. Now what you
So
gonna
he
do?
said,
I mean,
he basically told him, how am I gonna get home? You're a smart guy, figure it out.
Yeah, no shit.
I mean, shit. I mean, yeah, like you said, Tony was always doing some weird shit. Didn't he just do some shit with the Mysterium where he tricked everybody and stole it and added it to his fucking armor without telling everybody?
Tony, I like Iron Man as a character, but Tony is complex. But Tony is a selfish bastard sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
He is a selfish bastard sometimes. And that's what makes Tony more interesting as a hero because he is flawed. He is a lot of flawed. And he always has been. Always has been. It's never been a secret that Tony Stark is flawed. He will do some heroic shit, but most of the time he's selfish.
Yep. Demon in a bottle, anybody?
A demon in a bottle.
Hey, got that book in the closet right now. I'm like, you look at guys like Cap and Thor, they're like, God damn, how am I still friends with a nigga like you? You're not,
Get out of here, man. What you fucking it all up? You too good to be here. Beat it.
Rhodey is always there to check him on some shit. That's the main one.
Usually.
I think Brody put hands on him a couple of times.
Yeah, he got into it. That's why it wasn't a big deal to see it in the movies because this is the comic, man. They always end up having to scrap.
Like, you bitch ass nigga, did you know what the fuck you just did? God.
Shut up and be my sidekick. What the hell are you talking to, Tony?
The one instance where they really got into it was when Tony faked his death and then Rhodey became Iron Man and then he came back and then he found out that he wasn't dead. Rhodey beat his ass. He beat the brakes out of him behind that shit. Or at least he stuck him.
He had an issue. They had an issue. They had a disagreement. They had a little bit of a disagreement. I think that's the reason why Tony always gives Rhodey the last generation armor and not the newest generation armor because he don't want Rhodey to get that advantage on his ass.
And even though he got the War Machine, people forget he gave him the War Machine armor, which is it's literally meant for war. All his other armors are not really meant for that. It's old, but it still kicks your ass.
Rhodey always has the later generation armor. Like if you got an iPhone 16, Rhodey got a 13.
Mm-hmm.
Tony upgraded to a 17, Rhodey got a 14. He always keeps Rhodey behind him. Rhodey never had the same generation of armor that Tony has. Never.
That's why Rhodey come back and he got other smart friends. Yeah, upgrade this shit for this motherfucker. I got something for this motherfucker. Stop the fuck out of line again. I got this motherfucker. I'm gonna knock his ass down like a pile of dominoes, motherfucker.
I don't think he
just look at him, hammer cat.
Rhodey on that same level as him because it'll be an issue.
You're like, what the fuck did you do? Well, I thought it would be better, nigga.
Let me guess, hammer cat.
Yeah, he got hammer tech. Yeah.
Like it's like like there's certain people. I remember like people forgot this. This is the best part of Thor, right? When Thor became king of Asgard, he just to fuck with Tony. He threw the hammer down on Earth. Of course, it makes a crater, and everybody's trying to pick it up. But then they get a close up on the camera. He got fucking Tony Stark's number on the fucking hammer. Everybody start calling him.
Yeah, call Tony to get me to move this shit.
Yeah. So if you're looking for a good time, call Tony Stark.
Malika, Starfire's daughter's powers, she just had like some telekinesis or some other shit. It was stupid. She just wanted to be her mother. That's all it was. She just wanted to be her mother, and she couldn't.
I can't be pretty? No, ugly bitch.
No. But she still wanted to have powers. The initial part of the story was about her not having. She's being Starfire's daughter. She don't look like her, but she doesn't have any powers either. But by the end of the story, she gets powers.
But she's still ugly.
And she's still ugly, which is a power in and of itself. It repulses people. So could have been Iron Man's kid, I guess.
But
yeah, it's a story. If you like comics, read the story just so you can say you read it and see how ridiculous the shit is, the ideas they're proposing. But the beautiful thing about it being in DC is that shit is not main continuity. So you can read that shit and enjoy it all you want to. It's not main continuity, so fuck it.
You'll definitely have a laugh about it.
You
Definitely have a
have a
laugh.
laugh how ridiculous that shit is. Like, woo, talk about an else worlds. Yuck.
I mean, the funniest part about it is that you'll literally look at this book and you'll literally look at this, and she's complaining about how pretty and how people see her mother, and
That's
she
just
wants to be, she just want to be, she just want to be looked at differently. And I'm like, it happens. Shit. I mean, you know,
So basically, this book was written by a bitch that was Joseph Starfire.
well,
Yeah,
basically, jealous of pretty women. Period.
yeah,
Yeah,
And
because that's
if you
what,
ever notice, it's those East Asian women who do this a lot.
especially the frumpy ones.
Frumpy.
Frumper. Sound like a Pokemon. Frumper.
You know, who's that Pokemon? Frumpy.
Frumper. Powers of mass. So no, it was a funny read. I read that shit in the shop. I had to. When we were talking about the shit, I said, "Wait, let me see what this shit is about." I said, "This is nothing but a self-insert. You just jealous." Like Monique, she made all that money talking about skinny bitches, and then as soon as she got all that money, what does she want to do? Be a skinny bitch.
Skinny bitch. Even though her head's still big as shit. Thank you.
Yeah,
So
big as a lollipop.
Yeah,
Big as a lollipop, looking crazy as hell.
that's the average chick her age bracket in Baltimore. Yeah, I gotta get this weight loss surgery. Yeah, because I'm too big. My leggings exploded. What the fuck?
Because you ain't
I
supposed
thought
to
it
be
was a
wearing
gun.
leggings. What's your big
I
ass?
thought it was I thought it was a gunshot.
Shut up.
Like, I'm
Ain't
sorry, I'm
shit.
ignorant. Three females pissed me off. Three females pissed me off. Now I gotta replace my roster. Oh, that was quick.
It's what it is. I was explaining this to my ex when I was having a conversation with her about her son, and she was asked. She thought I was bullshitting when I said I wasn't dating. And I said, "What do I need to be dating for? I don't want the fucking headache." And I went through the shit with her. The list of that shit was like, I'm not dating because I don't have time or the patience to be dealing with none of that bullshit. I said, I like to go have a late night out shooting pool, have a late night sleeping in. If my company wants me to travel somewhere, I go and do it. And you know what I don't hear any other time? Why you going? Can't you be with me? Are you out too much? I don't have to hear none of that shit. None of it. And I'm not missing it. And she knows what the fuck I'm talking about because she used to do that shit. I said, I don't need a woman there for most of that shit. Look, you know me. I was raised by a single mother. You know what that means? I'm the oldest child of a single mother. It means I can take care of myself. I don't need a lot of people around me all the time. I don't even like that shit. So I am self-contained, self-sufficient. I don't need y'all here all the damn time. I really don't. So if I tell you I'm not doing this, I'm not doing it. And the way you know is proof is I'm a man. I'm not a woman. So if I was going out and dating, I'm paying for it. If I was a woman, it's just people coming up and asking me out and they paying for it. So since I know my control in this situation is what I choose to pay for, if I'm not doing it, I'm not fucking doing it. You can take it to the bank like, oh, he ain't dating. Yeah, you got that right, because I know it's an expense on my behalf. So it ain't happening. If I don't feel like doing that shit, it's not happening. Plain and simple. So when I feel like being bothered with it, I'll do it, like having an Apple account. When I feel like watching a show, I'll pay that bitch. And when I don't, I won't. Very simple. Very simple transaction.
Yeah, right now I'm watching, believe it or not, Man of Steel.
Man of Steel. Man of Steel was the only movie I said he didn't save enough people. I just didn't think he saved enough people. But otherwise, I liked the movie other than that. And that's just on Zack Snyder's fault because, dude, you can't tell Superman to show up in Kansas, downtown Smallville, tell people to get inside, get off the streets, it's dangerous out here, and then have Grodd throw a fucking train through that same building. I'm like, nigga, you just killed all those people. You just killed all them people. You can't have the Air Force fly in there and light up the street and shoot up them buildings. Just told people to hide inside.
Planes dropping everywhere like flies.
You killing all them people. Why did they might as well run around outside there?
They actually
just blew up the building that they was in.
They actually did an estimate of the damage Zod and Superman did just downtown alone, it came up to like $800 billion.
Which is why I wasn't mad at BVS about Batman being upset about that shit. I can understand him being upset about that shit. Because the collateral damage is, nigga, I had a whole building down this bitch. And I had staff in there. You just killed all my staff, motherfucker. Yeah, I can understand him being pissed off. I can understand him being pissed off. Take this shit away from the city. Why don't you fly somewhere else, motherfucker? He was chasing you anyway. Go out to the desert. You did that shit when you was learning to fly. Take the motherfuckers out there.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm always skeptical of superheroes that want to get into fights in major cities. Like Invincible, I hate his ass showing up. I would hate him showing up. Hey, Invincible's in your town protecting your city. Like, oh fuck.
I mean,
You
damn.
showed up,
Even
it's about to get destroyed, man. Get out of here. You about to die in this city. You about to die.
Even at some point, the Power Rangers, they had to do a thing where they showed the people going underground in bunkers and shit whenever the monster showed up, whenever the Power Rangers had to fight a monster.
Yeah, but that's like Evangelion. What did they do with Tokyo 3? They dropped that bitch on the ground when Ava and the Angel showed up.
Yep.
City went down, the Ava came up. The Angel came down, they had their fight. When that shit was over, then we can bring the city back up. Because we know what it is. We know what it's going to be. Drama. Damage, man. We don't want to keep rebuilding shit all the time. No, take your monkey ass somewhere else with that shit. We ain't got damage control in the DCU. And Tony Stark ain't funding all these repairs, turning himself into Elon Musk. So I like He-Man and Obsession so far this year. Maybe they just threw Supergirl together to get ready for the Superman movie in 2027. Yeah, she's just a bridge in between there. I can understand James Gunn trying to throw people a curve and throwing a lesser-known character that hasn't been used that much out there. It was a good strategy. It was poor execution.
Yep.
Poor execution. I personally would have did Supergirl first and then did Superman later because we still not that far away from a Man of Steel or Superman, Henry Cavill, in our mind's eye. You need to let some time go in between there because if you didn't want the comparison, you shouldn't have led with Superman first. But Warner Brothers, Zaslav wanted Superman out there. He wants Superman and Batman out there because those are the premier characters that Warner Brothers makes all his money off of. So that's why you keep getting them first. I just think it's a bad strategy. You got other characters. Put some of them other ones out there. Aquaman did $1 billion, even though he looked like Aqua Lobo. Wonder Woman, even Spider-Woman, 84, could have got you $1 billion, right? Wonder Woman got you $1 billion, even though Gal Gadot can't act worth a shit. It still got you $1 billion. It wasn't just because it was those characters, it was because it wasn't the mainline characters. So people were interested to see what they are represented on the screen. Well, give me a Martian Manhunter movie. Try to make it interesting. But if you can't do the same thing you did with all the rest of these characters, that means you haven't developed the rest of these characters very much. That's your fault.
I maintain my position. They probably blew away a couple $1 billion not following up that dark side scene during the Snyder Cut.
Yeah, they did. They left money on the table.
A lot.
Left money on the table. Hell no, man. You can let that shit ride.
Especially the way Darkseid is, he's like, wow, you think I give a shit? He's like, you think I'm scared? Come on.
Yeah, bring it. Don't give a fuck.
Smash his own uncle's head. Is like, what? You think I care? Come on.
Yeah, whatever, man. He was weak. He was working under me. Shit.
Then his other underlings like, I told you he's gonna fail. Like, yeah, he told me. He's like, yeah, I know, you told me.
Whatever. Yeah, I heard, man. I heard. Whatever. Do something. No, they to me, they should have pushed some of these other characters. I'm bored with seeing the same characters rolled out there, and I've been bored with that shit. When they were doing BVS, I was saying that it's like, oh, thank God I didn't get another origin story of Batman.
Mm-hmm.
I've been sick of that shit.
Just straight into the magic.
Yeah, I've been sick of it. So you didn't need to give me another Superman, another Batman. I can still rock with Robert Pattinson.
And I
And
didn't
y'all
mind
know
that.
how I was on Glitter Bat. He didn't do that bad. I can rock with Glitter Bat another one. One more
I
time.
didn't mind that version of Lex either.
I wasn't pissed off about that either. It made it a little bit more interesting to me. Because we know how these sensitive ass millennials are. I believe that Lex Luthor. Scary little bastard.
Getting other people to fight your battles for you.
Yeah. Fucking up everybody. Little murderous ass. Little murderous millennial.
Here, I'm going to take down God and God and God. I was like,
exactly.
You know what? I kind of like this kind
of. You know what that is? A millennial raised by atheist parents.
Pretty much, yes.
I would even add the millennials that buy into the socialism idea, that want to destroy the government and fuck everybody over.
Yep, I believe that too. So I could rock with that Lex. Why not? I've had older Lexes. Oldest Lex Luthor was Gene Hackman. The youngest one next to Jesse Eisenberg was Michael Rosenbaum. Playing Lex on Smallville. I like that Lex too. There's different versions of the shit. That's why DC works in some ways, that you can have these different versions and not have much conflict, because it's always different universes for them. It's always different universes.
Yeah,
so it's fine.
Superman and Lois, that was an evil son of a bitch.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
that was a wicked son of I was like, would you please kick his ass, man?
Yeah, whoop his ass.
that dude just hit his ass.
I'm fine with different versions of Lex because they all exist in their own little worlds. So you can have this Jesse Eisenberg version who's younger, which is a little bit more scary because that little motherfucker, no, he can't beat you physically. So he doing everything else besides that to get at your ass.
But I always remind people, we didn't get to see the fully realized versions of either characters, Lex or Superman, because it was cut short. So that's why I say sometimes it's a bit unfair to say that, oh, well, this was the worst one. I said we didn't really get a chance to see it. Same thing about Batman. You can't even really say Ben did a terrible job as Batman. I said, why? You only saw him in Justice League movies, essentially.
Yeah.
You never got to get Ben Affleck's directed Batman movie. You never got to see that. And if you think that Batman fight scene was the best thing you had to offer from his version of a Batman, an older grizzled Batman, no fucking way. You can do more with that character. Look.
Oh yeah, I still have.
He was joking about this shit last week, right? He was on here, Beast. He was joking about that shit, that if they made a Batman Beyond movie, which Batman would you want to see? Most people said Michael Keaton, right? Being the older Batman with the Terry McGinnis. Well, put Bruce Wayne in there. Put Ben Affleck in there as the older Batman. And then there's a Terry McGinnis. Would you like that less? Or would you like it more?
I still have Dark Knight Returns on standby on my digital. The both movies.
Yeah. I got them sitting under my television. Granny's Peach Tea. Yeah, that, to me, JT, that was some of the most, man, I wouldn't even say sadistic, but that was some of the most malicious shit I've ever seen a Lex Luthor do. That was cold. That was cold shit. That Granny's Peach Tea comment. He took what that woman said to him in his house because she touched him, and he didn't like that shit. He took that shit, planned out this whole elaborate thing to kill her. And before she died, she's sitting there in the White House on her little conference table and sees that jar sitting there like, what the fuck? And turns it around to get a personalized note that says Granny's Peach Tea. To let her know before she died, Lex Luthor did that to her. And then he blew up her and everybody in that fucking room. That's some, whoa. That is some supervillain shit right there to me. That shit was terrifying. Like, you don't fuck with that little bastard. He will get you. He needed her to know he did it before she died, and she realized it, and then she was done. Oh man, that's on some other level. That is some supervillain shit.
Evil shit.
Evil
Sinister.
shit, bro. I would love to see that Lex Luthor go forward. Because after that, he went to prison, and then after that, he was out. Oh, he gonna be on the mind games. He gonna be fucking with you for real. You really gonna want to beat his head into a bloody pulp. Want to give him that seraphim obsession treatment.
It was bad when even Doomsday when they fighting
Pete Petty. Yeah, all she did was touch them. She just touched him. He did not like that shit, bruh. He did not like that. Like, this bitch touched me. Who the fuck? Talking crazy too? Okay, Granny's peach tea, huh? Okay, I got you. I got your peach tea, bitch. Jesus, can you imagine him telling somebody, and before she goes, I need this jar to be on her desk that says Granny's peach tea. I need that written on the jar and placed on her desk. Okay, Mr. Luthor. No, it needs to be there, or you're gonna have a problem. Man, that's some next level villainy, bro. That is some next level villainy. That's some cold shit. That is some cold shit. Took what you said and made sure you saw it so you remember it. So you know who did this to you. Ooh, that's hardcore, bro. You ain't got to look like Gene Hackman to say that shit. Leave that Lex alone, man. Yeah, she denied his import license of the kryptonite. Yeah. Fucking up his business and touched him. Nah, he was done. He was done with her. He was done with her. He still got that kryptonite, nigga. I don't know who the hell she thought she was. That pettiness like that in a younger version, yes. This is the person that never needs superpowers because he's already a problem. You gave him superpowers, it'd be worse. It'd be like Crypto running around this bitch.
Or you gave him that suit.
Or give him that damn suit. It'll be a problem. You don't need that. He can't fight you right now, Clark, but he get that suit, he's going to beat the shit out of you. And outsmart you while you at it. Anyway. So what else y'all got? I'm on to the final thoughts. I need to go to the restroom. I need to get something to eat. And it's that time. It's 2:00. Been on here since 8. So we'll see if the kid that don't want to do Uber did better than me today too. I think he did.
Yeah, I got some pulled chicken to finish off.
And you can shut up now too, AB, about some pulled chicken. I'll fuck with you. I'm still mad at Beasley about that Bucky's brisket sandwich. I've been mad about that brisket sandwich. Just the fucking soccer players and them people from the UK was over here having brisket sandwiches and eating that shit and all in love. It's like, yeah, I know they good, man. Yeah. Fuck you too. Yeah, I can't get one of those here. It'd been better if I never known. Been better if I never knew. But final thoughts. I'm 6 hours in. What y'all got? I still got 2 reviews to do today.
We will see what is the next episode of season 2, 97. We're gonna see what that brings because skeptical eyes are watching.
Oh yeah, I'm not giving them a free pass. I'm watching it, but they're not getting a free pass. Told you this third season is written off for me. I'm not even worried about third season being good or bad. I'm just assuming it's going to be bad. But I'm waiting to see where the bullshit comes in this season, where Bo DeMayo's work is and where the other guy's work is. And for me, it seems like the first 2 episodes was the other folks' work. And episode 3 was Bo's work. Well, episode 3 was my favorite episode. It was. It was the most consistent story-wise. The rest of that shit is just, tossed salad. Bunch of shit thrown together. So we'll see. But spend some time and watch this shit. It's short, thankfully, because it's a cartoon. But I'm interested to see episode 4. I am. But I'm also interested to see this next episode of House of the Dragon that's coming on today because I want to see some people getting fucking killed.
Or is they still gonna do more dialogue and less fighting? Because, like we said, they should have had some fights.
It has to be more dialogue in this stuff because it's taken from a literary book and not pictures. So
Yeah.
it's going to be more dialogue in it than fights. Has to. But this is the season where more people should be dying.
Yeah.
So they
Well, that's
got
what I
to
meant.
move this
Actually.
shit along. They got to
Yeah.
move the shit along. It is what it is. So there's going to be more drama. I got to see weird ass Alice Rivers fucking with Eamon,
Mm-hmm.
turning him into her little sex slave, I guess. Weird shit is about to happen, but they both kind of.
My last words are shout out to the fan made Star Wars AI making Disney look completely incompetent and stupid.
Yeah, they are incompetent, but I'm not in favor of the AI. But fan made, yes, definitely fan made. If y'all took any advice over the last 6 years of doing this stream, make your own shit and put it out there.
Yes.
I'm looking forward to seeing Star Wars Theories Vader 2 episode. I'm actually looking forward to seeing that shit because he put a lot of effort, a lot of time, and a lot of money into that shit. And if you his subs and support him and bought a Theory Saber or anything, you funded that shit. So awesome. Yep. So when he tells you it cost him $1 million, understand you gave him about $1 million to do that kind of shit. I'm down to see it. He got a passion. I don't have a problem with fans having a passion and making some shit. That's what Star Wars was built on. The problem is the people who actually own the shit don't want to put that kind of passion into it. They don't. They only want the return. They don't want the investment. So, yeah,
we can
fan
get
made.
some money off of it.
Fan made will probably be better. And fan made of your own shit. Leave them to fuck them franchises off and let them die. Make your own shit. Make your franchise. Because that's what the world needs. It don't need you making copies of somebody else's failing shit. We need you to make your own new material. And show me there's some ideas out there that's worth blowing up as big as Star Wars. Otherwise, you're only going to get the same shit. It's going to be like 1984, and everybody going to be drinking the same gin, smoking the same cigarettes, watching the same TV shows. And it's all trash. So get creative. Make your own shit. You got some final thoughts, Beast? Because eventually I will be in here on Rivals. Still ain't got my Scarlet Witch costume. I mean, not Scarlet Witch, Black Widow costume. I need my Black Widow high heels in the surf swimsuit costume. Like, why is she wearing heels?
Yeah.
Man? This the beach. You can't wear no heels on a beach with these stripper heels.
She gotta ride the jet ski, man. Can't hear me? You gotta ride the jet ski.
Yes, I got a jet ski, but no, she got a whole outfit on. It's like that's not what you wear to the beach. You can't even walk in the sand in that shit. So whatever. It looks nice. It looks nice.
Well,
I did take
you got well this stuff.
Wait a minute. Where's the thing? Where's the thing? I didn't do that. I didn't show y'all that. I think I did show it to Dead Set last week. I think I did show it to Dead Set. I took some screenshots of Emma Frost and I brought it up on the screen so they could see this shit. Good Lord. Yeah, bro.
Maximum damage.
Maximum yam damage, man.
Oh, you still got more swimsuit suits coming though.
I know.
They're not done.
I know. I've got most of them. I just don't have the Scarlet Witch's one.
No, what I'm saying is they got new ones coming. The swimsuit thing is not over. They still got some more. You finna get some more suits and shit.
Yep. Because all the characters should have a swimsuit now. And I've been rocking. I still play Mr. Fantastic, the Maker, but that's the first time I've changed his costume, so he run around in his little Speedo and shit. Not because I'm gay, because it's funny. Like, fuck it. All my characters got on fucking swimsuits. It's summertime. Why is it showing up in here, but then it's not showing up when I look through all these damn pictures?
Yeah, but well, this is also the last week, season 9. We already kind of know who the villain is because if you got the gallery card, it's in Sabanu. So
Yeah, because that's what's it's tying into what's going on with the X-Men on
yeah,
Disney Plus. Because that's the same thing. They put those characters onto Future Fight a couple weeks ago. They put Morph, they put Jubilee, and then they put Sabanura on there.
yeah,
I got that shit because he's not Apocalypse yet, but it's the same character in a sense. So yeah, I get that shit. Why not? I like Egypt
yeah.
and Apocalypse. Fine, put them together. Yeah, I can't find no Frost on this bitch. Oh well. I did see Dallas Bryce Howard. Big booty
No,
Dallas.
well, you saw the controversy with the cat suit.
Well, who's cat suit?
Cap's suit, Captain America.
Oh, his onesie?
Yeah, they had to actually do some going and tweak the suit because you can see his Johnson.
Yeah, too much of a bulge.
I was like, hold up. They had to go in and edit it. I think yesterday they said because everybody was talking about it. I was like, bro, you can see his bulge, man. Like it's like
Yeah, he got a banana hammock on under that. What are you talking about?
and dude, because in with the in doing any of his emotes doesn't make it any better because you can see it go up and down. I'm like, God damn.
That's something you need a patch for.
They had to do an emergency patch for that skin. They did it yesterday. I was like, God, thank God, because these fools is going
Wait,
bananas.
his Johnson had real physics.
Yes. So, like for instance, the when you do the Infinity Gauntlet skin, when he's grabbing Thanos from the movie, the shit's going up and down.
Shit.
And everybody's like, "Wait, why is it moving like that?" And it was fucking funny because a couple of the female content creators was like, no." I was like, I saw like two of them said, nope, they don't need. They should have left it. They didn't need to patch
Leave it
that.
alone. I'm fine with that. What are you doing? Yeah, that real world physics, man. Yeah, that floppy member. Look, man, if I can get the jiggling butt and the boobies, like, okay, well, let them get what they get. Man.
That's what I said. Let the females have fun. And
It is what it
some
is.
of them.
I mean, he's wearing a unitard. I mean, if he was doing a wrestling move, I'd be calling him Scott Steiner. It's not that big of a deal.
Shit, I done already heard one of the chicks say, "Well, let me lick the sweat off Gambit's abs when, because his tailpipe." I was like, I just want to lick the. I'm like, calm the fuck down.
I got some proclivities, bro.
I was like, look, don't make me. And this was in game. I said, don't make me switch off this character.
Yeah, I like some women. I ain't never wanted to lick their sweat. Fuck that. Like, tasting my own sweat. It ain't tasty, bro. It's everything your body is trying to get rid of. Why would you want to lick that?
It's human waste, lady. It's waste, lady.
Yeah, it's waste. It's waste material. Why don't you say you want to suck on a tailpipe while you at it? Bruh, no, I don't want to wipe that shit off. Shower, bitch. I got some nasty proclivities, but you fine to have it. You fine to have it.
Mm-hmm.
Keith seat liquor. Ugh. Hey, Artie, what the fuck? Keep sweat liquor. But go on, Beasley. Do your damn thing. I'm gonna go do mine.
All righty.
Keep sweat liquor. Yeah. Never. All right, y'all. That has been the hero's journey for today. We have rounded ourselves back to where we started, where it is just me, one man and his microphone. All I need is one mic. I do this every Sunday from 8 a.m. Pacific time until I feel like stopping. As long as I have league, it will be early. If I don't have league on that day, it will be later. So it's 2:00 now. We don't have league today. So it's time for the old man to do some of his personal stuff involving restrooms and food. I'll be at you guys next week. Watch something interesting. I mean, as much as I talk shit about X-Men 97 season 2, it's there to watch. You might get some entertainment out of it. You might not. I'm looking at it with a different set of eyes than you are. So you might enjoy it, and that's completely fine. Look, I don't tell you what to like. I tell you what I liked and what I didn't like. It's very simple. So what I see in it, you may not see. And if you don't, that's fine. Bring that back. I don't have a problem talking about that shit. I'm not going to shame you for it. Why? You grown. Watch what the hell you want to watch. Like what you want to like. I'm just telling you about what I saw in it, what I liked or did not like about it. So I will watch House of the Dragon in 4 hours? It's coming on. I will watch that. And the watch along and review will go up on Patreon as always. The review will, once it's edited, will go out on YouTube probably tomorrow. And same thing with the X-Men stuff, because I have to finish the edits on those. So they should be up later today before House of the Dragon. So with that, thank you guys for coming up. Or thank you to Charles and Beastly Nerd and AB Media for coming through. My boys, the elites. Appreciate you. And I hope everybody had a good 4th of July. I really do. I hope you celebrated independence and actually showed some love and respect to the veterans in your country and not just talk shit to people in your country. It's one day. Appreciate what you have in this day. Till then, I'm artisanmc, and I will see you guys next time. Peace.